What? What's going on here? Hang on a second, y'all. Okay, no, I'm on this one. Okay, this one's working. I'm just setting up my mic and stuff. Hi. Properties. Okay, that's already good. Let me check this thing now. 1 second. Oops, no, not that. Why? Oh, thank you. We're doing it. I'm like, it's the last one of 2023, and also maybe the first one of January, because sorry, December, because it's been that kind of month. Not January. See, it's been that kind of month. I'm like, I don't even know what this is. How do months work? How do years work? How does time work? All right, she doesn't know. She's not sure. It's unclear. Okay, all right. I think I'm good. I'm gonna turn myself up just a smoosh. Probably there. All right, let's try this, and then I'm gonna go. Anyways, I've been MIA for a minute and some change, but there's been a lot going on. That's why. Okay, unmute. Hello.
Hi, Jane.
Hi. How are you?
Hello. I am well.
Woohoo! I am also well. I'm pretty well. Yeah, no, I'm well. I'm good. Things are good. My dog dislocated his elbow, but he's doing well. He kind of moves around like a really enthusiastic Igor, like, yes, master!
Well is a good answer because it doesn't insinuate that much, actually.
It does not, which is good, because being vague is confusing. And as an autistic
How are
person,
you
you have too much
doing?
uncertainty.
Yeah, exactly. And how are you doing is a very broad question.
It is. It's like I'm like, how am I doing what?
Yes.
I'm doing things very like, with great variety. What's the word? Variability? Yeah, with great variability. Some things great, some things very not great. And usually one is inverse to the other.
Yeah, and it's unpredictable,
Yeah.
and therefore, even in the past, you can't really put it to a pattern.
No, exactly. And in fact, when I've tried to get insight from people, they've told me uh feedback that was wrong. So then I'm like, well, that didn't help. Alrighty. So, lots of HCAT needs to happen. I might plop my dog in my bed for the time being. He seems to like it up there. Merlin, do you want to hang out there? Let me get you some water. He has like for the first couple days I was giving him like some like sedatives and stuff and painkillers. I don't think he needs them at this point, and I don't want to give my dog them excessively. Like I think he's fine. But they want him to not move too much, and he's a dog, so you can't be like, hey, let me explain to you a dislocated elbow and why you have a giant peg leg with now it's got camo and piggy print on it, so that's fun. But overdoing the medication, I think it was actually like affecting his digestion too, so he's just like, I also kind of don't want him to have uncomfortable poops. So yeah, so that's and then I have a new job, and the job is actually quite well suited to autism. So a couple of things I wanted to do since this is like, first of all, it's 123 123. That's the date. That's cool. Um, and that seems like a fun way to start the new year. Is like the last day of the old year is fun. Um, but I wanted to talk about uh doing as arriving, doing as building, and I realized as soon as I said it out loud, I was like, if I say like there's type 1 and type 2 of doing, I've already had people say like, do you mean thinking fast and thinking slow because they have a type 1 type 2, and I was like, no, I need to think of an alternative to that. And I was like, like often the alternative to 1 2 is A and B, and I was like, wait a second, doing as arriving, doing as building. Oh, it's already like that. So I thought I would get into that since it's kind of thematic with the new year and the idea of like resolutions and deciding what you'd like to change and motivation and etc. So I was like, yes, let's talk about the building aspect a lot and keep deprogramming the arriving metaphor, since for autistic people it's not very representative of what our brains are doing. And for some other people, I would say in society at large, they could stand to not do the arriving metaphor anymore. I was going to say like as much. I was like, maybe they could just take a full stop pause from it. Just be like, actually, this is not that useful. Even though it can be, and I respect that it can be useful. Um, but we've overdone it. And as a society, if we do more building, we'll be in a much better place, because the process of building looks real different than the process of trying to go to a finish line or some destination that is marked as the place to be. Merlin, why are you barking? You don't want to be here? Okay. You don't want to be here. Okay. All right. Well, all right. I got to work with my dog a little bit. You want some more food, buddy? I don't know what you want. I'm trying to make sure you have what you want, buddy. You don't want that? Okay, buddy. Good boy. You sure you don't want any more food? All right. Well, working with the dog, working with the stuff. Um, yeah, and I have a slight, tiny bit of a migraine, but I took my medication for it, so it should actually dissipate pretty soon. If it doesn't, I can take another like half pill of it and stuff. And yeah, so what else did I want to talk about for the new year? Um, so I okay, so my new job, I'll talk a little bit about that because I think it's important. I'm able to apply a special interest to a number of different examples of what the special interest could apply to. So it's kind of like a troubleshooting job, and it works very well. So I know a lot about the body, the human body, and I know a lot about like mechanics and movement and muscles groups and how tendons and ligaments contribute to different actions that the body could do. Some of them very sport specific to ballet, but not all. So I have some general knowledge and also some very specialized knowledge. And that's just because I'm a nerd and I did ballet and that's how I learned ballet, and I'm a nerd because autism. Wow. Okay, so special interest. So I'm able to do this job where I basically am doing PNF stretching. So it's one-on-one assisted stretching, and it's great. And I'm just going to learn so much more because of the opportunity to study in real time and talk to like the colleagues that are there, which have like they have kinesiology degrees for the most part. So I can like pick their brains on different things that they've studied and check out how their knowledge base functions and fill in some gaps that I have. But the main thing is that like I basically already have been stretching people for a long, long, long time, either through doing like injury prevention for dance. Like I did like basically like a cross training class for dancers for like at least 3 years. Um, and I also have taught fitness with bar method for like on and off for 10 years. And I have, what else did I do? Well, I've taught, I've taught dance and stuff, and like I just know a lot about the body. I've done like a couple of like one-on-one like private classes for bar fitness type stuff. And so, and also with contortion, you do partner stretching a lot of the time. So I also am familiar with like using stretching to gauge how people's tissues behave. So that's really interesting to me. Like you like everybody's body feels different when you try to like the heft, the way that the tissue actually stretches, and it's hard to explain. Like it all feels very, very different person to person. And the range of difference is like pretty extreme. So when you're pushing somebody's joints into their range of motion, you're not moving them like they're a machine that weighs different amounts. It's not like that at all. It's like all of the connective tissue, all of the muscle fibers have a density and a set of behaviors to them. So like it's not the same. Nobody's body behaves the same. So it's super, super interesting for me. And then there's injuries on top of it, and there's like different concerns depending on the age of the client. So it's very, 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 very fun for me. And it's basically like you have like 10 minutes in between, unless if you happen to have a break. But the minimum break you'll have is 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes it's 5 actually. And you're supposed to write notes too. So ideally, you're writing notes about the client um, in that window instead of having to wait till the end of the day. But anywho, so I basically am like focused on one person, learn everything I can, focus on another person, and I'm starting to have like repeat clients already because I started like 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I forget, I don't remember, maybe it was 3. Anyways, and I also was like doing in studio hours that were like practice hours, so I had like 20 hours of practice hours. So really, I've been doing this for like 4 weeks or something. Um, and I learn everything about the one client and then right away pivot to switch to learn about another person. So it's like it's very cool and it's interesting how much my brain can remember even at this stage from like one person to the other because I'm able to use uh well, it's like muscular proprioceptive memory. Like I'm able to be like, "Oh, I remember how it feels to push this person into the position." Like or basically, well, push isn't quite the thing. You're basically trying to lever them and control the other joints that you don't want to move. So you're like fixing the person into a range of motion. And as you do that, you learn information about how their tissues move, um, how their nervous system acts. So you're able to actually feel that with your your own proprioceptive uh, sense. Like it's not like I'm not literally poking their skin and then being like, "Oh, how does that feel?" You can do a little bit of that, but that's not really what it is. It's more just like I can tell from my body, from the resistance and where my limbs are in space and what my muscles are doing, what this person's um, structure behaves like. And so it's cool because I think that's kind of like a motor neuron activity. So then that makes me think like really we need to get more motor neuron activities as special interests for autistic people because first off, I think it would help in general if we're having some issues with dyspraxia or very severe issues where it's dyspraxia and some sort of like locked in sorts of behaviors where you can't control your body very well. I've heard anecdotally but also some reports from research that if you're giving just traditional physical therapy, like occupational therapy, physical therapy sort of style of support to autistic people, that they get improvements where they typically don't, like in like things that's like speech pathologists would work on improve all of a sudden, or some of the coordination issues around um, reaction time, typing, um, writing, just all that kind of gets better, fine motor. So yeah, so it's super interesting and it makes me think that like a good job for autistic people includes being able to pay attention to a kind of thing, a category of thing that has many subcategories within it, and then learning about as many subcategories as you can and really packing it in. But the nice thing about what I'm doing is there's also like there's clearly a motor neuron component to it. So my memory is a lot better because I'm not remembering things that are like I close my eyes a lot in it, to be honest. Like I sometimes I'm peeking at where their alignment is, like where their bones are, but a lot of times, especially early on, I don't really want to put them in a super exact alignment. I want to know what their body deviates towards. So basically like you will tend to move towards the muscle group that's the longest on you. So if you have an imbalance, you're gonna like have a habit already of your body. That's where it goes when you try to go in that direction. So anywho, so this is a big info dump, but point being is that I'm able to like use my motor neurons as like how I remember. Like I remember like how did it feel to do that? How was that person's body feeling? And that's easier for me to encode. So then I wonder, is that like a property that a lot of autistic people have but don't develop? And it's also encouraging because I did start ballet later, so it's not like I was developing this skill in some extraordinary way as a kid. I wasn't. This is something that I think just is maybe intact in a way that other things might not be in autism, that is not being utilized as much as it could be. So yeah, so that's the job I'm doing, and it also makes me think about like our approach for oh shit, I don't have the screen open. My bad. Our approach for I didn't realize I didn't do that. Scenes, sorry about that. Okay, that's great. So our approach for APS HCAT stuff is that we need, and I'll read the chat in a sec too in the Discord. We need to be able to maybe take some time to just like find motor neuron feedback, like get into that side of what we're doing while we're doing anything like HCAT related. That there might be motor neuron breaks. Like we say, like, you know, we think about the sensory side of things, right? But that's really just visual, tactile in that like it's your skin. Like it's like, oh, this feels uncomfortable, or oh, maybe viscera sensations. Maybe we're like thinking about that. But what about the idea of like proprioceptive motor neurons, like repetition motor neurons? Like what about that? And could we have breaks where that's part of like our brain being soothed, not just like, does that make sense? Because like this is one of the things too is like I really enjoy having my little chrysalis or burrito time where I have on headphones and eye mask and weighted blanket, and that's great because you can just lie there and there's really no visual auditory feedback that you're worrying about, and there's a nice sort of tactile sensation, and it's nice to not move. But then it makes me think about the niceness of not moving is very interesting because I clearly am separating visceral sensations and some tactile like skin contact, those neurons, those sorts of sensations from joints moving, resistance of my body pushing against another thing. I think that could be really helpful to distinguish and separate even more, and then create breaks that you know envelop the proprioceptive. And I'm going to look into the terminology because it's weird because I know the terminology. Like there's interoceptive, proprioceptive. There's one more too that people sometimes separate. Um, I'm blanking on that one, but I technically know these terms, and like kinesiology splits it up weirdly in ways that people don't typically do. But like, I, the real thing for me is like this idea of like resistance and pressure. Because I remember being a kid, and this is going to sound very weird, but I wonder if this is what happens when your brain develops asymmetrically and some things don't go, on to develop at a normal way at all, or just aren't there or responsive. I would like think about the sensation of pressing into something, like pressing my thumb and my index finger together, and that feeling of like really pushing in. And when I was a kid, I would just kind of like feel it, and it was a weird thing where it's like it was like nebulously in my body. The idea of just like pressing, I would feel it like sort of like in my back molars almost, but nothing was. I wasn't clenching my jaw. Just this idea. I can kind of recreate it now if I keep pushing like my fingertips. It sounds really weird, but I would sometimes think about that, and then I would think about like softness. Like this is so hard to describe because it's not really, this isn't really like a word friendly sensation, but just the sensation of like holding something very soft, like holding a cloud of sort of expanding substance, like something like that, and then squishing and like that sort of thing. So like even things that like people use as stems, it's like, is it a stem because, oh, it's a sensory tactile stim, or is it really the proprioceptive of like, is there a lot of resistance, is there little resistance, is this expansive, is this contracting, like what's happening with that? And maybe that's very interesting to our brains and could help us to like get in tune with a sense that's developed more robustly, that didn't, basically, I say the word intact a lot, even though yes, it develops asymmetric as you go along, and something isn't responsive and this thing is responsive, but like intact in that, like, maybe this is a neurotypical aspect of my brain and there's not as many issues with using it, right? So if I'm able to use this sense of like resistance, and maybe that was part of what was so interesting about ballet, because ballet uses a ton of resistance to create the illusion of smoothness while also having the amount of strength that you actually are using, so stability. Anyways, fun stuff. Okay, hello everyone. Hi Snaps. Good to see you too. And hi, Jamie. Good to see you too. Welcome to 123 123. We're probably going to do kind of a marathon because I haven't cleaned my room slash living area habitat, my habitat, for a while due to new job that I was sort of describing some aspects of. But yeah, I was thinking about like therapeutic interventions that could be put into HCAT time, but just in general that I want to explore, of like the idea of not tactile stimming. And I'm sure somebody's talked about this, like a proprioceptive sort of stimming or like a movement awareness sort of stimming, but really specifically the idea of resistance and the idea of your body meeting some sort of behavior that then you're able to like feel, yeah, does that make sense? I don't know. Anyways.
Temple Grandin built that hugging machine. That would be pressure and
Yes,
resistance, right?
yes, it would be. Exactly. Exactly. So what if all this time we've been just kind of oversimplifying it, thinking about like, oh, tactile, or like, yeah, sure, sure weight, sure squeezing, whatever. But really, there's this more sophisticated concept that I have gotten to experience firsthand that might be why my job is working so well, is like the whole time I'm finding the behavior of this person's joints, but very much so their soft tissue, like their fascia, their ligaments, their tendons, their muscles, but also their skin, their adipose tissue, how it behaves with everything. So like the behavior is really different, and I'm able to tell that by how my limbs are meeting that behavior and then directing that behavior. So that's a very, very different concept. And if we use that, it could help autistic people's nervous systems a lot, because we wouldn't be stuck uh, listening to parts of our brains that the feedback, isn't, the signal isn't coming in normally, and maybe disorienting or further exacerbating the general sense of like, I don't know what's going on, I'm lost, and I am dealing with the metabolically costly thing of having to use information that is unclear and is uncertain. Oh wow, Jane, last stream with the cubbyhole section, I showed my job coach that section and it helped for her to understand that requirement issue of spatial organization. That's awesome. Oh, thank you for sharing that too. I am so excited to hear that, Jamie. Thank you. Woo! Ooh, and your order of stuffed animals. I just arrived. My tools for building your own stuffies! That's awesome. Woo! All right, I'm gonna start. I'll peep from here for a while. Okay, Kyle, that's cool. I'm gonna start doing my stuff. Let me make sure I can see the YouTube chat because I don't really do very good at that. And I doubt I'm gonna have too many viewers on YouTube, but if I do, it's always nice. Okay. Cool beans. All right, so I'm just gonna get some garbage bags because it's been so long that I'm pretty sure there's just like heaps of garbage, and yeah. Okay. All right. And for the new year, I'm planning to have a much more regular stream schedule. The other thing with my job is I disclose my autism right away. It was in my resume because I can say, hey, I run an autism peer support Discord stream. Like I run a group, and then it's right there. But also then when I had like my like talking part of the interview, I said that towards the end, and I mentioned it, briefly, but at the very end they were like, "You sound really great. Like, are there any skeletons in your closet?" And I was like, "Well, thing is, I have autism, and sometimes my brain," and I explained like monotropism with like the flashlight floodlight situation, and that can cause me to be at the wrong time, wrong place with the wrong stuff, and that I've realized through my career trajectory with dance and music and just being a performing artist and having to take whatever jobs I could take, that I don't do well without consistent schedule. Then the best I've ever done was when I had ballet and it was very, very consistent. Um, like training, rehearsals, all that stuff was pretty consistent. And that I haven't actually had that for a long time. And I think it's really messed me up. So that I want to have a consistent schedule. Like, I don't want it to change every month. I don't, so I have a consistent schedule and I'm really, really excited about that. Um, and I think it's going to be a lot healthier for me. And then I should be able to uh, go from that to making the HCAT also very consistent. So it's all going to kind of work together. And that's where that's at. So getting back to the theme for today. So doing A, doing B. You can also think of this as motivation A, motivation B, because that's how you do. Without motivation, the do does not really happen. Something has to motivate you. I also think this is a better way to frame intrinsic, extrinsic motivation. I think extrinsic, intrinsic is actually this, but poorly situated. My version of your ballet lifestyle focus is swimming gym. Yeah. See. You have to have something that's like consistent. And anyway, and I like that you're doing something physical too. I think just like keep that up, and that's gonna be important. And if anyone doesn't have a physical practice, it doesn't have to be like a special interest zone right away. Just try things out. I think that's what's really important. Like try it. If it's not the one, just be like, it's like going on a bunch of dates or something like that. It's like you'll meet a lot of people that don't really work, like way more than will. And if you approach it like with that attitude, you'll be pleasantly surprised because it's easier to find a movement thing you like than a person. um, okay, so let's see here. Yeah, so doing A, doing B. And doing A is this arriving thing, and most of our metaphor is about motivation and about, well, for example, a goal, like that is explicitly about arriving at a location. So we can start to remove that activity dates. Yeah, exactly. I date this activity. Yeah, that's great. I like that. Exactly. Um, yeah, it's easier to find activity you like more than a person. It's true. So yeah, so with the switch over, which is just partly an attitude switch too, where it's like one of these is going to feel a lot better for me than trying to use these metaphors that don't make sense to my brain. Like part of the discomfort and problem with it is just that the metaphors are not ever relating to what your brain is actually doing. So trying to make a pretense that they are is exhausting and confusing. And it's just, again, we already have an issue of not having enough certainty. Everything is too vague, everything is too nebulous because we're not getting the same sensory information, the same social information. So we are like authentically lacking information about our environment. That is really happening. I think I'm going to try and do the activities I've done before, like joining local sports. Yeah, sports team and doing martial arts. I could see martial arts being really nice. Like just even moving through space in a way that you're controlling through resistance, I think is really good. Like Tai Chi, super good. Qigong, super good. I've had good experiences with those ones. Um, but yeah, so getting back to the subject I was on. So certainty, increasing certainty, figuring out what we're going to do, abandoning some of the metaphors that don't work. But the first thing is this attitude shift that I want to talk a little bit more about, of like the reason why you're not feeling good about trying to do things is you're still defaulting to doing type A. Like, and that's only because of how reinforced it is by everybody around you, because it basically works for them and it makes sense to them. When us, we've just had to learn a conceptual sort of vague understanding of it, but we don't have an embodied experience of that. So it's pretty much not talking to our brains when we hear those metaphors. It's just we're pretending it makes sense and it doesn't, which in and of itself can be not great for your self-esteem. So the negative feelings we're having, and I wonder what this does to PDA as a profile, by the way, the negative things we're having, is it really that we're trying to motivate ourselves with sense data and visual spatial data that we don't have? So it's like, let's be motivated by something we can't, not only can't perceive, but I've never had the uh not the mechanics, the what's I'm looking for, like the infrastructure to see. We don't, that didn't develop. That's the neurodevelopmental disability that we have. That's what's uniting us as like a spectrum. So what if, when we're thinking about switching over to, as exclusively as possible, having type B, uh, doing as building, that we remember like, oh, I feel good when I'm building. And that good feeling is actually motivation, and that I actually am motivated, but I'm not going to be able to be motivated about stuff I can't perceive, because that's self-evident, I think. So that we actually do know this good feeling, we just haven't been able to label it accurately, because that wasn't what we were taught that motivation was. So it becomes, okay, let me check what Jamie's advice is. I get a sense of stability in fixating a daily timestamp without the option of movement to a particular activity, so it becomes a daily fixture. 6:30 walk, 7 swim, 7:30 walk, 8 breakfast, but negative thoughts still demotivate. I need to be okay with the speed of time. Well, and like also just like, it's okay that our sense of time is, I won't even say it's distorted. It just didn't really have a chance to develop the way other people are using it. It's not that it's not there at all, but it's definitely weird compared to the typical person. So again, like doing as arriving is how you construct a sense of time for a typical person. So this is both a very physical, embodied thing that I am describing, and also all of the metaphors that emerge from it. Like, you have to have this embodied experience for the metaphors to develop, is my argument. So how do you have a sense of time if you're not able to understand the three-dimensional space that you're moving inside of, in the way that a typical person does, where they have a grid that's basically superimposed by their brain into the space, so they're conscious of the space via applying a grid to it. So then the entire space is held inside of their mind in a way that then gives them the I should say that better, relative points to estimate time. If I don't know where the space is, it's a lot harder to figure out how long it's taken me to go from point A to point B. Point A to point B without a container holding them is a lot more difficult to measure and compare me going from one point A to one point B. So do you see what I'm saying? So it's like we are missing the context of the room that a typical brain has. So this is monotropism, right? So then getting into the idea of like us moving within our own body against the resistance directly around us, that is building, right? Like, yes, we may also technically move. We move. We however we ambulate about, we ambulate about. Okay, like I'm ambulating about, pacing right now. But what I'm oblivious to is how that makes sense in context, even though I can still move. And this may have implications for movement disorders and autism, might I add, but what I can be conscious, if I freeze in place and I just work on the resistance of my limbs moving through space, or even if I am still pacing and I think about the resistance of my limbs, I'm taking snapshots of my own body and the behavior of its immediate surroundings. That's a very different thing that doesn't depend on having a grid. Yeah, parameters. Yeah, there we go. That's yes. Yeah, that's why a physical choice like an activity is a manifestation of that time space mechanism. Yes, right? Yeah, location change matters. Well, and the interesting thing to me also is that, like, for us, I think each space that we're in, once we're familiar with it, there's a couple of objects that are special interest objects, and we may be locking in on them, but not able to, like, own the fact that that's happening. Like, we're still expected to relate to our environment as if we had developed typically, as if the grid was there for us, but it's not. So then I don't even know if we're really acknowledging how we process our environments. And for us, like, I walk into a space, there's not a grid, but there's something else, which that's something else, in my opinion, is how we also form our special interests, which is we have an anchor object. And the anchor object seems meaningful because it has this property I call recursiveness. I think that's our proxy. I think that's everyone's proxy for what's meaningful, because it's resilient. It's staying. The environment is not destroying it, or if it does destroy it, it destroys it in predictable ways. So it's science, basically. Or
Right. And I think this idea of that anchor object is really important because I keep trying to make like physical little models of my environment, my house, and I keep making my computer desk first, and then
mm-hmm,
often I'll be less interested after I've made that.
right.
But also I can't feel, that motivation or drive to make other objects until I have my computer desk made first.
Mm-hmm,
And then I'm like, okay, so this is an object that goes over here in comparison to this,
right.
right? So it's very much practically working as an anchor. And this is just like emergent behavior within myself. This is
Mm-hmm,
not something I'm doing like on purpose.
mm-hmm,
And I've tried to go against it and it doesn't work.
mm-hmm,
So it very like the idea very much matches up with my lived experience.
mm-hmm. Right, exactly. And then for me, it's like, I wonder if part of the orientation in like a HCAT would be look through the room and, like, what are the most meaningful objects, and even taking a little time to answer why. Like, and for us, like, they're meaningful in terms of building. That's our motivation. So it's like, oh, like, what do I want to build? And don't here's my advice, is like, don't worry about this idea of like very nearby goals, like short term, long term goals, because those are still type A. Like, you'll arrive here sooner, you'll arrive there later. That's arriving. That's what that is. So you could potentially turn it into building, I suppose, but that would end up being translated into I can build this quicker. It would take longer to build this, however, and that's a more complex uh, dynamic or relationship being described. So then, like, looking around and being like, okay, what's the most meaningful, and just kind of let your brain talk the way that it really does, is what I'm trying to encourage. Is like, I'm looking over, I have some bins, I'm like, okay, those would be meaningful for a bunch of reasons, but I can't quite access their meaning yet because I need to clean this area out better for those objects to become used and useful and built into what they're going to be. But just like, I think it's important for us to look around and see, like, what are the things that are meaningful for me to continue to build. And if something is no longer meaningful for you to continue to build it, then you can discard it. So I'm wondering if that's useful for us to see, like, well, what do I pay attention to? Like, what do I feel most interested in building? And then for us, assume we don't care so much how long it takes to build, because it's a more complex dynamic than that. It's not like, the arriving thing is not as complex. The building, for the sake of increasing overall meaning, what you build could increase the meaning everywhere. So it's more about maximizing your ability to, like, be okay, basically. Like this thing will mean a lot to me being okay. and most of that would be indirect, right? Like some of it would be direct, but a lot of it would be indirect. And I think that's how our brain thinks, is like, well, what is this actually also, in a more abstract sense, a component of another thing that I'm building. So there's like a nesting category. And if you're doing as arriving, you don't have nesting categories. Like that doesn't make any sense in that framework. You're going to a place, and theoretically you could switch to um, you know, building instead of arriving as how you're motivating yourself as well. But you kind of like, it's almost like they have to arrive there before they get to do that in the first place, is to notice like, oh, this has other benefits, and even to imagine those other benefits. They, like people who are typical, still imagine arriving there, and that motivates them to once again go back to arriving. They're like, oh, I want to get there because once I'm there, then this will be possible. But that is probably another arriving goal. It's not because I built something really meaningful. But for us, I think we have to be like, because that will be a very meaningful thing to build. And even for now, don't worry about defining meaningful, because I think that's probably already like an emergent behavior. Like I think we've already been thinking that way. We just haven't had a chance to do it on purpose. Okay. Because the meaning of arriving somewhere is really pretty basic. It's, I did it, like I'm there. The meaning is that you're no longer where you were, now you're in this other place. Now this other place may have, qualities that you care about, maybe safer, maybe blah blah blah, may do things that give you features. Like this place may have features, but to me, like that's our way of thinking, and that gets de-emphasized in the culture presently, which I think is leading to some of our impressive failure rates as adults. For my stream, right? Like I still was making arriving goals. If I really think about it, it's like, oh, I need to arrive at my stream room at 7 or 8 a.m. on this day and that day, and that is not going to work. I have to be able to let that go, and also know that as people tell me not to let it go, that they're wrong. Like if anybody suggests that that won't work, I'm like, I'll figure out the language for the thing that really works, but that genuinely isn't it, and never has been. And so it's okay that I don't have a language to describe what works. Similar to like me trying to describe that resistance of squishing in and then letting something expand, that soft, like what the heck, like. And I used to think about that as a kid. I remember just lying down thinking about it, and I can kind of make it happen right now. And I'm like, what is that? Like I seem to be firing neurons. I have my dog Merlin, my Merlin neuron. Um, uh,
Mhm.
but yeah, I was firing some neurons, like, and those neurons are responsible for something that maybe I don't have words for yet, but they're still there, responsible for it.
Right. And we're looking for novel answers to problems that haven't been solved and haven't even been thought about.
Hmm.
So it would actually be weird if words existed to describe some of these things.
Yes.
Right. So if anything, looking at places where words don't exist is a potential indicator that you're looking in the right place.
Right. Yes. I like that. Yes, exactly. If we had, yep, we wouldn't even have this problem. Yep. That just follows logically. Yes. Okay, let's see. But that becomes a copy of I'm here, and when I'm here, I do this, and within this a lot of time, I'm working towards this. Oh, it's finished. Now I'm home. Now I do this. Maybe I'm not sure what the world is or looks like without that structure. Is that a comfort zone? Well, so I mean, I wouldn't call that a comfort zone. I would just say like, if that's how you're envisioning it right now, like it's probably just how your brain actually works. And maybe you want to refine it now that you're like, oh, my brain had to make a workaround because the thing that other people's brains have been doing we can't do. Literally just can't. Literally can't. And it's a complete, not only is it a waste of effort to try to get our brains to do that. Number one, why? Like, like I want an argument as to why even attempt to make a facsimile of it. And number two, it's like that sort of just defeats the idea that neurodevelopmental disabilities exist, which I'm gonna go against. That's bullshit. Like, people are like, oh yes, the brain is infinitely plastic. I'm like, no, it's not. Some people really are brain, like, born with brains that don't have certain parts that will never be there, and instead other parts develop. So let's use those other parts. They're perfectly reasonably, perfectly, suitable parts to use instead. It's not what the rest of my species was aiming for, in general. Like, I'm in a minority, but it's how my brain works. And that's a good thing to be able to, like, realize, because it gets you out of, like, weird Cartesian dualism and stuff. Like, no, your brain is a physical organ, and just like your appendages, it can have mutations. And those mutations can't just be changed because you said so. And you can't, because you can't see them, you can live in like this weird gray area of eternally gaslighting yourself that you can just make your brain be different. Oh, I had a sad-ish thing, but I feel better now that I processed it. I thought adulthood was me stop being autistic. That's what I thought being an adult was. And I kept waiting to feel like an adult. It was like, oh, I was just waiting to like magically transform into not having autism because I didn't see adults with autism, so I thought that would happen. All right, I'm going to start doing some stuff. Also, it's nice to like make sense as a person where I'm like, oh, I am motivated. I never quite thought of myself as lazy, but I got implications that that must be how I should think of myself or see myself. Just logical consistency. I'm like, but I can't be both of these people. Like, these descriptions don't make sense. And I'm not both of those people. I am someone who's motivated by a different brain like mechanism than is encouraged by my society overall. Other people can use B and A typically, but they're overdoing, is my argument. They're way overdoing A. Also, sometimes I get frustrated if I think I explained this to some, especially neurotypical people who maybe haven't talked to me a lot. I can imagine getting resistance of like, oh, you're oversimplifying this or you're seeing this everywhere or something when it's not everywhere. Like, no, no, no. Like, can we all admit that like humans seem to be a very troubled species? I think I know why. Like, why are we so consistently troubled? It's not like we're troubled in ways that are idiosyncratic. No, they're pretty consistent. Like, we're violent, we're neglectful, we're impulsive. So, like, most of our problems are violence, neglect of details, and impulsivity. One could argue almost all of it. There's occasionally people who are like, deeply planning out things, but that's pretty rare. Usually it's impulse, and uh, lack of consideration. Like, it's like even if somebody plans things out, they really aren't thinking about the whole picture of things. They aren't really thinking about how it affects the greater meaning. Like the nihilism is that. Isn't that what nihilism is? Isn't that what people are doing online a whole bunch? They're like, ooh, nihilism, that's easy. Why is that so easy? I thought it was supposed to be complex. I thought it was profound and deep. Why is it so easy for you to do? Oh, because you're already ignoring things as a default. Why? Because you're doing as arriving. Even though people could see the whole terrain, they're not, because they're like, but the goal, and then everything becomes in service of the goal. Everything becomes relative to the goal. So, if somebody's like you're oversimplifying, I'm like, well, maybe you're overcomplicating it. Like can we try oversimplifying it? Like this isn't even oversimplifying. It's abstractly moving up so high that I'm saying this is the category all this falls under. I'm neither overcomplicating nor oversimplifying. I'm just abstracting and then saying the most likely thing that it is, because it's not violating the pattern. It's not. I have yet to see the pattern be violated. So I don't know. So then if somebody were to critique me on that, I'm like, okay, well, do you have the patience for me to sit down and take apart every example you give me? Give me as many, historical things. Give me as many anecdotal things. Give as many empirical research. Like I think I can prove that this works. That like this is descriptive of humans. That sounded like an element of capitalism where it seems a problem is required for the profitable solution to exist. Wait, wait. Oh yeah. Okay, so let me read that. Let me think about that. Where sounds like an element of capitalism where seems a problem is required for the profitable solution to exist. Well, and it's not. So it's weird too, because it's like the profitable solution here is that you wouldn't be wasting your potential. You wouldn't be like just breaking things left and right. So assumedly then you could make things, but I don't know what you would make. Like there's no obvious thing, because the number of things you're losing is so extreme via doing too much type doing A. So if you're doing A instead of doing B all the time, then you're losing a lot. Doing B is oblivious in a different fashion. Doing B is just like, I'm just going to plop down here and build this thing. And then you can be in the way of people. But really, the only people you're going to get in the way of most of the time is doing A people. They're like, I'm trying to get to a goal. And they like kick you and your machine that you were building out of the way. So I think that breakdown works pretty well. And like as a heuristic, it's relatively elegant for what it is, but I also just think it's descriptive. Like at a certain point, like we live in a universe that has particles that behave in a pretty stable way. Like there may be, oh wow, the particle is also a wave, wow, blowing mind, whatever. But in general, like what we're experiencing in the universe replicates itself without doing something shockingly bizarre. If the shockingly bizarre stuff is happening, we somehow can't see it. We don't have the senses to perceive it, and it's not affecting our senses enough for it to be noticeable. So let's just assume that we live in a pretty predictable universe that has elements that make that possible. Okay, so then the description of people has to be likewise on some level pretty predictable. Like we're not that mysterious. God damn it. Why do we think we're so mysterious? Is it to make us feel better about how fucked up things are? What if we're just looking in the wrong directions and that's more the issue? And I would argue that the wrong direction that we're looking at as a society is some specific goal. That it's a type, or a doing A issue that we're getting distracted by, and more so. Right, so the fix is pretty simple. The fix is like build stuff instead, and then if somebody tries to stop you from building it, then you can have some sort of a like hopefully productive confrontation to be like, hey, did you know that there's a different way you could look at your brain and this whole dynamic right now. Would you be willing to try that with me? If the answer is no, can we never speak to each other? Like, can I go? How about you do you, and I'm gonna do me, and can you do you farther away from me? Okay, let's see here. What is going on? Hi! Oh, Shane's here. Feel like you would enjoy the realization I helped you understand. He told me he struggled to lead rehearsals as a conductor because he never knew where to start. Told him it's an issue with being able to prioritize things, hence dysprioria issues, etc. Yeah! Yeah. So I think for him it's like for any of us really. If you also tell people, hey, I'm gonna start in an unusual place, but there's a method to my madness, and then never explain it, they'll just go with it. And there may actually be, like, but don't let them, like, acknowledge that they may be like, why are we doing it like this? And you're just like, oh, there's don't worry, you'll see a deeper meaning to it later, and probably their minds will invent one. So you don't even have to worry about it. But probably there is one too. Like, most likely there is actually a meaning for picking that. But don't stress out about it either. Yeah, I think that, like, prioritization is a aspect of, well, I know that in my model of prioritization would be an aspect of doing A, because it's like, out of all of these places you could go, where should you go first? That's not a building goal. That's not a building that's not doing as building goal. See, I'm gonna have to keep watching this on myself too. It's just gonna be a thing, and that's okay. In fact, that's more proof that I have a promising theory that I'm like, oh shit, it's happened again, as I predicted it would. Oh, hey, Blank, good to see you. I've been good. It's been a little crazy. Thank you for patience also on that. I was trying to get back to messages soon. I haven't talked to anybody. But yeah, I've been good. I've got my job, and it's been an adjustment that is not too bad. But I am using today to get reoriented and back on my peer support, and then that will, I think, be really great because I have a consistent schedule for the first time ever. Which is, well, not ever, but in a long time. Yeah, of course you can join the chat. Happy to have you in. Let me tell you the subject we've been working on. So, in honor of the new year, doing as arriving versus doing as building, and just explaining that there's a core difference in motivation between the two, and that I believe autism in general is going to knock out doing as arriving, and instead we'll be using doing as building, and that metaphor needs to be reinforced with what we say and how we recontextualize things that may be told to us by people with neurotypical brains, like who are talking and doing as arriving metaphors.
Yeah, that works.
Yep. How is stuff?
Stuff's good on my end. I'm gonna be streaming it free if
Nice.
anyone from your group wants to stop by and watch me do that.
Yes. Anybody who wants to go to Blinkwave on Twitch, if anyone's looking on YouTube. So Blinkwave is a Twitch streamer who does really good voiceovers for the games that they're playing. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. There's a new event starting, so I'll be doing lots of voiceovers.
Yay!
I'll only be streaming till 4:30 though, because then I'm gonna see a movie with a friend.
Oh, that's fun.
But I've been doing great otherwise. School's been going well. I'm going to Sundance next month, so
Oh,
that's
wow.
exciting.
Nice, congratulations.
Thanks. This time I get to go all the days with my class, so.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's awesome.
I
So
know, I'm so excited.
is it related
I've been
to...
learning Japanese. What'd you
Oh,
say?
awesome. Oh, I was going to ask, is that going to be related to like film review for you?
It is, yeah.
Yay.
I'm gonna be reviewing the films I see at Sundance. There's some I'm really hyped about.
Nice.
Like there's one with I don't know if you've heard of Phoebe Bridgers.
Vaguely.
My sister's obsessed with her, so like she's in this movie coming out. They're playing it at Sundance.
Mhm.
It's one of the midnight screening ones, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna see it no matter what, because Phoebe Bridgers is in it, and so is Fred Durst.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Cool.
Yeah. And like, I'm also like learning Japanese on the side, so that's been fun.
Mhm.
I'm going to continue my Japanese classes in the spring semester, actually.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. So it's going really well.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome.
I've become real close with my sensei and classmates.
Good. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I hope you get somewhat close with your coworkers as well.
I'm getting there. It was also nice. One person, like when he was a kid, he was tested as like just below the threshold for autism. But like honestly, I'm like, like So it's nice because there's somebody there that has a lot of like high spectrum traits too. So that's cool.
Yeah. That's very nice. One of my teachers for the Sundance class actually like talked to me about, we know you're on the spectrum, so we'll give you some tips if you ever, are doing the things that you wouldn't know, but you're like messing up kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, good. You have a buddy to look out. That's good.
Yeah, he's also going to be teaching my theology and religion class in the spring semester.
Oh, that's fun.
I know. It'll be the first time I really like study religion, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah. Is it a world religion? How do they organize it?
You have to take one strictly Christian theology class at the college because it's a Christian college, and one just world religion class
that's
for
good.
graduation requirements.
I'm glad that they do both. That's good.
Well, they're a very inclusive college, so it would make sense that they do both.
Yeah, I did when I was at State, I did what was it, philosophy of world religion course. That was really cool. I liked it a lot.
Just gonna have chat open in the background in case anyone says anything.
Yes. It reminds me to keep looking at it.
Cool. Other than that, how have the folks at Skill Check been doing? How have you guys been communicating?
So, not as much. I think some of it we were still waiting to see what happened with Ronan. Like if he was kind of in limbo about a job that would have had him move overseas, which we could still continue, but we would have had to figure that out. So
do it over Zoom?
Yeah. Like, but he might have had an opportunity. Sounds like that's gonna be not happening, so now we can start working on it again. But I think I'm gonna have to spearhead more of it, which is fine. It just means that like me getting settled into my new routine is gonna be really important if I try to take on anything else. But it would be good because
I can help as well if you guys ever need it.
Oh yeah, no, that would be great.
Like, I do have college responsibilities as well, but I have scheduled things for my spring semester to keep my afternoons free. So like if you ever need me in like the late afternoons or anything, after I do my homework, I should be able to get back to you guys.
Okay. What's your time zone? Are you still
West Coast?
You are. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Thank you. comes in really handy. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. Can't make any promises right now because I don't know how heavy the homework load is going to be, but
yeah.
I can say after 5 for sure I should be able to help you guys with anything.
Rad, awesome. That would be great.
That would be in February though, so keep that in mind. I can't help in January. That is my busy month.
You know that works too though, because like for January that's gonna be me getting into my routine. So then we'll see what I can pick up from there. What is that? Oh my gosh.
What did you find?
Look in the Discord chat.
Discord chat. Okay, give me a minute.
It's a tiny little box. Look at the tiny.
Nice.
Is that a
Also,
tiny little drawer?
Gonna.
Oh my god. It's an. Oh my god. Is that a teeny weeny filing cabinet? What is happening?
It is a magic card box.
Magic card
Yeah.
stuff?
Oh,
Like,
it's so
Magic
cute.
Gathering? I don't play it, but I've heard good things.
Magic
Isn't
the
there
Gathering, yeah. That's the
I
one.
think the Russo brothers are working on a Magic the Gathering animated series for Netflix. At least I heard about that a while back.
Oh.
Oh, possible.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know if that's still happening. The Russo brothers have seemingly migrated over to Amazon, but who knows?
They stepped away from it. So, yeah, it's in some form of limbo project for Netflix.
Oh, well. Hopefully it eventually happens somehow, but knowing how Wizards of the Coast have been lately, it doesn't seem very likely.
But anyway, yeah, this is a little crafting project that I finished. It's sort of a prototype.
Nice.
I'm gonna make.
Yeah, it looks very cool. Did you do all the woodworking yourself?
Yeah, so I got these $2 piles of wood squares from the dollar store, and then I bought a little $2 like knickknack chest, and then took the hinges and the closing thing on the front, the knob, the hand, whatever you call it. I took those off that little $2 chest and used them for the box I made.
Wow.
Right. And so like a nice one of these boxes that I like cost like $40. So I just made my own for $4 plus
Rad.
time invested. Yeah, it's fun. Plus now I could customize them and yeah. Special interest. Yay.
Yay. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
Yeah, I used to do some woodworking. It was fun. It helped me like take my mind off of stuff. Sanding and all that was like my favorite part. I would just like, sand, and then my mind would be elsewhere while I did the work.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm slowly moving along here. Feeling a little bad about how out of control my space is currently, but
it could be worse.
Yeah, it has been worse, honestly. And at least
don't
I
beat
know...
yourself up about like a messy space. My space is like an organized mess, but it's still a mess, and I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I keep my dorm pristine, kinda, but my own personal room is like, that's my territory. I don't care.
Yeah, and for me too, it's like a lot of this, if it's still kind of getting really wonky, it's interesting to see how it's still getting messed up, because some things are more stable than they used to be in terms of like if they get back to chaos or not. Like some things don't, some things still do, and then trying to like get some feedback from why that would be is helpful, because at the very least, like my long-term goal is my peer support model creates better interventions for autistic people in the long run, but I still think our spaces are just ultimately not ideal. Like the actual building should be different.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the construction of the walls, the construction of like furniture should be different for autistic people is sort of my assertion. Sort of, it is my assertion. Like I just think
Mm-hmm.
the reason why in part our spaces aren't working is because we think of objects differently. So then trying to put them into a global configurational brain layout doesn't make any sense because we don't have that kind of brain.
I mean, I can see your point, but at the same time, like, I understand that the construction of spaces for autistic people is a good idea, but with the current, just, I don't know, thinking economically or
I know. Yeah.
whatever.
That's the problem. Yeah. Well, and that's why that's such a long-term goal for me. That's where I go into like let's reform the Americans with Disabilities Act and add a Title 6 to it. I think it'll be 6 that says like, hey, here's what buildings should look like for certain neurodivergent people. Start the process young so that as we build up in our lives, we can get this uh, gradually accommodating us over our lifetime so it's not as expensive and is more effective. And even, we would be more productive and therefore able to directly support it if absolutely necessary. But, it's a weird project to just figure out, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, and if things were, done broadly, then you can scale them and you can do them modularly, right? So if you had housing for autistic people that included modular sections that when you need to move as an autistic person, you can move to another house on the same plan and bring the specific modular furniture bits that sort of work with it where you go.
And there's not that many of us, so it's not even that unrealistic to have that earmarked off. I also think there should be neurodiversity centers that are just part of, like, if I can get America and Canada to pioneer this and other countries take interest, where like you'd go for your whole life and it would help you from childhood onwards. Like we could have volunteer programs around your special interests that are, facilitated by this location. They can have lots of crafting spaces, lots of tutorials, like anything that is possible in the near future with AI. So like you can have a dedicated space to go to work on your special interests and also to connect to the world about your special interests. Like that's what the center would primarily do. And you can have different forms of neurodiversity centers, but thinking about autism, a lot of it would be that. A lot of it would be looking at like physical skills that we need to work on differently because we actually do have brains that change how our motor neurons are acting. So you can have like recreational fitness, lots of things. And like this is something that we would go to basically get a break from the world around us ignoring our needs.
That is interesting.
Right?
Don't really have much to add there. It's a good idea.
Right?
Could work, could not work. That's just a thing for someone who could do more politically than someone like me.
Yeah, it would be a really large undertaking politically, but my argument is that like citizenship for autistic people would require this, and I believe that there's a way to make that case effectively and say like, if someone's worried about like the cost of setting this up, it's like, well, how expensive is it to have autistic people not contribute to society when we could be? Like that's, there's that. And also it's like it's hypocritical. It's like, do we really mean that we want people as citizens to have rights or not? Because autistic people can't access a lot of rights due to our disability. So then making a place that we can go to that lets us rest from having to deal with environments that directly like antagonize our disability would be really good. And then sometimes the environments will just naturally antagonize us because we have a disability that's very fundamental to how people navigate through life. So that's fine, but we can't be, you know, forced to excessively do something we're disabled at. It doesn't make any sense. Like, and I don't think it's necessary. So doing something like this could be not only like revolutionary, but it could kind of like prove itself very quickly how big of a difference this could make to society, to have like autistic people developed and participating from their full potential.
Yeah, I hope something like that does work out in the end. Sorry if I don't respond quickly. Sometimes I'm responding to other folks.
Oh yeah,
like
no worries. No rush.
So,
no rush.
But it is a good thing, and I hope it works out somehow.
Thank you. Keeps
You're
me
welcome.
motivated. That's what I want to build in the long run, so that helps with my motivation to think about it.
Well, if you ever want to just bounce ideas off of me, you know, you can always just DM me and stuff, and I'll get back to you when I can. I can't always join your streams, but I am always willing to hear your wild schemes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I mean, what are, you know, folks like us for?
Right.
I don't want to say friends if you don't think that.
Oh no, I would say friends. Yeah. I also think, like, you know, I think friends, and then like that's why I really like how Mr. Rogers uses like the neighborhood metaphor.
Yeah,
like
that.
we're in a digital neighborhood that we're sharing, and then we see each other, and it's like that cool neighborly sort of like, I don't know, appreciation for each other is really nice.
Yeah, so neighborhood friends, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Neighborhood friends, exactly. All right.
By the way, you have any New Year's resolutions?
So I was figuring that out, right? So if I doing as building instead of doing as arriving, then yes, I do. I'm trying to think of how to talk about it. I think my big thing is that I want to do a lot more peer support, and like a lot more streaming, and have the streaming and my work life be really organized, so that I have lots of predictability. Like I basically, my big goal is to make things very consistent and repeatable, and have that repetition.
I know what you mean.
You know?
That's why, like, when I am around to stream, which is not as often because college, I do it like at multiples of 3 so that my followers, I have 56 now.
Nice.
Can like know I'm reliable and on the dot about that stuff.
Right. Yep.
By the way, like my New Year's resolution, one of them anyway, like hopefully we can get back and do some more recording together.
Yes, I would. Yes, and that's the thing for me too, is like getting to this place of consistency is really so that
will help
music can happen. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, I'm not going to force you or anything. I would never want to do that. But I'll keep, you know, sending you ideas I have about stuff.
The encouragement helps, and I appreciate that you're like doing that. Like it just helps me a lot to keep having that lifeline that I can get to. It's like, you know, it's like I'm building up the things that I'm doing so that I'm able to like have the support under me to be able to reach that easily, or no, not quite easily, but you know, like make it attainable for me without. Yeah. There's
without
effort.
Causing too much stress.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, I can't promise you about Fanime next year, by the way, because my siblings are graduating that weekend.
Oh, that's
But if
nice,
I am able to, I would
Mhm.
love to join you guys for the panel again.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll let Ronan know about that too. That would be great.
Just it can't be, I think, on the 25th or whatever. Like,
Okay.
they graduate one day that weekend, and that is the one day I won't be able to go.
Okay, maybe you could come one of the 2 days. We try to get 2.
Yeah, I'll try my best to go to both, but maybe one day you and I could like ride the train together, and another day I could try and, you know.
Yeah. I got my car again.
I do also want to get that public transportation training in. So
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Again, it's a ways out, so I won't bother like planning it till probably February.
Okay, I'll let you know when I get the schedule too, because I'm not totally sure.
Cool. Because when you get that, could you like send me a screenshot so I
Yeah,
could start
totally,
planning on my end?
totally.
And I might also have school, like that might be finals week.
Oh, okay. I hope not. Jeez, that would be rough.
It would, and it would mean I definitely couldn't go.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully not.
I think like probably will work out, but don't count on anything till you get a final word from me, okay?
Okay. Thanks for the update.
You're welcome. Just thought it'd be useful to give that to you. I kind of am a bit of a planner, so.
No, that's smart. That's a good habit. I need to be able to say things way in advance too.
I can sometimes be a bit too in advance, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm someone who, like, when it comes to planning even small stuff like movies, I was planning with a friend to see the new Godzilla movie, the Godzilla versus Kong one.
Yeah.
Not the -1 one, in case people
okay.
get confused.
Hmm.
And, like, I was like, "We'll see it on the opening weekend." And they were like, that's very far out. It is in April. You needn't book so far in advance." So I'm often just like, okay, I'll have this planned out for this day and all that. It makes more sense when it comes to stuff like where it's only a 1-day thing, like with certain things, or like when it's my birthday and stuff. But other times it's like, you don't really need to plan that far in advance. So I'm working on that.
How did that habit start for you? Is that something that kind of happened organically, or did you get taught that?
It's been organic, really. Ever since I started getting really into movies, I've kind of just been like, I want to see this opening day, and that is this far out in advance.
That makes complete sense. So basically, like a special interest helped you to create that habit.
Yeah,
Cool.
I guess. I don't know if that's like the same for everyone. Probably not, but like
it might be pretty good idea for people to try, because that resonates with me in ballet. Interesting.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's a cool thing to learn. All right, I'm doing more organizing. Okay. It feels good to like do
Oh,
some
by the way,
page
if
cat.
you ever want to just hang out and see a movie with me whenever I'm in town, you're
Yes.
always welcome to.
I would love
I'm
to
willing.
do that.
I have a Cinemark membership, so I can buy tickets.
Woohoo! That's yeah, no, I would love that. If there's anything that's coming up that you think is like kind of like a good one that I should see, you know more about movies than me, I'd be super down for like your
Well,
recommendations.
I'm not gonna be around for it, but the Book of Clarence is from this director James Samuels.
Okay.
He also did The Harder They Fall. He was a music producer for Jay-Z, and his soundtrack is full of hard-hitting songs from like it's this all-black biblical epic.
Oh, I think I saw something about that. Okay, cool.
Comes out January 12th.
Oh, that's coming up right away. Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. I will check that out. That sounds great.
I figured you'd be into that.
Yeah, no, very much. That's definitely something I'd want to watch.
And I'll be around again in late March, early April if something around then comes up and you're interested in it.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have New Year's resolutions that they want to share? I don't know how that's something I wanted to bring up too, but kind of like focusing on like what do you want to build, not so much where do you want to go.
And building can be metaphorical as well for those who might not get that.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people.
Well, yeah, they'll take it very literally. Like it starts at the embodied level, which is a super literal level, but then the theory is that that is how you then create the metaphors by knowing what it's like to build things physically, and that autistic people, our brains are very sensitive to that as where we understand the world and our motivation. So we'll, you can use it literally, but you can, absolutely be metaphorical. Thanks for making that point.
Thanks. Like, it can be, building friendships or just connections in general.
Yeah, that's a good,
or
yeah.
Building a shelf from IKEA.
Exactly. Oops. My screen is acting weird. How did that happen? Did I press away my screen? Oh no. Okay, there it goes. All right.
Is Merlin doing any better, by the way? I heard he wasn't doing well.
He's better. I mean, it's a little ridiculous what's going on, to be honest, but so what happened was he slid on the hardwood floor and dislocated his elbow.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he's in like a big old crazy splint, and that's going to be going on for about, well, there'll be one more week with this one on, and then I have to drive him pretty far to go see an orthopedic specialist for dogs. And then they'll redo his splint and he'll have it on for like one more week. Hopefully the splint version 2 is a little less honking, like it's just giant. So it's a little hard for him to move around very much, and obviously they don't want him to move too much while his elbow is healing and all the ligaments and stuff are healing. But yeah, he definitely has like some funny joints, so this is going to be a little bit of an ongoing thing. Like, he'll heal from this, but I want to make sure that he's looked at by this specialist and that, like, whatever I need to do to make him, more happy in his body. Because I think there's a thing that can happen if dogs get neutered too young, and I think that may have happened with my dog because they neutered him.
Oh yeah,
really
we
young.
had a similar thing with our previous dog.
Yeah,
we neutered him too young, and then he developed some sort of like cancer or something. And
oh really? See, I should watch out for that too.
We have a bigger dog. So.
Yes, mine, I think one thing that can happen is their growth plates. They're supposed to fuse at a certain developmental stage, and they don't. So like their legs will grow longer than they would have otherwise been. And my dog just has really weirdly long legs, and he has like kind of a wider build. I think that was natural, but maybe the length of his legs is not. So it may just be putting some like stress on his joints that is just unusual, because he wouldn't have had quite that exaggerated of a proportion, but it seems like it could have been influenced by that. So then,
what breed is your dog? I could do some research into this if you want.
Sure, yeah, he's very mixed, so that's one issue, but he's 37% Chihuahua, 12% Australian cattle dog, and then he's 50% different terriers, but it's so mixed that they can't find a purebred within the
like hip dysplasia, elbow dysplasia, perennial cruciate injuries in the knee are what I'm seeing as consequences.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's just the deal. So it might make sense for him to have they have like braces that you can wear. They're kind of close to like what a human would have on if they were wearing like a soft sleeve brace. Like there's some things like that for dogs that might be smart for him to wear. So I'll see what goes on. I want to avoid surgery as much as possible. He's only 5, and obviously I'll talk to the specialist, but yeah, I want to see like what's the best way to deal with this in his opinion.
Hopefully that meeting goes well. Wishing you luck.
Oh, thank you. I hope he's a nice person and more on the nerdy side. I do well with doctors that are kind of mad scientists.
Yeah, I can imagine you're kind of a mad scientist yourself.
Exactly.
I'm sure someone in your group chat, and if not, they should has done something like a little picture of you as like a Dr. Frankenstein type.
That's a good idea. And especially
you could
now,
commission Vish for that, because Vish makes amazing art.
Well, and Merlin right now, he's walking. I swear to God, he looks like Igor, like the assistant for Frankenstein. He's like, "Hello, master!" Like he just hobbles around with this ridiculous, goofy splint on his.
Okay, like idea for you to commission Vish. You as Dr. Frankenstein and Merlin as Igor.
Yeah, yep. That's kind of too perfect now. All right. Okay, progress is happening. Hooray.
Yay!
Okay.
Love progress.
Yeah.
Speaking of progress, it's just kind of small and personal for me, but I had my first ever Jollibee this week.
Oh, that's fun. Did you like it?
Yeah. It was amazing.
Yay.
Me and my mom went together after seeing the Color Purple movie musical.
Oh, nice. That must have been fun.
We were doing a double feature together.
Mm-hmm.
So we had time in between. And I was like, I've never had Jollibee, and it's close to where we'd need to go shopping for some college prep stuff. So we had some Jollibee, and it was just so good.
What did you get?
A chicken joy with some Paula and one of the peach mango pies.
Those, yeah, I miss that. I can't have a lot of the menu I can't have because the gluten thing, but I used to eat it as a kid.
Yeah, I'm still
so
gluten, dairy free, but nowadays, ever since my allergist appointment, I can make more exceptions, and the college dining hall is just not as good for gluten, dairy free. So I've just decided, fuck it, the gluten, dairy free thing can wait till I'm done with college.
Oh yeah, no, I'm so glad for you that the allergist is working out. That's great.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
Been working real well.
Good, good.
I just need to get on a better eating habit at the dining hall. I don't go as often as I should, honestly, because a lot of homework.
Yeah, I was having the same problem. So I did a little bit of college, then I went and joined this ballet conservatory, but I did go to the like little food hall area, and like I was really bad about like they gave you some stipends and stuff, like you had a couple. It's really bad about going in there just because I didn't have time. Like I was honestly, they had like $2, no, it was like $1 coffee. So for a little while there I was just like running on caffeine. I was like, why am I so skinny? I was like, oh shit, I'm not eating.
Yeah, I feel that. For me, it's just been like, on the weekends, Panda Express every Sunday.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it's better than just eating cup noodle. I don't have a microwave in my dorm anyway.
Yeah, yep.
But still.
Yeah, I was eating too many protein bars at the time,
upper hand, though, a friend did give me a TV for my dorm.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, nice.
I know. It's like a cool Roku TV.
Oh, cool. Well, that's fun.
They're off in Spain at the moment.
Nice.
So they didn't need it.
Oh, well, that's really nice.
I know.
How long do you get it for?
They graduated as well, so.
Oh, cool.
I think forever.
Woohoo!
Yeah. This is the second time I've gotten a TV for free. Rad. I also have a TV that plays VHSs I inherited from my neighbor, and as long as I still live in this house, my parents are not allowed to give it away.
Good.
One of my goals is to get like Scream 2 and 3 on VHS so I can have the entire original Scream trilogy on VHS.
Oh, nice. Oh, awesome.
But like they said it would be I won't worry about that now.
Long-term goal. Okay.
Yep.
What am I doing? All right.
Tell Merlin I say that I hope he gets better soon, by the way.
Thank you. I will give him a little snug.
Oh, by the way, Jane Henry says hi.
Oh, yay! Oh, that's awesome. How is she
Feel
doing?
free to give her a shout out. She's doing well.
I will. Yeah, let me do that.
I think recently she just got ordained.
Whoa, that's right. She was studying for that. How do I do shout outs again? Yeah, there we go. Is it just Jane Henry? Is that her thing?
Yeah, let me check for you.
Thank you.
Jane Henry, I think I follow her, so it should be easy for me to check. Yeah, Jane _ Henry, capital J, capital H.
I thought there was I almost did it right. I thought there was an underscore and I was right. Tight, thank you. Okay. Oh, right. I have to put stuff in the dryer. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I might do a little bit of a marathon, and then I'll shout out your channel for people that need to take a break. But I'm
Yeah,
probably
like could you do
gonna
that
go for a
around
while.
2:55? That way,
2:55.
you know, it's I can remind you as well.
Yeah, please. That would be great.
Cool. Just for folks who want to tune into my streams, I don't usually interact with chat. It's just because I stream from my phone, and that doesn't really give me the opportunity to interact with chat. So sorry about that if you prefer a more interactive streamer.
It's fun though. I mean, I don't know. It would be distracting anyway because it would break character. Like you're in character the whole time usually. I mean, you do a little bit of chat too, but
Yeah, I do chat
yeah.
when I'm playing songs and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like otherwise I'm in character.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to hear a good like acting out of different games that you're into, that's sort of the vibe.
It's honestly just one game, honestly. I haven't
I figured
really
so.
switched
I didn't want
games.
to assume, but yeah, okay, cool. Remind me the name
It's
of
okay
it.
to just say one game.
What game is it again? So I need to
It's
memorize the
a
name.
Project Sekai Hatsune Miku game.
Yeah, that's it.
So, you know, if you're into that sort of stuff, viewers of Jane's.
Well, that's.
But I won't be streaming after tomorrow because that's on Tuesday I head back to college.
Okay, cool. Okay.
So oftentimes, like, I'll be streaming for a bit and then there will be like long hiatuses.
Mhm.
Which is to be expected of someone who is in college.
Yes, that's how it should be.
So, you know, forgive me for that.
Mhm. It's impressive that you're you know, able to do them during your breaks too. Like that's a really good commitment that you're showing.
Well, I like my parents sometimes like I worry about being doxxed and stuff. So like my parents are like, you really should not stream as much. But I find streaming to be very helpful to me.
Yeah. I understand worrying about being doxxed too. I mean, it's the bullying online is something that I worry about. But I feel like it's gotten to such a ridiculous proportion. Like so many people are dealing with it that at the very least, like people are generally pretty empathetic. So it's like if somebody tries to like beat up on you, you'll have a lot of people standing up for you too, which helps. It's like it's not just you and a bunch of trolls. It's like kind of getting pissed at it.
Yeah.
Fed up with it.
I just like since I live with my family when I'm not at college, I just don't want them to get caught up in everything.
Yeah. So ridiculous that you have to think about that, but it just is what it is right now.
Like being an online creator, you always worry about that, and I've honestly been doing the whole being online thing since 2016. So
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I used to like fun fact about me, please don't look this up. But I used to have a DeviantArt account where I would like review My Little Pony and stuff, and it was
that's
and
nice.
Steven Universe.
That's nice.
But it's like that's my embarrassing like I quit DeviantArt a few years after the shows I liked and ended and moved on to, you know, this.
Yeah.
That and I was a bit less online savvy back then. I did have some good friends from DeviantArt. I had this one person I would chat with from I think Argentina.
Oh, that's nice.
But still, it's like I don't want to go back onto DeviantArt. It's honestly more of a hell site than current Twitter is.
Yeah. Really? It's worse? Wow, that's bad.
Like in terms of the art you find there, at least Twitter is like not as much full of horniness is the way I'll put that.
Yeah, that's a problem online that's not talked about very well.
I know, like I used to be in the brony fandom as well. I would go to conventions and everything, and like the stuff that I'd see as a young teenager at My Little Pony conventions.
Right.
And the fact that like I still check in on the brony fandom now and then just, you know, to see if there's any improvement. And
No.
No, there's not. There's still a bunch of horny weirdos.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And like there are some good folks in there. I don't want to like piss off anyone in the audience who happens to be a brony. But, for the most part, it's like you have to sift through a bunch of weeds.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems with just safeguarding online in general, and like
and whenever you complain about that, it's like, you're a Puritan. You're just trying to ruin the online experience for all of us.
No, it's mostly a bunch of dudes that are kind of just like not very pro-social. That's really what it is. Like,
I know, and like
that doesn't reflect most people.
Still, like, it's like when you try to interact with the discourse about it, you get a lot of screeching.
Yeah, so it's whataboutism, and no, I absolutely know what you're talking about, but what it really is it's like there's some really antisocial people that are trying to keep people from actually talking seriously about it, and because it just benefits them. So then you'll get people that are like well-meaning but honestly quite naive about what's actually the intentions of some people on the internet, and it's like you can't just run around and be like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory that some people are really malicious. Like, no, some people are really malicious, and when they get online they can become very pathological and very extremely motivated. So that's why you have to worry about it. It just is what it is.
Yeah, and
yeah,
I try not to express my opinions on all this on on my mainstream, so
yeah,
I don't,
because
sometimes I get very close to expressing some stuff. Like I'm like, I've gotten more slightly opinionated lately in terms of my streams.
Yeah.
But like not too much. I'm like mostly my opinions are like, I try to at least hide them in a veil of, it's okay if you're into this. It's cool, that's how you feel.
Yeah, you're not trying to like make somebody feel ashamed for something that isn't shameful. That's obvious, I think, but it's worth stating. But I think there's a deeper conversation there that like that can be exploited and will be exploited. It will be exploited. And that just
but
is
at the same
true.
time, it's like I gotta keep myself safe first and foremost.
You do, yeah. You don't want because here's the thing: it's like you don't want an antisocial person to make up an excuse for targeting you and being like, "See, you're a bad person." It's like, no, this is not how you solve anything. And
yeah,
also,
that's why I don't talk about political stuff at all on my stream. When it comes close to that, I'm just like, there was a recent controversy regarding my favorite horror franchise, the Scream franchise.
Okay.
And how they fired the main star for saying stuff like, stuff pro-Palestine stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
And I couldn't really talk about that, even though I love to talk about film news and stuff like that on my stream. And that would have been something like I would have talked about. And I couldn't because I didn't want to say the wrong thing, put my foot in my mouth, and then someone would clip and it'd be like, this streamer said this, and they're like this, and the whole thing in general of all that.
I try to look at the whole thing as meta as I can, like what really is that behavior online and what's it coming from and who benefits when people are being treated like they're, I don't know, just targets. I don't understand the point of it, honestly. Like somebody being like, if you don't do this, then you're bad, and if you don't do that, then you're bad. And I'm like, why?
Or like if you don't agree with my opinion on the best TV show, or like,
yeah, if this
stuff like that, it's like,
if this is different about you, then there's something horrible about you. And I would even say like, so there's a few positions that if somebody has it, I would actually like to understand their reasoning underneath it and then provide them my reasoning to see if I can convince them that my argument is more sound. And while still saying that, like, even if my argument is more sound, for whatever reason, you can decide that you just don't want to acknowledge it. Like that's fine. Like there's a lot of people who are more comfortable with their life behaving as if we lived in a different universe than we do, and that's just part of being a human, and that's cool. But I don't mind telling people, like, hey, let's just look at a counterfactual to the universe you believe we're in. Here's the one I'm going to propose. Which one's more likely? And then,
I know, but for
but
me as well is the fact that I can't interact with chat, so I don't know like what I don't often know what if I said anything is wrong.
Yeah.
To them. So
Yeah.
I just want to avoid any issues like that from the fact that by the nature of my streams, I can't interact with chat.
Right, and it requires just this extremely high level of nuance if you want it. Like what I'm doing right now is just making sure that I'm hitting all of the points that I think are important, because if you don't, people can not go in the direction I think is, well, let me start this over. They'll start building.
They can use it against you.
Well, yeah, they'll start building a totally different model of myself and what my opinion is, and it's like, no, like I'm going to make sure no one's going to mess this up unless they're really trying.
I know, it's horrible. So, I don't want to get you or anyone in your stream in trouble as well, so I try to, like, you know.
It's kind of a shame that you have to worry about that. Like you know what I mean? Like you're a young person too, and like you've just seen the horrors of the internet so much that you know in advance that like that's just something that you need to be on top of, and that's just a lot of pressure. So I don't know, makes me a little
it's
sad.
A lot of pressure, but if I'm gonna be a person out there in the world, one of these days I hope to be bigger than just some tiny little Twitch streamer with 56 followers, either through writing for Hollywood or for something else.
Yeah. No,
I'm gonna have to deal with things that could be much worse than getting doxxed. So it's like, you know, this is training for if I ever do get famous one of these days.
Yeah. Which is, you know, a lot more possible in some ways and more random in other ways, so you never know.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know what's going to happen in my future. I could be famous for one thing I wouldn't expect, or maybe I could just be working a normal desk job.
Yeah. Or, you know, contributing in new ways. On some level, I kind of hope the fame thing shifts a lot so that, I don't know, it's like it's sort of a modern phenomenon in some ways too. Like it's not that old. Like it's like
where fame becomes a way to maybe be more politically active.
Yeah, well, it becomes a way to become more connected to opportunities to learn. Like the more, does that make sense? Like instead of just being like, look at me, be like, where can I go to learn from very intelligent people and contribute to something that I might actually have the bandwidth to do.
I think that's always been like a possibility with fame. It's just that some people take advantage of it more than others.
Yeah. Some people do, and like it's fascinating when I see somebody who's you know, a well-known person who then clearly develops a passion for something, and then that's what they spend their, I guess, spotlight on. That's interesting to me. I mean, there's always been people that do advocacy for different causes, but even going beyond that to like pivot careers, we have more people that have multiple careers, like pivot career a little bit and then, you know, start to make sure that you're contributing to a field that needs support.
Yeah, like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Right.
She's doing a lot more like, you know, advocacy for a lot of different groups recently.
Yeah, I saw her interviewed recently, and yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure there's others, but she was just one that came to mind for me.
Oh yeah, and hopefully there'll be more of that. I think that would be great.
I would love that as well. Just like a more well-educated set of famous people, which I'm sure most famous people are, but the ones that aren't stick out like sore thumbs.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, it's almost, I don't know, it's a little bit mean-spirited. It's like showing people who have a lot of public, I guess, visibility as being, you know, ridiculed, you know, or like in some way pathetic. Like I think it's almost like, oh, well, they're going to be famous, so it's okay for them to be dehumanized or emphasized if they're doing something that's more embarrassing. And it's just like, it's still going on.
Yeah.
I was having a
Just, you know,
conversation, just a little thought. I was having a conversation a little bit ago about like, I think actually that dignity matters. Like, and that we don't have a culture right now that takes that very seriously, that like dignity matters and dignity means something and we can define it, and there's a concept that I'm pointing out with that, and I'd be happy to have more discussions about that and what that means. And it's like, it's not even being free from people criticizing you or looking at you and having something less than glowing to report about you. It's not being like praised or anything like that. It's just being like given enough space to be seen as a full person.
Yep. This is happening, like, for me, a big example I'm seeing these days is like the objectification of popular female actresses like Sydney Sweeney.
Oh yeah.
It's, you know, like, it's not as big as a problem as it used to be, but there's still a group of folks out there just like, you know,
it's
or at least I'm not
though.
seeing it as much in my timeline on Twitter, but I'm sure it's happening a lot. It's just,
Yeah,
you know,
I feel
I've had like,
go ahead.
I talked to my family about the whole thing a while ago, and since my mom was getting into the White Lotus and Sydney Sweeney's on that, so I was like, you know, she's someone who's been objectified a lot.
Yeah.
Please do not objectify her.
Yeah.
My mom isn't the type to do that, but I just had to make sure she knew that was a thing.
Yeah. Well, and here's what I think too is like the volume of that behavior is so extreme right now. So even though there's counter behaviors and attitudes, the amount of like dehumanization, objectification, overly sexualizing, you know, like almost like non-consensually sexualizing, and like it's sort of predatory, you know, it's like this sort of like voyeuristic thing. The volume of that is crazy right now, and it's happening to famous people, it's happening to just regular people who are visible online, it's happening to people who are kind of like blamed for participating in it, but it's also financially stabilizing to participate on some level. And a lot of young people, like, that's advertised as like totally not an issue, but it is an issue because there's just a lot of people who are abusive, and once they see you as a target, they don't stop.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It is a lot. So
that's why, like, another thing I don't want to be on the internet is like, I don't want my face at all on there. I don't post photos of me on the internet, or even like photos of anything on the internet, because I don't know how the photo tech works, if they can track you from just a photo.
Oh, who knows?
But I'm
how
scared
it will
about
work.
that.
Yeah, I understand. I totally understand.
So I usually like a PFP that is close enough to how I feel, as like a way of representing myself, as you can see, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to avoid that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Because I've had incidents. There was something that happened rather recently where I was like, you know, at a theater, I was sitting at a table and some guy came by and he had like this bag of stuff and he was being weird near me.
Oh, that's strange. Where was this?
Not going to give a location.
Oh, yeah. Like type of place.
Sketchy area.
Okay, got it. Sketchy area. Got it. Oh, that's gross.
Like,
gnarly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
I was in like a movie theater. In the sketchy area.
Right.
Waiting to be picked up.
The movie was, yeah.
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 But I had to move away from that place.
Gross.
Yeah, I know. I haven't gone back to the theater since because I've kind of been scared about something like that happening again.
Yeah, yeah. Also, it's just a very negative memory. I would probably do the same thing. Like the way my memory works is probably similar. It would just like pop up in my head, and that's, not fun to revisit unless you have to.
Yeah, I still want to go back to the theater because they still play really good movies, but I don't want to go back unless I'm at the very least accompanied by someone.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good rule of thumb for it.
I tried to ask about that, but it's like,
Mhm.
everyone in my family is busy.
Yeah.
So I can't exactly just be like, hey, please, do this with me.
Mhm.
And the folks who work at the theater are really nice.
Mm.
So I don't want to just like completely stop going there.
Did you tell them about it? Because he was close by. Maybe he's been like hanging around there.
I didn't want to he was still there as I was leaving, so I didn't want to cause
Yeah, yeah,
anything.
yeah.
I didn't want to say something and then have him get upset at me.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. I think in the future, and it's probably been a little while since this happened, but
A month.
a month. Yeah. I mean, you could still call. You could just be like, "Hey, I had this incident that happened." Just give them a phone call, get out of the situation, and then go ahead and give people a call, and like even just
I called my mom as soon as I noticed
yeah.
the situation was getting
No, of course. I'm glad
not
you
good.
did too. Yeah,
And I
that's
moved closer to the entrance.
good. Yeah, but yeah, if you ever wanted to tell, like, I've worked at a movie theater before too, and like sometimes people that are weird, like, they hang around the place a lot. So you can always like call and report like something that you saw that was suspicious after you get home. You don't have to do that right away. Like, it's, in fact, it's better if you like don't, like, just organize your thoughts.
I tried to just push past it,
Yeah, 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 totally,
It
totally.
wasn't the first time I'd had uh, things occur that were,
Yeah,
and it wasn't
disturbing.
as bad as the previous time something happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't want to get into details on that because
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's I mean, I think just like it's a relatable experience that happens to a lot of girls, younger women. That's a lot of weird things that happen around me too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've started wearing a lot more baggy clothes and stuff to,
Yep.
you know.
Totally understand that. Yep.
Also, because it just makes me feel more comfy in my
Yeah.
appearance.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel like
Not
sensory wise, unparalleled. Like I like some outfits. I'm really into fashion, right? So like some outfits I'm like, all right, I can handle it. But I also like being able to like use my awareness of fashion to be like, and I'm gonna wear the thing that actually feels comfortable.
Yeah, I know. I don't have the fashion awareness. My sister has that. She's
Mhm.
one with all the makeup savvy and everything.
Yeah.
I just really like putting on lots of layers of clothes and being warm.
Yeah. See, there you go.
I don't need to be fashion savvy. I need to be comfy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's important.
Feel free to use that as a quote for anything.
Yeah. I like it. Oh man.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm really behind on my like space management stuff because of new job and then dog and then blah, like just there's kind of a
I
lot.
understand. Don't
Yeah.
don't let that beat you up though.
Mhm.
I, the space management is important, but I don't want it draining from your mental health.
Right. It's good to get back on it. It's a good day to get back on it. New Year's.
I know it's the last day of the year, so it would make sense to,
Yeah.
do something like that.
Yeah. Okay. What else do I need to do? Um hmm. Okay. Oof. I looked in my other room, whereas it's like one of my rooms is becoming a staging area a little bit more than the other. And then I looked in there and I was like, oh god, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I've recently, since I started going to college, the room I was originally staying in became my sister's room, so now I have a lot smaller of a room.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's still a bit of a mess, but the kind of mess I can handle.
Oh, that's cool. Do you do better with a smaller space? Or what's your experience so far?
My experience so far is it's kind of been mixed.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller room, like the wall plugs haven't been working.
Oh, no.
Ever since the summer.
Sucks. That's not good.
I've been trying to, remind the folks, get the electrician on this, but that's not been happening, so.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot more cold, so I've been keeping a heater in here.
Yeah.
But it's pretty comfy otherwise.
That's good.
It's just, I can't say that because my sister's in the other room and I don't want her to get upset at me for complaining.
Oh. Is your sister, she's the one that's graduating coming up?
Both of my siblings are graduating. They're twins.
Oh, that's cool. That's neat.
So it makes it even more difficult to plan for a convention in late May.
Yeah. Identical or fraternal?
Fraternal. They're a brother and sister.
Oh, that's cool. That's neat.
Yeah. They go to rival schools as well, so it's like,
Oh, that's
competition.
Funny. They're basically an anime setup.
Yeah. If I told them you said that, they'd be like, how embarrassing.
It is,
They are
though.
not in anime.
Yeah. Oh, they aren't? Okay. Well, unfortunately, they are a
trope. Yeah, I took my brother to the Fire Force movie. You remember that?
Not sure if I do, actually.
Studio Trigger firefighting anime came out in 2018.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I took my brother to the English dub of that, and he was like, okay, yeah, I don't like anime. Whenever he sees me watching anime, he's like, you could watch this subbed instead of dubbed. Like, he's an anime hater, and he's a dub hater.
I was like, that's very snobby for hating anime.
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't make sense. Pick a lane.
Yeah, but we did get to watch Saving Private Ryan together last month, so that was fun.
Oh, really? I can't watch that because my
it's
mirror
a lot,
touch.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it. Synesthesia too hard.
I get that. Just so I can know what sort of movies are good for you.
Okay, so all right. So my synesthesia is pretty intense. I can deal with violence that doesn't have blood or like.
So no horror movies. Basically.
No, I can't watch any horror. I can't watch gore. I can't do
Got it.
Yep. Generally speaking, like anything
stuff like kids movies or stuff like that.
Kids
rom-coms?
movies. Rom-coms are good. Dramas are good as long as it's not like and gore for no reason. But and even
no.
Like I like Jordan Peele's movies, for example. So what I'll do is I'll watch it with somebody that's already seen it, and they can tell me when I have to basically close my eyes and plug my ears. Because I also can't hear the sounds if it's like you know.
I get that.
Yeah, so I can work around it if there's a lot of plot and like it's just a couple of scenes and I don't have to really know too much about it to follow what the rest of the movie. So yeah, but it's pretty sensitive, but there's still a lot of movies I can see. I like comedies a lot.
Good to know. If there's anything I think you'd be interested in whenever I'm around, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just, like seeing movies with people. Yeah. It's my way of sharing my special interest.
Awesome. I love that.
In fact, I'm going to be able to see a lot more movies with an old high school friend. He's coming back for a while.
Oh, cool.
taking a semester off from college
Mhm.
for mental health reasons.
Good for him. That's the right way to do it.
So we'll be able to hang out more.
Good, good. That's good.
We've already kind of made plans for a couple stuff.
That's good.
He even said he might let me meet his boyfriend.
Oh, that's nice.
I know.
Good for them. Did they meet during college, or were they already?
During college, yeah.
Oh, good. Oh,
They're
that's
pretty
good.
apart during college because
Yeah.
they go to college far from,
Each other. Well, that's good to hear someone's taking that mental health time instead of just trying to power through it.
Yeah.
It's important.
I'm glad mental health is being, more prioritized these days.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
If only therapy weren't so expensive.
I know. See, that's another thing that's kind of an issue right now. Accessibility is not where it needs to be.
Luckily my therapist is in network and everything.
Good.
But the thing is, like, sometimes I have homework or something and I can't meet with my therapist as regularly because, like, I was doing a homework assignment. I'm sorry for being late. I was doing a retake on a test. I'm sorry for being late or missing the appointment completely.
Yeah. Oh, no, so that's a thing for being on the spectrum. It is harder to make appointments. It just is.
And whenever I miss an appointment, my mom's just like, we pay for him. You can use him. And I'm like, I can't help it. I was doing homework and I just lost track of time, or like I was taking a retake.
I say this with like, I'm gonna say this, and it's not a negative thing. I feel like some people will be like, oh, you're like admitting defeat. That will happen for the rest of your life, and it's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I totally understand that, like, that inconveniences other people, blah, 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 blah. It's a disability. It's gonna happen. We show up at the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong stuff, and if we have to, like, constantly apologize for it or be like, I'll do better next time, we'll do our best with it, but we're still going to have that happen, and it's okay. I just want to emphasize that.
My mom and I got into a huge fight over it before we were going to see the Beyonce movie.
Yeah.
And I was like, I meet with him over Zoom, so that's made easier. And we're not meeting all of next month because we're both real busy and we just kind of acknowledged that we won't meet till February.
Yep.
But it's like, come on. I am busy.
Yeah.
I can't always, like, be on time.
It's not realistic. There's some people whose brains that works for, but that's just not the situation, and it's fine.
I know. And, like, when I do my retakes, I tell they're for my Japanese stuff, for Japanese quizzes I messed up on and stuff. I tell my professor I can only go till this long because I have therapy, and she's very understanding of it.
Yeah.
But it's still, like, the fact that I'm compromising time I could be using for studying.
Yeah.
Because I have therapy. It's like therapy is equally as important as studying. I'm not saying don't do therapy. I would never say that. But at the same time, as a college student, I have to be able to do both.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And it's like, yeah.
It just is. No, yeah, totally. Yep. And it changes your schedule, and that's also going to mess it up. Like, as anything that makes...
every semester you have to get a new schedule and make sure everything works.
Very, very difficult. That is the area of impairment. So it's like, it's not just, oh, that's hard for everybody. No. It's like, literally, this is part of the deal of being on the spectrum, is that's going to be impaired. So just give yourself slack on it, and people may still get frustrated.
I do give myself slack. I'm not that worried about it. I'm worried about the overreaction my parents have.
Right. Exactly. And I say this with, like, so much love for everybody that gets inconvenienced or frustrated by it, but it's just like, it just is part of the disability, and I completely understand. And some people might write me off for this, that, or I just can't care. It's like, well, that person's never going to get it, and the standard they're trying to hold me to is understandable if I were neurotypical, but I'm not. So.
And I mean, the thing as well is like, I don't know how much a therapist costs, but it's a lot. And my
It is.
dad, he's searching for a job, so
No, I
we don't have as
totally
much money
understand it.
as we used to.
Yep.
So like,
Everybody's
I
hurting
understand
on
where they're
that too.
coming from,
Absolutely.
but at the same time, like, come on.
Right.
I
Well,
already have a lot on my plate.
yes.
I want therapy to be one of the things where I don't have to worry. I could just interact with my therapist and be like, hey, this is what's bothering me. Or, hey, your favorite show's coming back, because we like to talk about that sort of stuff.
Right.
And it's like, come on.
Yeah, I think there's room for that to be improved, and like getting back to like the doing is building metaphor that I'm using. It's like we right now we have a society that's not built with an autistic person's brain in mind. It's just not. It's just we end up having to like stick things on top of the society instead of removing things from the society that we are disabled at. We have to deal with the disability and do something on top of it to help us deal, instead of just taking some stuff out, which would be the more sensible solution. But it's hard to advocate for that when I think the understanding of autism isn't where it needs to be yet, so like people can understand what we're asking for and why. But I think we're close to being able to do that. But right now, I want to commend you for like how much you're doing, because you're not able to take things off that shouldn't be there for you, because it doesn't make sense yet to society that a neurotypical person can do this but an autistic person really can't, and that it isn't that important. Like neurotypical people thinks it's very important, and I'm like, but actually it's not. And if they keep insisting it's so important, it's just going to be like making autistic people feel bad for not being able to do it, because we just literally are disabled. It's like a denial of our disability.
Yeah, I get it. And I'm someone who sometimes, can I be a little honest with you?
Of course.
Sometimes I like feel like I'm not exactly autistic. I'm definitely a lot more higher functioning and can mask it very well. So sometimes I'm like,
Hmm.
I don't want to be classed among like,
Yeah.
I've met some folks who like, basically I had an incident with a lower functioning autistic person. And ever since I've kind of had like a thing
Hmm.
against that sort of, because trauma.
Yeah, you had a negative
So it's
experience.
like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be associated with those sorts of people, because then it just kind of the trauma.
Yeah, I know what you're
So
saying. Yeah, it's hard because.
it's nothing against anyone in this group, by the way. All y'all are good. This is a me thing,
Mhm.
and I'm sorry for dumping.
No, I want to. That's actually a really good thing to get into. Because there's a really good related point to that I try to bring up on the channel. So the spectrum of autism includes a couple of different disabilities that are sometimes present with autism and sometimes not. And some of them are even like counter to each other. So it's possible to have autism where you have one comorbid issue that is like the inverse of another person's comorbid issue. And if you put you two in the same room, it's like oil and vinegar. It's just you don't see eye to eye. You have one thing is triggering the other person, and the other stuff triggers the other one. So that can happen because the spectrum of autism includes a lot of comorbid, uh, like neurodevelopmental issues, potentially psychological issues, but mostly even just from the perspective of the neurodevelopmental side of it, we can have like antithetical situations, which is really interesting. But also that's why sometimes the spectrum thing gets a little weird. And also occasionally you have people that are diagnosed even really young, where it's like they get diagnosed as autistic, but the biggest issue is really something else, and maybe it's like less clear that that's exactly the best way to look at this person's situation, so that you can get lumped together as an autistic person in a group where like you're not able to really gel with each other. So that's just sort of part of the situation right now. So it can be a lot. Oh.
I know, and I've had moments where I've been like in groups where I wasn't comfortable with everyone there. I put up with it. But in my mind, I was like, I am not liking this. This is not how my brain likes things to be.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's like, you know.
It's interesting because that's come up for me. So leading the peer support space, and it's small, but I have like some variety of people that have come in and come by and stick around. So I am accommodating a slightly broader range of presentation and needs than, how do I explain this? Maybe other conditions would have, because that's just how autism is. And it's interesting for me to hear this too, because it helps me to think about, like, to make a comfortable space, we have to be able to talk pretty bluntly about like what we're good with, what we're not good with. We don't always even know why. It's just like, okay, I can tolerate that, but I can't tolerate that for some reason. Like, that's really messing up or making me closer to a meltdown. That's one thing to really watch out for, is like, you could have presentations of autism where you're triggering meltdowns in each other. So you know what I mean? The interplay of autism is really complex because of the additional factors that we have, and how our presentations diverge. But like, yeah, I mean, it's really interesting for me, because it's like, well, what unites us, what unifies us, and that's how I ended up talking about this, like doing as building versus doing as arriving. That seems to be the big thing for autism, is that we construct little objects that make sense to us, but we all have different special interests, so we construct different objects, and we can have other impairments around how we construct objects. So we can end up getting angry at each other because it's like we're getting in the way of building each other's special interest objects.
Yeah.
And we can have dysregulation issues too, right? Like, if one person's dysregulation issue is like quite difficult to adjust for, and the environment has to accommodate that, and then the other autistic person doesn't need the environmental accommodations, they need the environment to do something really different. Like, we need environmental support as autistics in general, and then that goes right into this issue of like, well, what happens when you have different environments that you need, even though you're both on the spectrum, but the environments you need are almost like the inverse.
Like, I know exactly what you mean. I've been in situations where it's been like, I've been in groups where it's been perfect, it's been great, everything I need is there, and other times it's been like, there's one person in there who for some reason I just do not like, and I kind of just am like, I will not talk to you, I will not talk. I had this like during a class once at my old gap year program. There was this one guy who I could just tell was the sort of person that I would just not like to be around, the faux ladies man type.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, you are not getting anything out of me, because I know you will attempt to flirt with me, because that is how you are as a person. That is the thing my brain does not like.
Right.
So I was just like, no, I'm uncomfortable around you, and I will just not talk. The teacher was very respectful of that, and so was my other classmate.
That's good. Yeah, that's really good. I like that was the response. And like, also what I like about that, so to cohabitate in an environment that has multiple people's needs in it, you have to be able to speak up and say, like, can I use this part of the environment differently? And if the answer is no, then it becomes like, well, okay, well, I can't be here then. Like, this is important for me to be able to like behave the way that I'm capable of behaving. If I can't have an environment that like facilitates my behavior being at its best, then it's just not making sense. It's like, well, then why be stuck here in the first place? And that's it's just a weird conversation that I think a lot of people wouldn't understand unless they're pretty well versed in like neurodevelopmental disability, because that's just like necessary to talk about.
They've just had like experiences where they just don't want to be around a person, and they've had to advocate for that for whatever reason.
Right, exactly.
Because this isn't just like an autistic experience.
No.
I'm sure everyone's had the experience where there's just been this one type of person who you can't be around because maybe you don't feel safe around them for some reason. Maybe they make you feel afraid because of your identity, gender, sexuality, anything like that.
if there's a boundary issue, right, and it's like, okay, I can't find a place where we're both able to talk about things that make sense for us to interact about, then it's you don't have to interact with everybody. I think that's like a really good thing to learn, is that, and
Yeah,
that's
I had
fine.
to advocate for myself in a similar way. Like, there was this one kid in my gap year program who was very homophobic, very transphobic, and I'm like not straight and probably somewhat not, just female. I haven't figured the gender part out yet, but I'm experimenting.
Right. You, in some way, you don't conform to the expectations that people might have assumed
Yeah.
about you. Okay.
So I was honestly, and this person was also rather violent. So I was like, I advocated, I will be around everyone else. Everyone else is fine, but this one person I am afraid of and do not want to be around. And I advocated very strongly for this, and I was able to, get classes so that I wasn't with this person.
Yeah, that's a good solution for that. It's like, I think it's
I
interesting
would
too.
still
Oh,
be
go ahead.
around them at lunch and stuff. I can't control that.
Mm-hmm.
But I could at least control being in classes where they weren't around. I had the opportunity to at least ask for that.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
And later I found out he was sent off to like a mental facility because he was sending death threats to people at the program.
Oh, wow. So he was just
So I was
unstable.
right to be afraid.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting anecdote where this person actually, like, the main issue is like they're not a mentally stable person.
And they were let into the program.
Right.
This isn't the first time I've been at a place where someone not fit for the place was at the place.
Right. Well, because a lot of times they don't have other places to put them, right? So there's not like an
The other place is
intermediary.
like my high school.
Mm-hmm.
And like that point, like it got to the point where the kid ate oleander just to impress me.
Okay.
I know. We had a falling out a couple years before because he was more impressed with his part than, like, he fought with his part more than his actual brain.
Right, yeah.
So, like, why did you let him in? He had previously been to, like, rehab for that. Like, you could have checked his background. He was not fit for the school.
Yeah.
So, like,
Hmm.
come on.
Yeah.
Not pleased with that.
No. Well, and that's okay. So that's where this gets back to my
I feel
little.
like there's a thing with places meant for autistic people not doing enough background checks, at least from my
Yeah,
experience,
I think
which
there's
is like, I
confusion
think
between.
that needs to be improved in general.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen that on your end, but just
I've heard
something
about
I
it.
thought I'd bring up.
Yeah, no, I've heard about it. I think there's a couple things that I have to say there too, where it's like, so sometimes you'll get a
Sorry for
confusion.
making this whole chat rather dark for all of you guys, by the way.
I mean, I think this is something that can be, brought up to a place that feels a little bit better too, like resolve some of it. So like one of the issues is that
Yes, I
when
just wanted to apologize to your viewers. I don't know
oh,
if
no, we hit some harder subjects sometimes. Yeah, what I want to add
Okay,
on
cool.
onto that is that like when you're working with somebody who has some behavioral traits or habits or inclinations that are more antisocial, and you stick them in a place where people are socially impaired, not the best idea. Like, if we could be a little bit more sensitive to that problem, that would be ideal. And also looking into like a lot of times it's more of an issue where they're like people are like, oh, it's a boy, therefore it's okay for him to be more angry and aggressive and physically act out. When it's like, no, you're gonna have to channel that in a direction that is much more productive. Like, you have to get this kid doing art or something. Like, you got to do something to intervene. And if it's not realistic to keep them in a social space where, especially when you're hitting puberty and stuff, like they can start to harass uh, the girls around them.
I know. Like, my hope for like bettering the autistic community is like more background checks on people who enter our programs for this sort of stuff. There should be specific things they check for so that if it's a co-ed program,
Yeah. Yeah.
people can feel safe there
Yep.
and they don't have to worry about someone being violent or
Yeah.
having like other problems.
Yeah, and it ends up affecting all of the other kids, and in particular the girls are having to be on edge because most of these little boys will be like heterosexual, and then they'll start to develop, you know, like some sexual feelings, and then they can become really quite aggressive and cause problems for
Yep.
the girls who are just trying to do their work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if in the next 20 or even 10, 5, the sooner the better, like a background check law is passed where it's like these programs must check for these specific notes, maybe like check if they have a history of problems with harassment,
Yeah.
with violence,
Yeah.
including
Stalking.
violent thoughts.
Yeah.
Like if that could be like, and if these people, no matter like the gender or anything like that, just in general, these people could be not allowed in the program and sent somewhere specifically, like a facility that is well maintained and well kept for the specific purpose of rehabilitation for these sorts of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then that would be great. That would be
Yeah, I
able to
think,
keep everyone safe because
yeah, it's fair to
it's
people.
not just the girls who need to be kept safe.
Oh,
Everyone should be kept safe.
everyone will. I think one of the reasons why, I guess I bring that up to say that, like, why it gets not looked at enough is we still have
Is
quite a bit
because
of
it's
misogyny.
girls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like, it's the same thing why cases where sex workers are the main people who get killed by serial killers aren't looked into as much.
right. Yep. We're not valuing.
Sorry for that devastating fact.
No, yeah, it is what it is. Like, we still, for as far as we want to say that we've come, we can stand to value all people more than we currently do, and then understand that we've inherited a legacy that says that it just explicitly said that, like, girls and women aren't as valuable as men. So you still see that played out, and it's just something to be mindful of, that, like, that is the cultural roots. So whatever it's mutated into, it's going to mutate into. It's an old idea that was passed through, like, religions and lots of ideologies. This is the most political thing I will say for the day, but, like, it's just important to know that that's where we came from, and then to actually change that, it will take some effort, and you need to be able to say that, um, to let people flourish, we need to have a healthy environment that criticizes that when it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Because, like, me and my mom were discussing that on the way back from picking me up from college over, like, when the break first started, and she was like, if they'd done a background check, maybe he wouldn't have been there.
right. Yeah, seeing a pattern of behavior and, like,
And I was just
targeting.
like, it's like, I think the main motivator for not doing that is because they want money.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that sounds a bit harsh.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like sometimes the people who run these programs, as much as they claim to care about the development of people on the spectrum, it's also like they need money for maybe if it's funding the program or if it's for their own coffers. I don't know.
It's hard to
But it's
say.
like,
Yeah,
you
there's
know,
there's too much
they need
money.
money and they will take in people who may not be the best fit because of that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think in healthcare, education, support services in general, like, because it's not financially, like, set up right, where it becomes just a job. It's not just a job, it's like a necessity. So, putting people in who have, like, financial incentives, and we have a weird economy, it can just, like, attract the wrong motivation for something that's just so, uh, intense for somebody to do. Like, if you're going to do anything to support neurodevelopmentally disabled people, then you better really care about what you're doing, because you're going to be up against a whole bunch of barriers in society to doing what will help the individuals that you care about, or even yourself. If, even just speaking as like a self advocate, there's a lot that you're going to have to deal with, and it can't be motivated by money. It just has to be motivated by, like, oh, I think that people who are different deserve to reach their potential. The end. Full stop.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes, like, the places that do this are underfunded, so I understand the need for the additional money, but it shouldn't come at the expense of the people you supposedly care about.
Absolutely.
And that's why a
Absolutely.
background check would be useful, because then they can still get the same amount of money from a potential student.
Right.
If the system is worked on perfectly, and if they don't ignore background checks, which even in a system where it's at least running at 80% efficiency, there is still the possibility for people to ignore background checks.
Right.
And let people in despite the problems that they see on the background checks. That is, like, honestly probably going to be a thing, even if the Background Check Act,
well,
I think.
It's a good idea, though, because, like, think it through this way too. Like, so let's say, so we're saying that there's some problem behaviors that when you put them into the population that you're trying to treat as a whole, these are outliers that are creating, like, outsourced problem. Like, the size of problems they're creating is just way bigger, and it's hurting a lot of
It's
students,
like
right?
kind of like when you do a background check for gun ownership, and you check for, does this person have a history of mental illness, violent thoughts, and all that? What would they do with the gun?
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
sometimes the background check can go perfectly, but the person still uses the gun to commit murder and kill one or multiple people.
Well, and the
So the
thing.
background check can be passed, and there can still be problems.
Well, yeah, and the only way to refine any process for screening, so it would be through doing more screening. Like, if you're looking for patterns,
True.
you need more data to find more, specific, nuanced patterns. So if you're looking for, like, the exceptions of the exceptions, then you're going to need more and more data. So then more and more of that would be useful.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah. So the idea would then be, the longer that you have an intervention that screens people for these issues, the longer you have to gather data, the better you can make programs that actually deal with the person successfully and do something that leads to more pro-social adaptive behaviors if it's possible. And the hard thing is, there may be some people where we just at this point can't figure out how to get this person to stop. And that's a difficult conversation.
Yeah. But at least the background checks would lessen the load for the community.
It would be necessary to eventually build interventions that are successful, because you'd need that level of nuance of, like, having a lot of information about the people that are in this population that have these behaviors that are causing issues. You need to start to, like, see more patterns. So the only way to do that is to do something like a background check. So it would make a lot of sense. And the only people that resist that type of stuff is like, what if somebody has our data and blah blah blah. It's like, I don't know, man. What if, like, oh well. I find that argument to be
there's always going to
dumb.
be someone with the data who's,
yeah, right. Like, it's this, like, fear of, like, Big Brother type thing. But that in my mind, I just could care less. Like, I think
at this point we're all being surveilled one way or another.
Right, exactly.
It's like, Big Brother this, Big Brother that. If you're too worried about Big Brother, put on your tinfoil hat and hide in your room all day.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, just go.
Either, like, go about your business. I'm okay with some of my search results being known to Google. It's like I don't search for anything too dark. Yeah, sometimes I search up random books by Chuck Palahniuk, but that's because I'm fascinated in him as an author, not because I'm some person with toxic masculinity. Like, there's a difference between the people. Like, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
I
want to go
mean,
into a rant right
yeah.
now about, Fight Club. That's for
Yeah.
another year. Sorry.
I will welcome that one. That's an interesting one. But yeah, I think that being able to, this gets back to an earlier conversation too, like just the idea of safeguarding and what that looks like, and how do you build safeguarding. What is safeguarding? It just means that you're trying to find out, why do people do things that are antisocial, and don't just like throw up your hands or just say mental illness and then run away. It's like, no, okay, sure, but also like, is there other things that we should be watching out for? So it's like, red flags are important to know. They are. And even, getting back to a heavier topic, like also looking for certain behaviors in neurodivergent groups may look really different, positive and negative, like green flags and red flags can look really different. So you
Mm-hmm.
also need to have more information about people who are neurodivergent. Like, what do we look like when we're in trouble? What do we look like when we need help? What do we look like when we don't need help? Because people can think we need help when we don't, and don't need help when we do, because we don't look like the patterns they associate with neurotypical people. So the more information for us, the better, in my opinion. Um, that's my opinion. I Yeah, I'm sure there's somebody who would have like a genie in the bottle sort of argument of like, oh, once you have all that data, then it's for. I was like, whatever, dude. We're all gonna die. Just, can we live better while we're alive?
Mm-hmm. Like, the world would be a better place if a lot of stuff happened. I don't really I'm not someone to be like, be this way and the world would be great. I'm just like, if you at least treat the person next to you nicely, or, on the bus, if someone needed the seat, you gave up the seat.
Ooh,
Like, little things like that.
Kyle made a really good
I don't have
point.
time to get into a whole bus seat discussion, by the way. So,
This is a good time to pivot. Kyle said, doing as arriving, put them all together, autism space, done. Right? That's like thinking as arriving. Doing is building. Build a correct space for autistics. Yeah, arrive.
build a correct space
Right?
for autistics.
Right? That's what we were
What would
asking for.
correct be, though? Because, within autistics, there's so many different types of
Exactly. Well,
autistic.
it would be modular. That's what it would be. Like that. So that's exactly it. So it's like, so
So,
maybe.
maybe a
Mm,
building, just hypothetically speaking here,
yeah.
if there were a random building in a random place in the world, and that building could be built entirely to, your ideas,
Mm-hmm.
how many floors would it have, Jane? How many,
Oh.
how would you build it so that it is the correct space for autistics? And can you explain that,
Yes, I
in 3
can.
minutes? So,
Because you gotta go
if people
stream.
don't have time to take in a whole thing.
Yeah, no, okay, so here's what I think. So you need to have wings, okay? And the wings have to be flexible. So as you develop a wing, a lot of times people do a wing as a name or a title, like blah blah's wing of autistic excellence or something, right? It needs to have a title that shifts with research and data. So what you would need to have is like, first we start out with, as abstractly as possible, what are the divisions in autism that we're aware of that most people are going to be caught by, and then we can have a couple of like additional areas of research. Like you can have a wing for development. So what you would want to do is like, that's how you would build the building, is like first by figuring out what are the broadest things we can say. I think one big division is like, we have some people that are hyperlexic, and we have some people that are nonverbal, and we have some people that have like low verbal skills entirely. So those are like three divisions. So you have, you have like, I guess there's four, but at the very least, like, people are going to deviate a little towards not being able to use language, not using language in a conventional way, and over recruiting language as a way to cope. So you have like, that already happens. So there's ways you could divide this that just say like, this is what we're going to be working on here, and we're going to acknowledge that autism moves into some extremes, and then we want to go all the way to the edge of like, what is the furthest we have seen this go with an autistic person, and then you work your way back towards the middle, towards the people on the spectrum where this is less of an extreme trait. So you go to the extremes of autism and you separate it that way, and then you research trying to find the most extreme of the extreme. And that's how you get the information we need. So, and that's how you would start to customize. Like if I had a building, it would be utilizing that as a strength. So if somebody has an extreme that can be turned into a strength, with most of them probably can, because most of them are probably compensatory, like they got so extreme to compensate for another deficit. So then, okay, how can we use this as how this person gets about? How can we cultivate this? And it would probably be like, then we get into the special interests, then we get into maker spaces, training spaces, internships. So you want to take the people that are at the extreme ends, chest interventions with them that are utilizing that extreme trait, to see if we can channel it into something that's productive for them, that's healthy for society, that's pro-social, that builds up other skills that they need. You know what I mean? That's making them a more well-rounded person. So that's how I see it. Instead of saying, oh, here's how we're all similar. No, we should look at like how far we deviate. And then know that with autism, we'll have other aspects of ourselves that are more towards, you know, the middle of the bell curve. But I think you do it by going to the extreme ends of the bell curve, design interventions that go that far out, and then work your way back in.
Nice. That actually sounds very good. It's a very interesting way of doing that.
Right.
I hope someday that hypothetical building can become real and there can be lots of them, but
thank you.
You know, in a way that still is not like, I don't know. I want it to not be like taking over buildings that could be used to help the homeless or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I want it to work in conjunction with the many other problems in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this can be something that we learn from and apply to other things. And I think this is just like a good way to work with neurodevelopmental differences in the first place, and kind of like disability more generally, because a lot of us have some extremes that come out of having something not available for us to use that people typically do, and then we create a workaround that goes into a realm that people normally don't exist in. So I want to learn about that realm.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I wish you like a lot of luck in that. I don't know.
Thank you.
If I'm at the moment equipped to help with that. I don't have the particular skill set for that, but you know. Again, throw your ideas off of me and I'll try to at least help in the way that I can.
Right. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. I appreciated the question too, because it's a good thing for me to get to put into words and keep practicing.
Yeah, like, you know, you're very inclusive. You're very welcoming.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You and Jane Henry both have some of the best, you know, viewers and fans.
Thank you.
And just interactions I've had on Twitch this year.
I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me.
Honestly, you, like, both Janes are the two other Twitch channels I recommend when I'm not streaming.
So far, every Jane I've met is pretty cool. So my current working theory is it's just all Janes are cool.
Yeah. Good theory.
There may be one super evil Jane just to balance out the force. I haven't found her yet, but if I do, I'll let you know.
There probably is. There's
right?
Like, there's always the one.
It's like a Sith Lord somewhere.
You know, the killer Jane or the Jane killer.
Yeah, right.
Something like that.
The Highlander of Janes coming to get us all. Anyways, that'll be fun one day.
Yeah, speaking of Highlander, there's going to be a new Highlander reboot movie coming out in the future.
Oh, that's rad. Really? I want to see that.
Yeah, I know. I'll keep you posted.
Dope.
There's a lot of great movies coming out next year.
Heck yeah. I had a friend who was like one of the people that I'm like, oh, she definitely was autistic, who like befriended me when I was younger. She was like a big sister type of person when I was in middle school. Obsessed with Highlander. She had like all of the movies and like a whole TV series that I guess was on for a while. She had like everything Highlander. I was like, wow. She had like all these books. It was crazy. It was all, she had comic books. It was
nice.
Amazing.
I had a similar sort of experience with a friend also in middle school. We both really liked Marvel and this other friend like had a penguin colt.
Nice.
Yeah.
Rad.
I
Okay.
personally am more obsessed with seals. Have you heard about Neil the seal terrorizing the residents of Tasmania?
Mm-mm.
He is the best. He's just obsessed with cones.
Oh, wow. He's a cone
Yeah, look him up
attacking
later.
seal? I will.
He's not like an actual terror. This is just like a joke.
Yeah.
But he's like, you know, in Tasmania, being there, sometimes going up to people's houses and just being a seal.
Rad.
By the way, I'm gonna have to pop off in a couple minutes so I
just
can start
noticing the
my own
time.
stream.
Okay, well, if anyone wants to go take a break from Housekeepathon, I think I'm going to do a marathon today, so I'll be here. But anyone wants to take a little bit of break, so you're streaming for an hour and a half, is that right?
Yeah, roundabouts, and then I'm going to see a movie / a New Year's party. I'm calling it a New Year's party on my stream so I don't dox myself by accident.
Smart. Good idea. Cool.
So
well,
if I say New Year's party on the other stream, folks, y'all know what that means, okay?
It's code word. We have code words now. All right, let me give you a shout out so people can head over. And yeah, no worries. People want to go take a break from HCAT because I just have so much to do, so I'll be keeping going. But if you need a
I'll
mental
stay
break.
on for like 3 more minutes and then I'll hop off at 2:59.
Okay, sounds good. Alright.
Thanks for putting up with me bringing like in a bit more darker, serious topics to the Housekeepathon, folks.
No, it's nice.
My stream should definitely be lighter because I aim to keep my streams light so I can keep my followers.
Yeah. No, this is the space to do it. Like, I think of this as a troubleshooting space that just generally is supporting autistic people whenever we need to work through something.
Yeah, I will give you a shout out on my stream though, Jane.
Oh, thank you.
I just, you know.
Shout out. Alrighty.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
And again, just for those of you, so you know, I won't be able to stream much after January 1st. So starting January 2nd, there's going to be a hiatus till like March 29th, March 30th, April 1st at the latest.
Cool. Cool.
Just so y'all are aware.
Yeah.
And again, I don't interact with chat just because I can't really because I stream from my phone. So if that's a thing, you guys don't like, no judgment. I like being a chatter as well, so I get how it feels to be ignored.
It's nice though. I mean, honestly, like I've turned yours on and it's just like background whenever you're on that I can catch. I'm like, yeah, it's just nice. It's like watching a TV show.
Okay, cool.
It's like a radio drama. It's great.
Thanks, Jane. That's like the best compliment I've gotten about my stream.
Oh yeah,
ever.
It's great. I love it.
I'm glad it can be that for you.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, I should pop off right about now. So, those of you who choose to join me, I'll see you at free. And otherwise, you know, have a good day and enjoy the rest of Jane's marathon.
Yeah, thanks for your contributions today. I really enjoyed the discussion.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll, when I start writing poems again, I'll start sending you them.
Yes, please keep sending them. They're so good.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Actually, one more question.
Yeah.
If I ever wanted to like send you a more personal poem, would that be okay as well? Not just ones about my day?
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think a lot of the poetry that helped me the most was the stuff where I was processing my emotions with it, so I'd be happy to read those too.
Cool, thanks, because I don't want to burden you with that sort of stuff.
Totally. Yeah, I appreciate the chance to, you know, just support somebody that found that outlet as well.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Cool. I'll head out now and let you get back to, you know, that discussion you and Kyle wanted to get into. So
yeah, awesome. Yeah. All right.
Talk to you when I can.
Have a great stream.
You too.
Thanks. Okay, I'm in pacing mode. I have moved a lot of things. Many things have changed. Many things have remained the same. You know what though? This is pretty good for having not done any HCAT for like a month. I'm not mad at it. I'm cool with it. Also, I have a recommendation.
Ooh.
So there are these little tiny poppets called Poppet Pets, and they basically are little like gotcha blind bag type things, and they are intended to be on a keychain, but they work very well as a necklace. So I have like a bunch of little. Kyle gave these to me, and he ordered more for me. They're like, you know, like those dog tag, like ball necklaces.
I think they call it ball chain.
Ball chain, yeah. And so I have a whole bunch of different colors, so I can make the colors match the little poppets. And I have some on my keychain too, which has been really nice. Like when I'm walking around with my keys, I just naturally start grabbing it and just messing with the poppet. Like I have a little squirrel one right now that I'm messing with. So like wearing a poppet necklace is great. I have a lot. Oh, support. I have a lot of them. I can show you the ones that I'm less enamored with if you like any of them, and I can send you some necklaces.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Sounds cool.
In fact, that gives me. I'll take a second to make sure I've organized them all. But yeah, this has been a giant upgrade in my life to wear a little poppet necklace. And that will encourage me to keep buying these little guys because, you know, I've gotten duplicates occasionally, and there's other ones that I'm trying to get. Like, they have so many, it's kind of dumb, actually. It's a little bit difficult to get them all, but there's like over 100 of them. And like, they're like, let me tell you some of the shapes. There's like a school version, there's Island of Misfits, there's Grandma's House, Dizzy Dance Club, Snacky Shack. So like there's little fries, there's a thumbtack, there's a globe, like, you know, like one of those spinning globes. There's an apple with like little, like, and all the little poppets are little happy faces for the most part. Some of them aren't, but a lot of them are. And a lot of times they have like a different face on the opposite side, which is fun. There's a one that's called Macintosh, that's an apple with nerdy glasses on it and a little worm that's coming out of it. Like, these are great, and they're little, and
Oh, neat.
yeah, and they have a little, you know, keychain hole that can just be for a necklace. Like, some of these are light enough you could absolutely wear them as earrings. Like, it's amazing.
Ugh. What the heck?
What?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
Oh, you are not.
Adam, remember how we were making those pizzas and I'd break them in half and then I'd put them in the toaster oven and cook half the pizza and then the other half?
Yeah.
Adam couldn't find pizza pans, so he took a frozen pizza and broke it in half and he put it in like these, I don't know what they're called, but they're like, imagine a bowl, but it's like metal and non-stick, like you can bake in it.
Okay.
So
yeah.
he put the pizza halves on those, but then it's like melted, all drooped to the side, like ready to fall out of the bowl because they're too small.
That's funny. I meant to Google how to cut a frozen pizza in half today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because, you know, I cook half a frozen pizza at a time, but I cook a whole frozen pizza. And that's less than ideal.
Right.
Just brute force. Is that how you?
That's how he did it. And I can only assume that's what he did as well, just given the way our brains seem to work as a DNA class. But
yeah.
When you go to do it though, when you go to do it, you kind of want to put you kind of want to find like the right place, like keep the plastic on, but then find the right place to put your hands. That way you break it right in the middle, or else you can kind of break it lopsided. But yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
I was just at Jane's house and I was just like
Yes.
starving and I was like, I need to eat now. And I just grabbed it and I was like, I don't have time for this. I just broke it.
These things are so good. I think that's Pop It Series 1. Do I have Series 2 or Series 1? Now I'm... Oh, there's a pineapple? What? I want the pineapple. See, I think this is a different series. Ooh. Oh, shit, I have to order these now, too. But yeah, those
Oh,
are
no. Jane's got a special interest in a collectible thing.
I know. I want to own all of them.
It's a hazard.
I don't know what to
it's
do.
a big hazard.
They're collectible and random.
I know.
Yeah.
And I keep going to Walgreens and just like buying all of them, and they must think they're really popular, but it's just me.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think that I have Series 2. Now I'm like, oh no, there's a Series 1. Shit. Can I get Season 1? Where is Season 1? Like, I want the pineapple. Damn it.
Right, and again, like the fact that there's different series like that is like artificial scarcity. The randomness makes it like gambling,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
just all these capitalism hooks into you. And
bad.
But it's like they make it out of amazing things.
Yeah, right.
And we get hooked. We get stuck. Yeah.
Okay, here's some Season 1s. Okay. God damn it. Ugh. Anyways, yeah, so I have to buy more of them, and anyways, it's fine. It's like, I finally have a job. Time to buy puppets! Stupid. Shit. Well, that's happening. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll just add them to this cart now and check if I got paid. That's all.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you want to, or if you want to, etc. I have some thoughts on the doing as building versus doing as arriving concepts.
Yes, please.
Do you want me to now, or?
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking. I was like, I also don't want to dox myself, but I won't. I wouldn't be able to dox myself. It doesn't matter. Plus, I put my name everywhere. So I know I've talked a lot about work and stuff like that. And I always say, obviously, I really enjoy like all the people I do work with. One of the things though is that there's always a kind of consistent disagreements. Not anymore. Now that I think part of it is that I'm older, but I noticed that people are just like less likely to try to, I don't know, boss around somebody who's 30 versus 24.
Yeah.
But I also think too, because I've been doing this job for so long and I've been at the same company for so long, and I think a big part of it is because there's proof to my madness. Like there's a method to my madness, but it's like, no, there's definitive proof. So I don't know if you remember I told you, but there's a lot of times when we have to go install TVs, right? So we install TV mounts, and they're like these big, professional TV mounts. They cost like $300. They're like really high quality, blah blah blah. So you can certainly use a tape measure and measure out all the holes and where everything goes, and then mark the holes and then drill the holes, etc. But I told you about this one, but I came up with this trick with a 4-foot level and put some blue tape on it so you don't mark it, but you just mark the holes for the mount on the blue tape, so you know where they're going to line up, and then you just use the level straight up and down, which is called plumb, by the way. So level is horizontal, and then plumb is up and down.
I know that. I know that. Plumb line in the body. Yeah, plumb line in the body. They say that in.
What's the plumb line in a body?
Plumb line in the body. It's the dead center of your weight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. That's why. You know what that refers to plumbing with the Roman aqueducts, and that's why lead is the on the periodic table. The elements lead is Pb because of, I think it's pronounced plumbus, but it's basically the Latin word for what lead was. And you know they made all their aqueducts out of lead, or a majority of their aqueducts out of lead, and also possibly they gave themselves lead poisoning. Because there's some concepts that people who were the aristocrats and stuff during certain periods of, like, once everybody had aqueducts to their villas and their houses, that they all had lead poisoning. Anyways, so yeah, plumb line, and the reason why it's called a plumb line is because they drop. You tie something heavy to the end of a string, and then you let it hang, and then it's perfectly up and down. And then that's how they would make sure that
they do that with.
What's that?
If you did a plumb line on a person, you would hold it slightly above their head and make sure it's cutting through each joint if you look at them in profile.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And your plumb line,
that's cool.
It can fall in front of your feet. It depends on how your knees are and how your ankle is. So some, like ballet, the plumb line is biased a little tiny bit forward because of how you hold your hips. So yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like he stopped, but his barking was a little bit loud there for listeners, I think. But
sorry about that, guys. I forgot that.
It's all right.
Let me see if he needs to go outside. Go ahead. I'm just gonna mute myself.
It's not as loud as it usually is, but at least for me, it's like piercing enough to where it's like, my ears, please. It's okay, Merlin. Whatever you want, just don't do it anymore. Anyways, so blah 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 blah. Doing is building, versus doing is arriving. So one can certainly take tape measure it all, right? And that works. But I developed a method with a 4-foot level, and suffice to say, I built a new way to do it. I built an object. I built a concept. I built a set of ideas that ends up cutting down the time and effort and potential for mistakes, etc., versus the old way. And so when I first started doing it, I was getting a lot of like, oh, that just takes too long, and we just need to get going, and oh, I just don't understand, and da 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 da. And so I've had a lot of ideas like that. I mean, not every idea that I have is perfect. I'm not a god, but a lot of times I have an idea, and I'm like, I think this will really work, and then I build a little machine, I build a little jig, I build a little da da da, I build a certain way to do it, and a lot of times it turns out really good and works really well. So I was building this 4-foot level thing, and that takes too long. What are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, we just want to get going. And I wasn't feeling very in a good mood. I didn't have a lot of patience, and whoever I was with, I was like, dude, just basically like get off my back, leave me alone. Why do I have to do it the exact same way you're going to do it anyways? Like, are you upset that I'm doing it differently? What the hell is going on here? So I told him, I was kind of pissed off, and I told him, I was like, look, you go do that half, and I'll do this half then, and then we'll see. Mm-hmm. You want to sit here and try to tell me it takes too long? I finished way before him. Mm. Because I happen to, not because I'm so special, but the thing that I built is better. And to this day, when we have to put in more than 2 TVs, it's like, yeah, where's the 4-foot level at? Put the tape on the thing. To the point where there's like one of our newer coworkers, he was doing it, and I was like, oh, where'd you learn that trick? And he's like, so and so showed it to me. I think it's really cool. And I was like, yeah, I thought so too when I made it up. And he looked at me, he's like, what? I was like, yeah, I thought it was pretty cool when I made it up back, like 7 years ago. And he's like, oh wow, you came up with it? I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, it's really really good actually. And, I was like, you gotta think about concepts and stuff, and how you can see it. You got to be able to put everything together, like be able to extend one concept to another thing, and then that's how you create a new ability to do something. So anyways, so that one, when I first tried to show people, again, it's like, oh, no, we want to just do it, we just want to get started, and I basically is like, just leave me alone and I'll race you then, bro. Like, I don't care if you want to, I'll put my money where my mouth is. Boom, flew through it, killed him. Had to go through and help him finish his, because that way we could do the next thing. And he's like, all right, show me how you do it. And then I showed him, and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I should have I'm sorry. Like, whatever. Like, I was like, yeah, that's all right, and I appreciate it. It's just like, you got to let me do my thing, and then even if it doesn't make sense while I'm still building it, just let me finish building it,
Yeah.
Then I'll know if I was right or wrong, by the way. How am I going to know if it's going to work if I don't try it? But then if it does work, then I'll show you how to use it, because I'm probably going to make it simple once it's done. Maybe because I've tried to explain the concept of how I came to it, and that kind of seems to baffle people. But, you know, I also, once they do it, then it's easier for them to understand the concepts. But, you know, I don't know, I spent a lot of time in math class, you know what I mean? So a lot of the concepts of math and geometry and measurements and transposing, etc., just come very normal to me because I had to do that for so long. But most people aren't walking around having gotten through multivariable calculus either. So the level of the nature of the conversation is just inherently going to be different. You know what I mean? Because there's certain concepts that are very simple or rudimentary to me. Like, it's like, how are you bad at this level of math? I was literally doing this when I was 11 years old, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So kind of having to remind people too, like, don't, like, let's not make this like a me versus you thing, but like, just like, you might not know me that well, and that's fine, but don't forget that, I don't know, bro, like, I'm pretty freaking smart. And I'm not just smart like, oh, I'm like street smart. It's like, no, I'm also academically smart. I'm also intellectually smart. And I do have a lot of skills that I've maintained and continued to practice on outside of school. And I was actually doing schoolwork. So anyways, that doesn't mean I'm always right. But so doing is building. So I built like this little, so now when I'm building something though, it's interesting because now when I'm building something, now people kind of either keep working or they kind of like look over my shoulder to see what I'm going to come up with next, because they know it's probably going to be something that's going to help us, right? Whereas I think the natural tendency is certainly like, no, we just got to get going. Like we don't have time for that, man. Like da da da. Or like this, like one of my friends, he mentioned, he's like he was stressed out because it's his first thing he had to like be a lead on, and I was just there to push it over the edge because I'm skilled, and I don't really need direction because I know a lot of what I'm doing, right? Anyway, so we get there. To be fair, I think I was like 5 minutes late or something like that, to be fair. But I was getting all my stuff out of the car, and then they're all standing there waiting for me, and I was like, are you guys waiting on me or something like that? And he's like, it just takes you like 15 minutes to get out of your car every single time. And I was like, look, we've had this discussion before. It's the same exact thing when we're in there. We've had this discussion so many times. If you just like to get started, that's fine. I let you do that when you're working on my stuff because I know it's going to stress you out if you don't just get started. But you need to understand something is that I don't like just getting started. And you need to understand something. I've already proven that I can outwork you on every single thing we're about to go there to do. I've already embarrassed you and showed you that I can do it better. So, yeah, you're going to give me these 15 minutes, and I'm going to finish an hour early. What's the problem? You don't have to wait for me. Just go in there and get started then. I want to have an argument with you at 8 o'clock in the morning in the parking lot. I'm already tired. Now I'm grumpy. And yeah, I'm pulling my stuff out of my car and I'm getting it all lined up. I'm putting certain things in certain pockets. I'm building my workstation for the day because I can move it around. And I was like, that's why you guys go back and forth on the job site. Oh, I gotta go back to my tools, back to my tools. You don't see me walking around. I'm in one place building something because I took everything I needed there because I built a toolbox specific for the task. I didn't just go, oh, I need a screwdriver. Oh, now I need a hammer. Oh, now I need strippers. Oh, now I need tape. Oh, now I need this. I'm like, I built my toolbox for this whole series of steps, and that's why I don't have to leave, and that's why I finish early.
Right.
So you have to let me do my thing. And now with this language, it's like, that's exactly, it's like I said, not anymore. Sometimes it comes up, but there was certainly a lot of times where it's just like, just get off my back, bro. Like, leave me alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm doing is I'm building the whole time. Everything I'm doing, I'm building. I don't. It's like in terms of getting to the conclusion point or getting to whatever. I kind of don't really think about it in those terms.
Right.
It's like, oh, how many days is it going to take to do this or that? I'm like, I don't know, but because I don't know about how many days it's going to take. How the hell am I supposed to know that? But all I know is that this has to go this way, and then this has to go that way, and this has to go this way. So you tell me.
Yeah, right.
Why are you asking? Why are you asking me, man? I don't pay attention to that. To how many days it's going to take. Why don't you tell me how many days we have?
Well, it's like it's gonna take the right amount of days. That's like my response to that, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's going to take the right amount of days, or tell people like, look, here's what I don't know about how many days, but here's what I'm gonna promise, that I'm not gonna waste time, that I'm gonna work intelligently, I'm not gonna make mistakes that I have to go back and fix. So the amount of days, how many days is it gonna take? The exact number of days I finish it in.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So I do think that I do think that there's not even just credence. Like I do think it's, at least in my field, because even perfect strangers, right? I've even had like little spats with the superintendents for like general contractors. So general contractor is just like, general contractor is the contractor wins the budget, and then they hire all the people to come in and put all the stuff together, right? So the general contractor hires the electrical company, and the electrical company manages their own workers. General contractor hires the plumbing company, and then the plumbing company manages the employees. Yeah, sometimes a general contractor might have an electrician on their payroll. That's actually pretty uncommon in my experience. A lot of times it's like a lot of middlemaning going on in the world. That's why everything's so expensive too, by the way. But it is what it is. It's an old institution. Long story short, so the superintendent, we just call it the GC, the general contractor. That's like the top. Other than the customer, that's like the top dude you got to keep happy. You got to keep him happy the whole time, and you want to make sure that he's on your side for when you need to tell him to go tell someone to move their shit out of your way. Because it happens a lot too. It's like, oh hey, yeah, we went to go install this thing, but your guys already covered it up, and we told you that we needed it open still, and nobody came and checked on us, so now you got to open it back up. And they're like, what? Damn it! Because they know that they just spent however much money putting it all together, and I spent all that money to tear it out again.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that they're on your side, like as a human being, sure, but also just workflow consistency. And most of those people are pretty understanding, and you got to have a certain kind of demeanor to do that job because it's very stressful. So they're not flying off the handles and shit like that. But I've had certainly disagreements with them about like, well, we need to get this, the doing as arriving, like, well, we need to get this. This needs to be done on this day, and this needs to be on this day because it makes this day to day. And like I can understand that on some level, but it's like, yeah, but the problem with that is what you're asking for is not going to lead to a complete system. That's the problem here. Right. So your arrival time needs to change, not the building, not the build. The build needs to be done correctly. Without the build, there is nothing. Your arrival time. Hell, your arrival time has probably already changed so many times today. Might as well just change it again, bro. Like, just get over it.
Yeah.
Just get over it. Because, so I think we do live in a world where that is the modus operandi. Is like, well, when are we going to get there? And it's like, what do you mean? When are we going to get there? How about what does this thing need to have as its characteristics in order for it to function in the way that we want it to? What do you mean, when are we going to get there?
Right. Yep.
That's actually secondary. Primarily, it's the functioning of the system that we're building, the object.
Yep.
And so I think that it's kind of like, it's almost like a meta in that you want to have something that's built really well, then while you're doing it, you need to build really well. Because if you're oh yeah, I'm hitting all my arrival points, I'm arriving on time every single time, and it's like, yeah, but you arrived, but what you built was terrible.
Right, exactly.
Like, it's like yeah, if you want me to put this TV up as fast as I humanly can, and you want me to arrive as fast as I humanly can, but then the cables in the back are all unorganized and messy, and oh, we forgot a screw here, and we forgot to put a washer there. We got it done quickly, but we That's not reality. Reality is that you want the cables to not get pinched and cut and broken. You want to make sure that all the screws are together so that stuff doesn't fall off the wall. You want to make sure that everything is put level, everything is put together all nice and neat. That way it looks nice when you're done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that can certainly be a very difficult thing, especially if without the language of it, right? Because you're only just now coming up with the language. But then even if one has the language or something similar, it can still be difficult to show people. It's almost to the point where sometimes you do kind of have to tell them, like, here, just wait just leave me alone, wait right here. When I'm finished, I'll come and show you, and then we'll have the discussion. Because right now you're just stopping me because, oh, that's different. I don't do it that way. Why are you doing it that way? You know what I mean? So there's my TED talk.
Yeah. No, I hear it. That makes a lot of sense. No, it's on topic with this whole issue of like trying to explain this to people when they're used to this other metaphor that they haven't ever explored. Like they don't even know the metaphor's there, but
Yeah.
it's pretty pervasive in that like just be aware that if you're talking about anything and all of a sudden you would have to know what it's like to be embodied moving from point A to point B, then you already have an issue. And you know what's interesting about AI? It likes to use metaphors about illumination. And I don't know why that is. And I find it fascinating because humans don't use that much. But the AI
Can you
loves
say that
it.
again? Can you say?
ChatGPT, yeah, uses metaphors about illumination, light, a lot. And right? And I'm like, huh, that's probably emergent of like the fact that it's not embodied and it's not moving from point A to point B. It knows those metaphors are there. It will use them. They're just baked into our language. But if you get it going, it uses illumination as its main metaphor.
I have a question about that then.
Huh.
Is that based on your personal experiences with
Personal
using
experience, it's
ChatGPT?
very consistent. Yeah.
But so do you have any outside evidence of that?
No, but it's so consistent it's almost like uncanny. So
Because
yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say because we don't use ChatGPT identically, but we don't use it too similarly either.
Mm-hmm.
I actually want to go back and check mine, but the word illumination doesn't ring a bell as being that prevalent in my chats, and I have quite a few chats with it open
Well,
too.
so you don't necessarily, it doesn't have to be exactly the word illumination. I was saying that like light, things
Uh,
being lit up, things light and dark, and like lightness and darkness, like basically being able to see is the primary metaphor. And you know, I use superimposition, so sometimes it'll use like poetic language around it. So I may get more things that remind me of illumination, and that's why I'm saying that. Like it'll, you know, use it for names and stuff like that and like themes. But even outside of that, that's what made me more conscious of it. When it got more poetic, it was more obvious. But yeah, look to see like look for just metaphors about light and realization coming from uh, lighting something up.
that's what I'll double check mine, but I'm also wondering if part of the reason why it's saying that is because you're the user using it is another
Maybe.
question I
I
have
mean,
about
is
it.
it adapting to how I use metaphors? Maybe. But I don't know.
But then, yeah, because then it's also like, because it
Depends on
makes me
how
kind of think.
they programmed it.
It makes me think too if it's also showing up in different chats you have.
Oh yeah.
I don't see evidence that it.
Roland. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself.
I think I've asked it before. Maybe things have changed, but I don't believe that there's evidence that ChatGPT maintains a certain kind of speech pattern based on the account. I believe it's only within the context of each individual chat. But then I'm wondering if because if not the word illumination, but the concept of bringing light to something, etc. The concept of light, if that's showing up a lot for Jane, is it that Chat GPT defaults to that, or is it that Jane's
because I'm
own?
autistic and I'm talking a certain way.
I'm wondering if the way you speak, because it does, like, we were talking about, like, if you're smart, it's smart, but if you're kind of dumb, it's kind of dumb.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I don't know, I have a couple chats that I've like plugged in with a couple times, and like right now, like that particular chat can be very, 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 I don't know, intense in the amount of data that it'll put into small sections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like any given chat might increase its complexity. I think the more complex the questions I'm asking, and the more complex, because like for example, when I was doing Excel, I have an Excel chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked it one little question one time, and it like gave me like to tutorial level understanding, and I basically told it like, look, dude, I'm pretty freaking good at Excel. Like, I'm only going to come to you with advanced stuff, so just give me the most advanced version of the stuff because I'm trying to get through this stuff quickly. And it was like, okay, I can certainly do that. And now it's like, if I ask it a question about Excel, it's like, boom, it's just straight up. There's no, how it's like polite. ChatGPT is polite.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's like it doesn't. I was like, that's fine. I was like, we can be polite to each other in a different chat, but I need this chat for work. So can you just you don't worry about being so polite. Like, I just need the information. And it was like, certainly I can do that for you. And I was like, I mean like that. Like, you don't need to certainly I can do that for you, and let me know how to help you. And it was like, understood.
That's great.
And then from there, yeah, because like I was trying to figure out how can I want to have some chats where it's like I don't want you to be a conversational partner in this chat. I want you to just be like a console. Like, I just need you to be a computer for a second. And it's like, I can certainly be a computer for you. And I'm like, no, right there you're being a conversational partner.
Yeah.
I mean, robot, bro. And it's like, understood. But then the more complex questions I'm asking it in chat in Excel or other things, then the more complex its answers and responses are,
Mm-hmm.
and the more in depth they are. So I'm wondering if because obviously it's changing its speech pattern as I'm speaking with it or as I'm chatting with it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if I wonder if there's something about the way that you communicate that it's mirroring somehow.
Which would be very good, because if that's true, then that's the metaphor I should be using, which works for me, even just like trying to respect the work that's already been done with monotropism and the whole flashlight idea. So it's like, okay, if I'm not understanding something, I can't illuminate the whole room. I can put a better flashlight on this one object, right? Like, I can increase the intensity of the illumination on the specific thing I'm looking at, which is fascinating and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that metaphor too, because as I move up abstractly, it still is one object with one flashlight beam that I'm using, right? So I'm still turning the object around. I'm just able to move up levels of abstraction. I still treat it as an object with features. And that's why I get insulted when someone's like, why are you using that lens? Because I'm like, because it's the one that you can do this with. Like, if I'm going to treat it as one object, I need to use a rationally defensible object to represent this complex thing. So, that's so that's what I'm doing. I'm making it's a containment schema. So that makes sense that I would use an illumination metaphor if I'm using a containment schema, which maybe it's as obvious as that like, yeah, interesting. Regardless, I also kind of relate to ChatGPT anyway, so.
I'll certainly go back and double check.
Yeah.
Mine just to make sure I'm not missing that, but
yeah,
it doesn't.
Merlin, what are you doing? Are you bored? Well, you can't go and do much yet.
In the lines of doing as building and doing as arriving, I think my question is like, do you have a particular doing as arriving? I was gonna say, do you have a particular direction you want to go with that, but then I'm like, no, not a particular direction.
So
Is there?
you could direct attention, right? That's not going to a direction. So that's the interesting, like the flashlight beam could be coming
Yeah,
from a different direction. So my focus could be like from a different angle, basically. Like what
yeah.
angle are you coming at it from? Maybe that's the best way to say that.
Or
Or
because
looking at it.
this might actually
Go
this
ahead.
might work is in terms of that conversation, is there a particular part of that conversation that you want to shine your light on, basically?
I see. Which conversation? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Doing as building versus doing as arriving.
like in terms of the stream as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Well, so I brought it up because I thought like for New Year's or whatever, you might want to come up with some goals, quote unquote. So it's like,
Right.
okay, well, what are New Year's resolution if you're building them instead of arriving at them?
Right. Instead of, oh, I want to arrive at not being chubby anymore because I got chubby this year a little bit, which I've done pretty well, but there's still a little bit left. Instead of I want to arrive at being skinnier, instead I'm going to build better eating habits. I'm going to build better exercise routines. I'm going to build better sleep hygiene.
Yeah.
Not I want to arrive at being, having enough sleep. Instead, build better sleep.
Right. And that, yeah, exactly. And when I've worked on myself, because with dance there's a lot of like physical goals that come along with it. Whenever I've been very successful, I like the idea of like I got this from some self-help book because I was reading a bunch at the time. I went through a phase of that. Yeah, but they're saying like imagine that you're already it, whatever your thing is. And I was like, "Oh."
Mm-hmm.
And then it would be like, "Well, if you're already it, what would you be doing?" I was like, "Oh, okay." So that
Mm-hmm.
that made complete sense. So then like I superimposed the end result, like the building that I wanted to have done, like what was supposed to have been built, and then I, behaved accordingly. Like I did the things that would have constructed that. Um,
Right.
and yeah, and sometimes it's helpful to break down like especially with physical goals, like one phase of it may behave very differently than another. So there's like a maintenance phase and all that stuff. But in general, you can still do quite a bit with that principle. So I did that and found it really helpful. So I
Mm-hmm.
figure that's why it was so helpful is that I actually had tapped into the way that I understand motivation and doing as a basic concept.
Mm-hmm. I think when I don't know if I think I'll put this in the miscellaneous chat GPT chat first because I want to go in a particular direction with the OCD one first. I like to feed it context before I start, like before I really start a chat. It's like setting it up, which is actually kind of meta too, actually, because I'm not trying to arrive at having my answers quite. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not. When I start those chat GPT things, I build the chat first every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I have the miscellaneous chat. If I just want a direct answer, doesn't necessarily need to be as precise. It just needs to be kind of something to get started on.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that on a fresh chat that I have a particular function in mind for. I like to preempt it like, this is what you're going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is how I would like it to be communicated. This is the type of sources I would like you to have. These are the type of sources I do not want you to include, like blogs. I don't want it to include blogs. I don't want it to include articles. I'm like, I only want peer-reviewed research sources when you're looking this stuff up. Please don't come back with a WordPress blog, please. And it's like, okay, I will disregard those. So anyways, I want to look up, the concept of, see if there's anything tangential or similar to doing as building, but I also want to see if there's an aspect of the OCD involved with that as well, because um, that's certainly my modus operandi with everything.
Yeah.
Even I don't even like I don't even like getting in my car to go somewhere if I don't have the right equipment on my person.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, what if I need a pen? What if I need to mark on something? What if I need to cut my seatbelt? So I'll put my pocket knife here. What if I need to light a fire? So I have this lighter here and that lighter there. And then what if I need to fix something? There's a screwdriver here. And what if I need to go over here? I have the pump here. I don't like just getting into anything and just going. I like to build an equipment. I like to equip myself like a video game character, um, and then proceed to do what I'm doing, not to try to get to where I'm trying to get to. That's interesting.
Mhm.
I wonder if there's an element of. I wonder if I'm assuming it's going to be different though, because OCD and autism are not the same thing, obviously. Um,
But
but I am
monotropism,
wondering
you know.
monotropism, yeah, and I'm wondering I'm wondering if it's a convergent similarity where um, I'm coming at it possibly from I possibly have learned to ignore the signs of it, but I'm possibly dealing with anxiety, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What if it goes wrong?
Mm.
So in order to mitigate the what if it goes wrong, I therefore equip myself with all the stuff I think that I'm going to need.
Right.
And to have some structure and order of where things are at, either on my person, in my fanny, my what's it called? Fanny pouch, whatever it's called.
Fanny
The
pack?
little weird fanny pack. What am I going to fanny pouch? My kangaroo thing. I'm just kidding. Whether it's on my person, my fanny pack, or my gray backpack, and then certain slots and things in my car, right?
Mhm.
Um, I'm wondering if that's an out, if that's like an outward expression of a inner need to have things to be set in the correct place, in the right order, in the right way.
Yeah.
Like I have a little pouch that I keep cash in. That way, when I go to get gas, I pay them with cash so I can save money over time. Um, I put it in my bag of particular direction in a certain way in a particular pouch.
Mhm.
It very specifically. And then my toolbox. I mean, you've seen it. It's very particular. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so I'm wondering if the monotropism, wanting to basically stay on task of what I'm doing and not be distracted by something that's not what I'm doing. I wonder. I wonder what that could be.
So in my purse, I have, little pouches on the inside, and I have to put my everything in the right pouch all the time. And I used to do this when I wore jeans. I'd always have, my wallet's in this pouch, my phone's in this pouch, my, other things in this pocket, right? Because I need to be able to check if I've lost things very
Yep.
quickly.
Mm.
So I need to be able to just like reach my hand, tap, tap, tap. Okay, I have all my objects. And so that, like, I do a sort of similar thing, but the reason I do it is to cut down on anxiety because I have such a hard time keeping track of certain things over time. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's interesting to me because I don't do it in order to not lose things because I typically don't lose things. If that makes any sense. So it's a similar.
Do you think you're going to though? Like if you has this stopped you from having to lose things?
Me?
Yeah, like are you hyper vigilant and that's why you don't lose things typically?
I mean, I'm not, I don't have like a super high, I don't have like the kind of like intense, like I remember everything type of brain, but I typically know where I put stuff usually.
Mhm.
So certain things can kind of go anywhere if it's not like a daily necessity that I want to have with me. So I don't really have an anxiety that I'm going to misplace something because I rarely misplace stuff. Because like I'm sitting in my room, right?
Mhm.
I can just about look in any area and know even inside boxes where I put stuff and what is in the box because my memory is strong enough to do that.
Mhm.
Like there's this there's this red lid box right here, and that has that projector that you bought me from Home Depot, and then the other parts and pieces for it. The boxes are all stacked up in a certain order, that way it all fits. So I just know that the way it is, just thinking in my head about it, right? But then if it's stuff that one could be anxious over, like a wallet or something like that, I lost a wallet one time, and I think it's because when I was driving for Amazon and it was kind of hot, I had the windows rolled down, and I put the wallet on the dashboard. Really, I think because I had just like gotten back in from the store, but then I did start driving because I was stressed out, and then I turned kind of hard, and then my wallet must have flew out the window because I couldn't find it anymore. So other than that, I usually don't lose stuff though. So I don't really think I don't really think that I have an anxiety of losing things. And I don't think that the reason why I started organizing stuff is literally because I don't like it being disorganized.
Right.
Not in order to check where it is, because I know it's there. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. Yeah, it's just similar. You know, person A, person B. They both are, quote, organizing their possessions in, let's say, their clothing, but it can come from, it seems, possibly two different reasons. Yeah, it's interesting. I also had when I was a lot younger, I had a really bad problem with things being disjointed, just even visually. And one thing that helped me out a lot was when I was reading like the Tao Te Ching or stuff on Zen about seeing the beauty in things being disjointed. So now I have an aesthetic appreciation for things being disjointed, but I still can tell that I have a lingering discomfort around things not lining up correctly. Isn't that weird?
It's interesting.
That's where, that's where I've certainly been labeled as quote unquote anal before. And it's like, first of all, I think that's a stupid phrase. It doesn't make any sense. And it's like, also, I'm saying that thing needs to be put together correctly, not to hurt your feelings or to slow you down, but because it needs to look good. What are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's also been sometimes a contentious issue where it's like, no, it's good enough. We want to keep going. It's like, dude, no, because we're gonna have to go back and fix it. And also, just do it the right way. Just like take the extra half a second to turn it so it's facing the right direction. Why does it need to be angled just to say, oh, now I'm done? I've arrived at finished. And it's like, but you didn't build finished. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think, because not to go too much of a tangent, but I just want to put a pin in it for later or something. But I've always been curious about autistic people and losing stuff.
Yeah.
Grid cell issue, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Like, how would you actually like keep track of it if there's never been a contextual, like, situated state?
So then, I promise it's going to connect back to doing his building. Do you remember when you mentioned that hypothesis you had about OCD people and their relationship to grid cells and stuff? What was your determination on that?
Oh,
It was just
yeah.
it was hypothesis, but
let me try to remember what it was. It would be like you have grid cells, but something pings as like you're losing the place cell, so you have to refresh it, like you think it's gone or something happened to it. So like the place cell information is strobing is what I thought it could be, and that's why you're checking.
So the way we use anal sometimes comes from, like, it's short for anal retentive, which comes from Freudian psychology, right? So he thought that humans went through oral and then anal stages in infancy. And so anal retentive means as you age, you retain the behaviors from supposed
Yeah, and I just
anal
never
or in
thought
his
that that
case
was like,
about
just didn't make any,
orderliness,
like, I was just
stubbornness, and
like, I just think it's a
expulsion
silly
for
phrase,
control.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
I consider pop sci, but that's
So because I'm thinking now.
It's nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You were saying something about losing things, and it's
Yeah.
just like, for me, it's not just my play cells of not like knowing where it is. It's I have a very large disconnect from just like physical reality and surroundings. Like, I do not keep a high quality model of physical reality.
Yep.
And
Well,
so,
because
yeah, just
you could
things happen all the time that I don't notice.
you could
And so
only
that
model
includes
reality with, like, I guess, high fidelity if you had a special interest that was abstract enough that it worked.
right, and that does come back
Yeah.
to grid cells too, actually, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think my current thinking is that what happens with ADHD, and this is why I have some like questions about the attention issues in autism being different than ADHD, that like maybe it's not possible to actually have both anyways, but that it's a separate disorder, that has some features that are behaviorally similar. Once you have somebody that's confirmed that it's autism, if my theory of autism is correct, then it would knock out ADHD as experienced by neurotypical people. It'd have to be a separate phenomenon. Because what I think ADHD in general would be is that your place cells are not sticky. So it's like your grid cells are fine, and the reason why the place cells can't be sticky isn't because of the place cells themselves, but because of the reward that's supposed to happen as you arrive at a place cell in a goal directed way, like in a arriving as doing way. So what's happening is your brain doesn't generate the reward in the way it's supposed to. It doesn't sequence it, and then you flip to a new goal. But the problem with saying that autistic people could do that is the only way you could have that experience of arriving towards something and getting the dopamine response from it is to have working grid cells.
Yeah. So,
See the
because I'm
problem with
wondering
that?
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm wondering then. So, for example, why would autistic people go towards doing as building in this hypothesis, this theoretical framework, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would autistic people go to doing as building? What is the cause of that? And then I'm not an OCD expert. I don't claim to be.
Well, doing as
And
building
I
happens because you can't use doing as arriving. So in autism, if I'm correct that social skills are actually the same skills that you use to go through a grid. So that's how you
yeah.
have social hierarchies and you have social like relationships. It's the same thing as saying something is far away from me or close to me, or something is very valuable or not valuable in my direct environment. Safe, not safe, whatever it is, right? So like these are directly analogous, and there's research that backs up what I'm saying even after I had come up with my theory. Now there's also research that says that exact same thing, which makes me really happy. But I'd already assumed that based on other research that I just extrapolated that. So autism would then be, or at least what I'm experiencing, that's at least one thing that we're calling autism, would be that the grid cells never developed, or there's something malfunctioned about them that they don't really communicate the grid cell information that would allow you to then understand that you're moving towards something, and then downstream of that is all of the dopamine and focus. So you get like focus, dopamine, focus, reward, focus, reward. It's supposed to intensify the closer you get to the target location or the target behavior or the target outcome, you know what I mean? But you're using the metaphor of moving through space, and that autistic people are doing as building because we've never developed that metaphor, because in order to do that we would have had to have non-compromised grid cells. So then a person with classical ADHD, I guess I'll say, or like the thing that we've been calling ADHD, generally they're switching focus. And maybe there's some version of that that's like autism specific, where it is rewarding to learn and build, but it's a different system in your brain. It's not the same one as the arriving. It's a different region of your brain. And we may be trying to get, all our happy chemicals from that, because our brain also, that might be why we're so depressed, is that our brain is supposed to have a certain amount of that dopamine focus, and we just don't get that. So we're trying to find some other way to get like the neurochemical baseline that human brains are supposed to have, of just like pain relief and, like
Hmm.
positive affect, and all of the hormones and chemicals that are responsible for that state. Pain relief is one aspect
Yeah.
of that. Yeah. So then what I'm saying is that, like, with OCD, you can seem to have OCD and autism. I think that's possible, or at least it seems more likely that, like, the brain region affected and creating the behavior may be the same brain region. I don't know about that with attention issues and autism. So that's sort of like an overview of what I've been saying, if that's helpful.
Yeah, because my question would be then, yeah, so that's kind of like that's a description of, for example, why the autistic person is going to be doing his building.
Hmm.
Um, and then yeah, why would somebody who I need a double check, but if the concept, if like if the literature is like, oh, people can grow out of OCD or not, right? Because
Hmm.
obviously nobody taught me to be like that because it was that way when I was young. It was really bad, but not as bad as like it's not as bad as like some of the people you see in like documentaries, where they'll like actually just be stuck on a cabinet for like 30 minutes. But
Hmm.
I mean, I've certainly gotten stuck on a cabinet before, where it's just like, up, no, okay, no, all right, try again, up, okay, okay. I can't go away from this until this feels right because I'm just gonna wig out.
Well, and it could be
Not,
a
it's
it could
not
be
that.
a timing issue too. So I'll just mention that. So it's like, so the signals in OCD could also be like there's a timing delay or a timing issue. Like, you have to think that, like, in order for your brain to communicate, things have to happen in a certain amount of, like, proximity, one signal to another signal. If, like, one signal fires prior to another signal, that would change the nature of the experience in the brain.
Uh,
So what if you had, like, the regions in the brain are firing, but they're like there's a delay that's not supposed to be there? Is that why you have some
mhm.
issues, or something doesn't encode properly? So there's a signal missing, and then your brain thinks that it didn't complete it, so you restart. So it's interesting to,
uh,
yeah.
and as I said, I'm not. I can only speak from my own experiences because I don't have any data on like other people and stuff.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm kind of also going off of a non-diagnosed. Obviously, I didn't go to a psychologist for it, but the behaviors and stuff that I did do and still kind of have, and the internal feeling of it. I mean, it's what else is it other than OCD? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then, so speaking from my own personal experience, could be wrong, but that doesn't quite sound like
Well,
that's what's going on.
yeah, no, no, no. I mean, this is not maybe that wouldn't necessarily be OCD specific. That would just be like, that's just something to say about, like, how all these conditions could separate, and what would be different from one to the other, versus, like,
Right.
one region of your brain is, like, basically deformed, or maybe one region of your brain, the signal is sluggish, and it doesn't fire soon enough, and that can change your behavior. So I think that's kind of interesting to me. Um, like that timing is also possibly, because, like, even in the body that makes a difference. Like, if, think about this, I'm working with people who I have to tell them to contract their muscle, and some people, they contract them out of the typical sequence. So it'll be like, typically your glute will fire first and then your hamstring fires, but there's a really different thing going on if your hamstring fires first and then your glute fires, especially in some functional movements that will change what you can do completely, and change
Mm-hmm.
what happens as a consequence. So, I'm applying the same principle, that sequencing can get off in something besides the signals to your muscles, because that's also just coming from your brain, right? So Also, I mean, the signals to your muscles are also deeply chemical, so it's all kind of the same thing. Like why should
Yeah,
you have out of sequence shit?
I'm trying to not forget the question that I had. I kind of
Sorry, go
want to
ahead.
just
Go
try
ahead.
to
Just
ask
go
it.
back. Go back. Yeah, sorry. Oh wait.
Um, I don't want to occupy the whole time either, but I was trying to ask a specific question, and we kind of kept going down different paths, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I believe I've lost the question.
Shit. Well, you were asking about were you trying to ask specifically about OCD, or were you trying to ask about?
It was gonna go back to the doing his building, and then
Losing stuff was in there.
I think personally for me, the question I was going to ask, I felt satisfied enough with the losing thing to set it, and then to continue on with the other parts.
Got it.
Because I think I was satisfied that I'm not, the reason why I'm particular with how I arrange things is not due to losing things for me personally. Um,
Well, I was adjusting something
I mean,
about the ADHD at one point too, which is like just to give you an overview. So, do you want to just like, why
yeah,
don't you just talk and I'll just see if he comes back, I guess.
no, it's okay. Let's just move on from it. It'll come up if
Okay.
it'll probably come up because it's within the same conceptual universe. So I think inevitably it's gonna rear its head again.
Well, let me flesh
It's on
out.
it's on the tip of my tongue, but
Good. Let me flesh out one more aspect of this. So then the other thing I was looking at was schizophrenia, and there's a model of autism that proposes that they're antithetical to each other, that more autism is less schizophrenia, and vice versa, obviously. And then that, I wonder if schizophrenia is actually grid cells are okay, but what's happening is your place cell, there's a delay or there's an encoding issue, and then what ends up happening is you fill it in. So your brain can't see the place cell information that's actually there, so you have to fill in. You can't make it up. First of all, your brain can't make up stuff, okay? It has to use past experiences. You can't de novo make up shit. It has to be something that you've already known. So it's like, well, where's that delusion coming from? Well, it has to be something they were already exposed to. Well, then how did that get pulled up? Well, was there an absence of information because this didn't fire in time, like something like a neuronal like pathway that's supposed to go in a certain sequence, certain timing didn't happen, and then the brain instead was able to pull in information from somewhere else. So that's kind of interesting to me, is that like if that's true, then like basically autistic people, why would we be inverted to that? We would be, if you have a lot of grid cell activity, that might be giving you like, how do I put this? Let me put this carefully. So like the grid cell is telling you certain ways of looking for information that autistic people don't have because we don't have the grid cell. So then in schizophrenia, the grid cells are giving you the cues that would normally tell you what place cell information must be there, and they're not getting the place cell information, and their brain is filling it in either because it was never processed, but there's like holes in it basically. So like the grid is intact, but the place cell information is missing, and the brain can't tolerate that. And that I suggest is like why autism is also behaving the way it does, is that like it prioritizes place cell information. Like it's very, very important to know the place cell information for that to be meaningful and significant, to figure out what places in this area are important, and that the human brain is going to preserve that no matter what. And that creates a series of problems. So if the grid cells don't give you information, then you obsess over the place cells. If the grid cells are working but you're not getting enough place cell information, then you'll recycle place cell information, and that's
what if
hallucination.
then so those are some examples of potential those either or of those cells potentially not working, not encoding, not firing correctly, etc. Right? So that's on. So I could be wrong in this thought model, but that's on the like the detriment side of working, right? It's not working, therefore the other things are gonna overwork, etc. Right? But then what if in some individuals those cells are actually hyperactive? So, for example, I'm wondering with the OCD, it's like, okay, are things not encoding correctly? And I'm wondering, like, what if it's not so much that it's not encoding? Well, encoding correctly is also kind of a the word encode correctly, because then it also kind of assumes that there's a concept of correct.
So
But
yeah.
I just want to finish the question. Is what if for example in OCD there's things that are overworking, kind of similar to how for a schizophrenic person, the grid cells are working, but then the place cells are not. In autism, the grid cells are not working, and then the place cells are. What if the place cell is fine, but then what if the grid cell for the OCD person is like over encoding or something? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, sure. So then you'd be saying that, like, well, let me think about that for a second. Hold on. So what would that look like? Do you see things as having multiple locations simultaneously, or like what's happening with it?
When something is off, and I can tell that it could be more um, more balanced, or more in line, or more level, or more flush, or the angles being, if this part of it's angled this way and the other part's angled differently, and I know that I could just turn whatever object it is so that those two angles are identical, or very, very close. If I see something that's not, if I see something that's disjointed or off, it causes a very high level of discomfort. It's decreased over time.
Does it make the whole environment feel wrong, or the specific object feel wrong?
It depends.
Because that would be the distinction that I would be making, is like, if you have global configurational awareness, that would be coming from your grid cells behaving at least normal-ish, right? So then, or at least you can, like, something didn't stop them from developing, right? Like maybe they developed weird, but like there wasn't like a no-go. So then, all right. So if I don't know. So like you have an experience that we're pretty sure is OCD. So we'll just like run with that for now and use you as like the example that we're going to test these ideas on. So you understand social cues, right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. Does your OCD traits or features as you know them impact socializing?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, can you describe
Definitely.
how? Because the reason I'm asking you this so you can see it, because my hypothesis is that social skills are actually global configurational skills, like their visual spatial organization that's like moved into this really complex behavior. I want to know about that behavior, and then we can move our way back into the higher level, like cognitive process that's undergirding it. So what does it do to your social interactions?
Okay, so this will be non-exhaustive, but here's a couple concepts that I consider to be social skills. That way we know that we're working with the same kind of terms. So social skill, being able to understand things that are non-literal, for example. Like I am capable of doing that. Kind of being able to read and guess how a person is feeling, or kind of like what their state of either tiredness is, or potential to get frustrated by a specific event or thing within the conversation or in the environment. Understanding the direction that people are about to move when they're going somewhere. Not needing a full list of highly precise steps/information in order to accomplish a goal that I'm guessing that they want to have happen, or I'm pretty sure I know what they want to have happen just based on da 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 da. What the unset expectations are, capable of that. Being able to have a conversation with a stranger to where I'm not uncomfortable or wondering if I'm like messing it up or not. Now that being said, there's certainly times when that's not the case, right? But for the most part, I don't consider myself to have like a huge detriment in social skills, right?
And
Like getting someone to laugh or
you can see when there's a social hierarchy.
yeah, for sure.
And you can
For sure.
see when people are close to, when their relationship is close or distant. You can tell if people like each other or not.
Yeah.
Like you.
Okay. In general.
Yeah. Then I would say
obviously
that's
that's not a 100%. Obviously, it's not a 100% pass rate, but it's certainly more than 75% of the time correct.
Okay, so does your OCD impact any of that skill set?
So I think that it potentially does, because a lot of my quote unquote social skills are very learned and developed, not necessarily just like natural. Like I came out of the box like that. Always been real good one-on-one with people, even when I was a little kid, right? But group dynamics, I certainly had to learn a lot and adjust to, which I think a lot of people do anyways.
What was your natural behavior before you started adjusting it?
My natural behavior was very much so, oh, I have one friend at school, and that's my one friend, and I play with my one friend, and that's the only friend I really play with, or going with him. His name is Joey. Going with him to go play with the other kids, but I think part of my early experiences as a child was, I was the oldest kid at my house, so I was a little bit like a little bit bossy in kindergarten. Like, we play this game, and these are the rules, and this is how you play it, and this is how you do it, and this is what you do, this is what you can't do, and this is how it works, and this is how you win, and this is how you lose, da 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 da. And then we would play that, right? But then eventually, I think I told you about, like, I made like this big game up, and it had like a story to it and like lore, and then and then I came back after being out of school for like a day or two, and they like changed all the rules on me, and then I just didn't want to play anymore because it just didn't make any sense anymore. Like if your character is an elephant, you can't go to the top of the monkey bars. That's where monkeys and birds can go. But then the one kid who wanted to be an elephant, he's like, no, I can go up here now. And I was like, no, elephants can't go up there. But so it certainly wasn't, looking back on it, it certainly wasn't like a natural, we're all in an even playing field. I think I just had a tendency to try to tell them how we're going to play the game, just because that's what I did at the house, because my siblings were younger than me. So I'd tell them how to play the game, and then we play. You know what I mean?
Right.
Obviously grew out of that pretty quickly, because, I could tell, like, oh, wait, I'm a little bit bossy. That's not good. You know what I mean? So it might affect it in that example, either OCD or monotropism, or how the two go hand in hand, possibly for OCD. Because I was surprised. I scored really high on that thing. You know what I mean? I mean, I say really high, but really high compared to non-autistic people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
in the 90th percentile,
Right. Well, OCD is supposed to have overlap with it. So.
Yeah, exactly. And then when I retook it with the best that I could do, kind of virtualizing not having the coping mechanisms that I have, the score was really high, right? Because I always feel a discomfort with the things that are discomfortable in that test, for example. I just developed a lot of coping mechanisms around that to where it's not as impactful or it's not as strong. But when I was younger, it was certainly a big deal
So what
for
can
me,
you
right?
give me an example of a behavior that you think is not learned? So if you're like saying like, oh, I learned to do something because I'm the oldest sibling, I'm less interested in that. I'm more interested in something that like
No, thank you, Adam. One
um
second. I'm sorry. Let me.
yeah, it's okay.
I gotta mute myself for a second. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I gotta handle this because he just keeps fucking coming over here.
I'm
Hey, can
sitting
you do me
with
a
my
favor?
dog right now too.
Yeah.
He didn't mute himself at all.
Oh wow.
I'll be back later.
I dropped something.
Anyways, I'm sitting
Hello,
with
I'm back.
him.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, so what I'm looking for is behaviors that seem
Yep.
very stable over your life, even if you've compensated for them. Because
Yeah.
like, so if
It,
there's, yeah, so I'm trying to understand why would you favor using a monotropic approach if you can use the like floodlight thing? Why did you not want to?
incongruency is deeply disturbing to me
What is incongruency?
naturally.
Can you describe?
When things don't line up or they're not working the right way or the object is not functioning in the way that it's supposed to or
Well,
the
so that,
rules
okay, yeah. That could still be
uh
monotropic though. So like an autistic person will be like, "Oh, that's broken. That object doesn't work." And like an autistic person will just move on to a different object usually that we feel we can fix, or we may feel frustrated if, but we're working with is object, 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 object. We're not really able to put it into context. So we don't care what other people say sometimes, and we don't care, and because the object is all that exists. It's not like we're choosing that to be the focus. It's the only focus there is. Whereas it seems like if somebody has OCD, there's going to be an additional issue there where you don't want to leave the object, like, or you're not sure about the
mhm,
status of the object, so you keep going back to it. So, like, I'm trying to understand. So,
mhm, mhm,
if you have social skills, right? Does
mhm,
do you have OCD thoughts around social hierarchy? Do you have OCD thoughts around relationship closeness or distance or behaviors?
mhm.
Because that would be interesting to look at.
um Thinking about that question. Do I think
Because isn't OCD on some level about like being uncertain about something and then you're checking it because you're not sure?
I see that's something where I keep saying like I'm not an expert. I don't think that, and maybe I don't have OCD. Maybe I have something else. Maybe I just literally have Freudian anal retentivism or something. Because I'm wondering if yeah, what experts say versus like what
Mm-hmm.
the like pop science kind of thing is. Because I know when other people talk about OCD, not you, but like other people I've met, they'll talk about like they lock the door and then they go down the hall and they're like, oh, I don't know if I locked it or not, and they're like really, concerned someone's going to break in, so they lock the door. Um,
Right.
I don't have that. I don't have that because I'm
Isn't
like,
that not OCD though? Like I thought
I don't
OCD.
think it.
That's not OCD.
So
That's anxiety. That sounds like anxiety.
yeah,
Right.
so
If
I
you
don't. I
return to
don't.
it.
Yeah, so I don't. It's not. I don't. I don't know if it's so much that I.
So there's obsession. I'm gonna
I
look this
mean,
up. Obsession. Okay, here I'm just gonna read this. Obsessive compulsive disorder is a mental health condition characterized by two main elements: obsessions and compulsions. Obsessions are repetitive, unwanted, and distressing thoughts, images, or urges that intrude into a person's mind. These can cause significant anxiety or discomfort. To alleviate this discomfort, people with OCD often engage in compulsions, which are repetitive behaviors or mental acts that they feel driven to perform. These compulsions are usually performed in a ritualistic way and are intended to reduce
mm,
anxiety or prevent a feared event or situation, even though they are not realistically connected to it. For example, someone might repeatedly wash their hands or check locks due to fears of contamination or harm. However, these compulsions
mm,
often end up being time consuming and interfering with daily life without providing lasting relief from the obsessive thoughts.
yeah. So, for example, um, like I told you, like until I was like 19, I had to open the window in the bathroom a very specific distance, um, or else I was afraid that a shark would eat me while I was taking a shower up until the age of 19, which is kind of, you know what I mean? That's kind of like, what? And I did that for at least 10 years. It like, I feel like it started when I was like 8. I was like, oh, I got to open this window like this or else a shark's going to eat me. And I did that for a long time. Or like maybe, so then OCD. So what that also didn't touch on either though is like, you know, like the people like you got to close the cabinet and then they just keep opening and closing it because they're trying to get it like there's like a certain feel, or like the whole stepping on a crack and you got to even the cracks and then like
Hmm.
it's got to be the right number and the right space, the right pressure. That's not in that description as far as I can tell, for example,
Well,
right?
it's very I went for the simplest one, right? And I think like the idea is that you have heightened anxiety, and in order to deal with this anxiety, you obsess over it. So there's a
Mm.
thing that the brain is having anxiety about, right? So that's what is, my understanding it is the obsession part. And then you have a
So
compulsion that's supposed to relieve the anxiety, but then ends up being very time intensive and doesn't necessarily make any rational sense.
yeah, so for example, possibly I just have anxiety about being attacked by a shark, but I have so much
But it's
anxiety about
there.
what's that?
But it doesn't make sense to have it at that time. Like that's.
No, it doesn't. It does not at all.
Mhm.
Um, so then if but I'm trying to follow the logic with that to see if I'm making sense of it. If I like, let's say, so what if it is just that I have anxiety about being eaten by a shark? So at some point my brain decided that that was going to alleviate the anxiety, which it didn't completely, because then I still couldn't close my eyes in the shower until around, till like 19.
Mhm.
I had to keep my eyes open. I could only blink. I couldn't close my eyes for more than 1 second, or else I was just like, oh, I was anxious, very, very anxious, very afraid
Mhm.
that if I closed my eyes for too long, that all of a sudden I was going to be like the bathtub was going to open up and I was going to fall into a tank, and then there was going to be a shark in there.
So, question about this. So, is it fair to say that your fears are about something occurring, like an event happening, right? Specifically? Like it's not
So
a fear of
not always.
okay.
So for that, that's an event happening, and then there's I could think of other examples too where I might do something or for an event not to happen, but then there's this other aspect where it's an entirely physical thing, like the stepping on the crack thing. I never believed that it would break my mother's back because if I did, then I wouldn't step on the cracks. It was just if I accidentally stepped on a crack, I would have to step on a similar shape, size, distance, blah, 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 crack with on my other foot in the same relative spot with the same amount of pressure at the same angle, and my foot had to land the same way, or else I would just be I would be knackered, basically. But that wasn't to avoid an event happening. It was just like, it's like a physical feeling. It's just a physical feeling, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, but here, watch a thing about that. So like, you didn't want to leave that, right? You needed to course correct potentially, is what I'm suggesting. So like, you're like, okay, I can't do that, and I have to now do a thing that changes the outcome. Like there's something wrong that has happened and you're fixing it. Is that accurate?
It's more so that the sensations need to be equal. I have to feel the
Right.
same thing on the other foot.
Yeah, but if you felt the same thing on the other foot, that should mean something, like in an embodied sense, right? Like okay, if you did feel the same thing on the other foot, that would tell you information about the environment. It would mean something. Even if it's not making sense. Like if I normally am walking through an environment and I get a lot of feedback from my body about what I'm doing, that's the only way I can understand that I'm moving through the environment. So you may be trying to resolve feedback that you interpreted as negative, and now you're trying to move in a way that like corrects for that negative input, even though it's something like it just feels wrong. Like, but everything that you're doing is just a feeling, really. Like, right? Like all you have is your senses to tell you what's actually happening. You don't actually know what's happening without your sense data giving you clues about what you're actually doing as an embodied thing. So if you step on it and it feels wrong, like what does that really mean to like an embodied organism? It probably means something like you did the wrong action in this environment for some reason. Like there's something wrong about what you did. Like it's something that's, and it's not that you don't believe you're currently harmed, you believe you're going to be harmed if this doesn't get corrected, is what I'm trying to, does that make more sense?
I'm not sure.
Like why do the thing to fix it, right? Like if it's unfixable, right, then there's a different solution. So it seems like you're trying to resolve a problem that you believe is there, right? You believe there's a problem, even though like stepping on something a certain way shouldn't register as a problem because there's no evidence that's a problem, but your brain believes it is a problem. And then you're compulsively taking an action to rectify the problem, even though like it doesn't make sense that that should be a problem. But like that goes back to what,
Potentially.
okay, so
I'll,
then yeah, go
I'll,
ahead.
I'll say potentially. I don't, even if it doesn't necessarily seem to be the case in all cases of the things that I do or have done, it's possible that that is happening, and I'm just not able to see that in myself, if that makes any sense. So I would
It's
say
yeah.
that if you have a strong feeling or conviction or thought, etc., that I'd be very willing to explore that. I would be very willing to continue to explore it. But I just wanted to say that I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case, but it's possible.
Okay, so all right, so then let me get back to the questions that I'm curious about. If you are interacting with somebody and it's like a social situation, do you ever feel like the social situation is wrong and you're doing ritualistic things to fix it?
Um, Nothing really springs to mind. No, I don't. I don't really think so. I guess it would depend on the social situations, but at the same time, maybe it doesn't depend on the situations. I don't. I don't think so. I would say.
If your question is like, okay, could what's happening for you have to do with like some sort of overactivity or something? Um, so the way your grid cells would work, as my understanding of it, Like maybe your brain is holding multiple possible locations at once. That's maybe one way that could look, I guess. But usually, like that would be a disorientation issue too. Like usually, if your grid cells are remapping the area, it will do it, but I wonder, like you can't get more, as far as I understand, you can't get more gridded than gridded. Like it's just they fire in this pattern. Maybe they can fire in like a weird pattern. I don't know. Like I'm just trying to think like you think you have intact social skills though, basically, but you don't like being around other people as much because it causes problems for you. Is that more the issue? Like did you like
No,
being
that
like did you like being by yourself when you were a kid because it was better, or did you just not care about other people as much?
I do like being around people. I liked spending a lot of time by myself because then I could like read and stuff. But I think there's also an element of it too where it's like I'm not as naturally inclined to be like, oh, I'm bored right now. Let me reach out to somebody and see if they want to go do something. I've never really been like that
Mhm.
too much.
Mhm.
Um, I'm obviously that way with you. I'm obviously that way with like I always only ever have like one friend at a time. And I have friends, right? But I typically will have like only one person that I'll reach out to. It's been very common for me my whole life. But it's not. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily. I don't consider it avoidant. I just consider it like I just don't think to. You know what I mean?
You just don't think that's what I'm trying to ask. Like when you were a
Yeah.
kid, you weren't avoiding people because you had a bad experience with them. You weren't noticing them. You're more oblivious than averse.
More like More like that, yeah. Because like, yeah, for sure. Because if somebody was like, "Hey, Kyle, do you want to come hang out with me, so and so, so and so, so and so, and so and so?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I'll be ready and come pick me up in 15 minutes, or where are you at? I'll drive over there right now." If someone asked me, and I like the group of people. Obviously, you got to like the group of people you're with. But I would certainly go hang out with a bunch of people and get along with everybody, right?
Okay.
And have fun, and nothing felt like, oh, am I making a mistake? Did I say the wrong thing? And da 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 da. Like, just hang out. You know what I mean? Um, Play video games, listen to music, watch a movie, go somewhere, go look at something. A lot of have fun, whatever. No real concern about like, oh, am I whatever. Too much at least. It's not to say I've never had those thoughts, but I think kind of everybody has those thoughts sometimes, right? Like, oh, am I awkward? Um, but no, I wouldn't say as a rule, no.
Okay. So then, all right. So here's what I'm trying to understand. So like if we have a global configurational local featural split, right? That's what we're asking about, like doing as arriving, doing as building. You like building, but you can also do as arriving, correct?
I can
You can do goals.
I can I can suffer through doing as arriving, but I really only like doing as arriving if I have a good doing as building basis first.
Which is that just
So
seems
then what's that?
that also just seems rational. Like technically speaking, that just
Oh,
seems like
thank
the way
thank
you
God.
should.
I thought you said that just sounds irrational, and I was
No,
like,
that just
no, not
no
me.
no no that is rational. That is rational. So, okay, so all right, so we're trying to figure out like what is OCD doing. So you do you feel okay? Are you having problems where you want to pay attention to something different than what you are paying attention to? Like you want to have different thoughts than you are? Are you having like, like repetitive fears? It seemed like you've had those in the past where it's like your brain's like, I'm
Oh no, for
gonna
sure. Oh, for sure.
really go potty.
Oh wow, I heard a robot. It was crazy.
Sorry about that. Maryland, I'm saying he wants to go potty. I have to be outside a little bit. Okay. So, all right. So,
to answer that question,
yeah.
To answer that question, no, certainly. I've been, like I was telling you, like I especially like if I'm already like in a not very like stable state of mind, I guess. I can certainly have something that reminds me of something, and I can just have a cascade of, very difficult memories or imaginations, or like little weird like logic trees that can, depending on what's going on and what it was, etc. Like it can last like days and it's like days and weeks and months sometimes. Where it's just like I don't want to think about this shit anymore, and it's like months and months and months of this crap.
And those cause compulsions?
Those cause compulsions.
Like, do you do ritualistic things in response to them?
Ritualistic things, as in,
like if I do this, it will make me feel better, and you start doing a behavior that's, maybe just for the sake of alleviating the anxiety that you feel because you're thinking about this thing too much.
No, I don't think so too much.
Cause like
I could be wrong though.
Well, okay, so So
maybe.
Well, think about it. So it's like you went into the environment. I'm just trying to think of like the thing with the shark. So you would go into this environment, and every time that you were there, you would think that there is a problem, and you would try to do something about it, and it didn't make sense, but you had to keep doing it, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to ask. Do you have subtler versions of that? And if you do, like, why I'm just curious, like, let me think about this for a second. So if monotropism really is just like you're caring more about place cell information, and maybe that's just a good thing to be able to do, did you care more about place cell information for a slightly different reason, which is an OCD reason? That like you believe this thing has features that it doesn't have, or you're concerned that it could, and then every time that you're involved with it, you've created a ritual to like relieve that anxiety, right? Make you not worry about that. Yeah. Okay. So.
I would say I wanna see if we can hammer in on the word ritual, for example, because like for example the window thing is a ritual, right? But then maybe another ritual might be like, okay, the thought's happening, and it's like I have to repeat like some like mantra or something, like no, that's you don't know if that's the case, or well this, but there's this thing that is also true in that situation that makes it better, or you know possibly even trying to do something to not think about it anymore, right? Would those be considered rituals, I guess, right? Oh, am I still here?
Forgot I had my thing up. If I think that counts as rituals, if it just depends on like how frequently you're doing it, and like is it to relieve anxiety, and like does it really work? Is it taking a bunch of time? Like does it even really make a lot of sense? Like it's just like OCD is supposed to have some aspect of it that doesn't totally follow rational, cause and effect.
That's interesting. Yeah. Unless I've developed better coping mechanisms, like for example, maybe it's not the best either, but trying to not jump to don't like just like repeating like internally, like, oh, don't jump to conclusions. That's probably a lot healthier than doing the window thing, right? But then is that also a ritual too, right? Like,
Well,
don't jump to conclusions, or
so don't jump to conclusions is an arriving metaphor, right? Right?
I think linguistically it is, but in my head it's more of like it's like imagine like a um 3 dimensions, a rectangular prism, and there's like little like slots that are like color coded,
Mm-hmm.
and those color codes are like different aspects of the scenario or the situation that I'm dealing with. And then like there's like at the very end of one, it's like that final brick that you put in that's like, this is the conclusion. Like not putting that piece into the equation in my head, at least. So it's a little bit more building, but I
But
think linguistically it does sound arriving.
yeah, well, here's the problem with it, right? Like you're not gonna do it, right? Like you're not concerned that you're gonna lose control over your arms and then build something ugly. You're concerned that something bad is gonna happen because of other agents moving through space doing things,
Is
right?
one of is it can certainly be one of the concerns. It's not the only concern. It can certainly be one of them, though. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that like, so if somebody's autistic, right, like, and they have
Uh,
monotropism, this is what I think is different. Well, no, if someone's autistic,
yeah,
they have monotropism, okay, why would that look different? So the autistic person's like, this is what I want to build. I need to get the materials to build it. I have to figure out how to find them. I don't have a lot of information about my environment, therefore I'm not thinking about
mm,
my environment. I'm just thinking about building the thing. So then we get
right,
blindsided by things going wrong because we don't
right.
realize people are moving around doing other things, going towards goals, whatever.
Yeah,
Okay? So we're just
and I
trying to
think,
get our shit and build our thing. So for you, it's like if you think someone's going to get in the way of you being able to build your thing, the way that I would figure that out is then I make a meta object of the behavior of my society, and is it more or less likely that I can get access to the things to build the thing that I want to actually do? So then I'm looking at
right,
the features of society and then making like statistical guesses, basically like how what's the probability that this is going to make it hard for me to get this, how can I decrease that probability? So I'm kind of just like mechanistically looking at my society. But if it's too much information, I'll just avoid it. You know what I mean? Like if there's too much people moving around and information that I can't use, like basically arriving people doing arriving things, then I'm just going to avoid it because it's going to be too chaotic for me to make predictions. And in general, I'll like
interesting.
study people until I can make predictions again. So that's why I try to know as much as I
Hmm.
can and make these weird hypotheses because I think it's an expression of the thing that I'm hypothesizing about. So then if you're okay, look, if you're trying to solve something that's a problem,
Hmm.
but you're also aware more than I am of other people doing things right now. Like they're arriving at places with different things, and that's going to change how you can or can't solve a problem. I think that's global
Hmm.
configurational awareness, and I don't think that sounds
Yeah.
wrong, but it also seems like you have some junk data in there. Like it seems like you have some noise of like
Yeah.
possibilities that are very unlikely and you're worrying about them as if they were very likely. So what does that come from? I don't know. And does that sound accurate?
I think it's good to work with. Yeah. So I think there's an element of it that I don't think has been fully. I don't know if I'm not explaining it correctly or not, but just the very concept of something not being orderly is
What does that mean?
disturbing. Regardless,
What does orderly mean?
like not being like not being correct,
How do you know if it's correct?
like because of uh well, that then, and I guess that's kind of part of the reason why I think it's it's possibly that's a little bit more towards the side of being an illness. Um, Being correct to some, it's kind of an imagined standard, right? Um, so
Are you comparing it in
It's
your
like,
mind to a counterfactual?
am I comparing it in my mind
So
to a
if you have
counterfactual?
so if something's not correct, right, then it's incorrect. Therefore, then there is a state that is correct. Do you have that
Yeah.
counterfactual state in your mind?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. So, all right.
And are we talking
What kind of
still
well, hang on. Actually, you actually ask your question, then I'll go.
are we only talking about in social stuff, or are we just including everything in general?
Well, see that's what I'm trying to separate and see if there is a distinction for you. So like if I'm like what's the difference between your version of monotropism if you are OCD
Yeah.
and my version if it's autistic monotropism, what could be the difference? So if I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, the counterfactual is this object should look like this because the logic of the object dictates that it must look like this because this object tells me what environment I'm in if it's built correctly because I can't see the environment. So I'm using this object and its construction, its engineering to give me clues about the environment I'm in. And that's why it's important that I build a good object because this is my tool that I use to make guesses about the world that I'm in because I'm missing information that most people have about like the context and the like global configurational information. So if that's what I'm doing with it, and then I'm locked in on
Right.
this, okay? So then I could be holding a counterfactual in my head, but in general, I'm not doing that very, very much because I'm
Right.
most interested in the purpose of the object itself, which is for me to figure out what reality I live in. So I'm not married to any object. If I think it's
Right.
giving me a good hint about my reality, I'm going to keep working on it. If I think even working on it and it's a weird object that's kind of busted but still gives me hints about my environment, that's really what I care about, right? So like my special interests, yes, I love them, but I love them because they give me a lot of information about my environment and they seem to be rich in that potential to continue to do that. So
Yep.
yeah, okay. So that's my version of like monotropism.
Right.
So if you're talking about just doing arriving, doing is building, you could be doing the building version of that too, right? Or some building version of it where you care about how you build the thing. But also, you could think, I need to make this or else this thing will happen in the future, which you can only, if you think a thing is going to happen in the future, that's a sense of time. That's a sense of other things moving through space. Like a dangerous thing will
Mm-hmm.
arrive at me if I don't have this prepared in time for it to arrive.
Mm-hmm.
Or you see what I'm saying? So are you doing
Mm-hmm.
that? And then that's a social skill, and then that would be the difference between us also, is that you appear to be focused on one thing, and yes, you may be spending some of your time building because I think a functional brain does both and I don't have the arriving one, but that you're motivated by arriving. See what I'm getting back to the motivation thing? So doing is motivation. So are you motivated by preventing the arrival of a danger that you're seeing in the future? So are you seeing a scenario play out instead of a counterfactual like object that's broken, object that's working based on the logic of the object itself, which for me is supposed to tell me the logic of the universe we live in? Because if the object behaves like
Mm-hmm.
this and I'm in this universe, that tells me the principles acting on the object that in the universe I exist in, and I'm missing all. So are you instead trying to like envision, and that would be global configurational, things that could happen in the future, places you could arrive at, places other people could arrive at, and you're trying to be prepared for it, or you're trying to prevent it in some way from happening?
So hopefully you don't hate this answer, but
Don't say it depends.
I certainly think what?
Don't say it depends.
Oh, good, because
If
I
the answer if
specifically
the
was like,
answer is ever yes, then you've answered yes to me. So like, because I'm saying I don't do that. Do you do that? It doesn't mean do you always do that. Do you do that at all?
yeah, no, for sure,
Okay, then yes, that's what I wanted to know. Yes.
Yeah, but I want to be clear that there's other elements of like just the object for the object's sake itself and not concerned with something happening in the future because the thing is not set right. I certainly have that a lot.
Right. Well, I think like being interested in the object for the object's sake, that's what object's sake, that's what people will call intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation, which I think is actually this.
Yeah, I just want.
Yeah. Yeah. So you should
I
be
just
able to
wanted to
do
be.
that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't. Yeah. I wasn't clear on what. I wasn't clear if it was being broken down as like a opposites kind of thing.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
okay.
I'm saying that I have an exclusive behavior that should be a preferential behavior, and in so much as people like me or think that I'm intelligent, that's why, because it is a good behavior to do. I'm just stuck using it almost like to an absurd degree because I'm using it in a way that's not meant to be used to fix a deficit, to fix a disability as much as I can, and it doesn't really work. So I mean, it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think more people should be using monotropistic behaviors, but maybe you used it as a solution for your issues, and I also have a version that's a solution for some issues, but I have different issues because you're still seeing global configurational information.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's where I'm trying to go. Quote unquote go.
And that's yeah, and that's kind of, you know, I'm certainly not trying to turn this into like a, hey, that's cool, you guys have autism, but let's do an OCD thing right now. I was just thinking about it while the chat was on earlier, and I was thinking about doing this building, and I was just thinking like, man, that's caused a lot of, not anything crazy, but it's caused a lot of difficulties between me and certain people over the course of my life, and a lot to the point where you're kind of just like, damn, are all you people like this, dude? Like, just stop, right? So I was thinking, because I was like, well, I'm not. So these guys have that problem. I say that these guys have that problem, but this is the thing that, you know, you guys are doing. This is the thing that I do. You guys have problems interacting with people. I have problems interacting with people, and I'm not even autistic. You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, is like, if you ignored global configurational information in real time to pay attention to whatever it is you're doing, that's going to piss people off. And for me, it's like, you know, I mean,
Can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
And I think that's an interesting point, because I'm certainly not ignoring the global configurational information at all. If anything, I feel like now that I have the language for it, obviously I couldn't have had this thought before, but now that I have the language for it, I almost feel like I'm looking at the global configurational setting better than they are, because they're just going into they're just motivated to get started on the global configuration, right? But they're not seeing all of the parts that I'm seeing of the global configuration, hence why I'm taking my time to build all of the stuff first. So then my global configurational awareness, I think, is higher than theirs, because if they had the same amount, they would probably, in my opinion, tend towards what I'm doing, because once they see the effect of my constructions in the global configuration, then all of a sudden they want to do it or try to do it. If that makes any sense.
Right. But, well, okay, go with me for a second. So if you're doing as arriving, right, you will build things. We will constantly be building things. We have opposable thumbs, okay? But you can stop being concerned with building just to get to the goal. Like, if you're running towards something and you're just trying to get to the goal, you can ignore all of the things that you could be building in your head. You're just, all I want to do is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, done, right? So that is, in my mind, what global configurational is the ability to get to the destination, even if shit changes in the environment, that you're still going to get to the destination, right? So that, if you did it excessively, would make you ignore things that you're destroying to get there. Like, if the only thing that matters is hitting that red finish line X whatever, and there's a
Mhm.
baby in the way, you'll kick the fucking baby. Like, if it's life or death, you or the baby, you will kick the baby that's in your way, is sort of what I'm saying if someone's just doing global configurational. Especially, let's say they're very global configurational and they know people will forgive them for kicking the baby and it's life or death. They can even do that real quick and then still kick the baby and go, right? So like, that is what I understand it to be. If you're saying that people are not able to balance, knowing like, hey, we need to build this correctly, or else when we get to that destination, it's not going to be a good place even to be at. Like, if we don't do this now, there's going to be a problem when you get to that finish line. That's just integrating. So maybe you're more integrated. In my hypothesis, you would be integrating the information more. And the
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so that's not that you have more global configurational awareness. It's that you're using the global configurational awareness to build things and also try to get to a goal. Like, you're aware of other people's goals too, right? Because they can help you to get to a goal. But also you're concerned with
I
them.
I should have been I should have been a little bit. I shouldn't. I was being a little bit figure of speech when I was like, I almost feel like I have better configurational awareness than them. I was being a little bit figurative speech on that. I
Right.
apologize for that.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to specify here, like what skills are you using, and you'd be using them in a different way than an autistic person, but like, you'd be checking in on two kinds of information, and maybe you have
Yeah.
been inclined to do more intrinsically motivated, is what people would say, rather than extrinsically motivated stuff because of how your brain is. And it's also smart.
Or at least smart enough to put Sharpie marks on a 4-foot level.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, I can see how another person would use this, where like as an autistic person would be more likely to say that like this is the best way to solve this problem, and I don't care who interacts with it, they should learn the best way to solve this problem, and everyone should act like a little robot, right? So autistics
Wait,
would be like that more.
what did you say that I was doing?
So you may be able to imagine people having issues with something, right? And that can drive you bonkers. So you're trying to.
No, 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 no.
I
No, no,
mean,
no. It's no, no, no. It's no. This is the right way to do it.
no, I mean, it's that too. There is just simply a right way to do it. But you may be
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying, like, I'll be motivated that it's the right way to do it, and that's the right way to do it, and we're going to do it the right way to do it because it's the right way to do it because it's the right. There's no like, and also other people exist. I don't care. Like, you may be able to pay
Right.
attention to something
Yeah.
else.
I just, I just wanted to be clear though that I know that other people exist, but that's not. I'm not building it necessarily. I'm not motivated for them. I know that they'll be able to use it, right? But my motivation is specifically, this is going to be dope. This thing is going to work this way. This is what it's going to do. This is what it's going
Yeah,
to
no, that's well,
be able to
that's.
accomplish.
I think that is the motivation. I think that is the kind of motivation it is. I'm just saying that, like, you can appreciate that
Yeah.
people will
I
have
just wanted to,
goals as well.
yeah, I just wanted to be clear that that's not my major motivation because I don't want the data to be incorrect because maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I thought
No,
you
I
were
don't think
saying
I don't
that.
think it's your major motivation. I'm saying that, like, you can notice. Okay, let me think of how to put this because we're in the weeds a little bit. Okay, so you can notice that people are unhappy about something, and or that something's not working, right? You can notice that it's not working, right? And part of how your brain like decides how to deal with it also involves the other people around you, like, and if they how do I say this? like, will they believe you? Will they, like, you have some insights into, like, how do I convince people to do this thing because it's a good idea?
Right, right.
Right. I don't have that. I'm just like, you should do this because
Yeah.
it's right. Let me hit you over the head with all the ways that it's right, which you've heard me do.
I'm sorry. Did you say which I've heard you do, or I'm hearing you do? I'm just kidding.
You've heard.
That's a joke.
No, I know I do
That's
it. Yeah, exactly.
that's a joke that it's happening now, which it's
It
not.
is.
But
Well, kind of is a little bit. I do it a lot.
yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to be clear that yes, I do have that capability, but that's certainly for me personally. When I make a little doodad or I come up with a new way to do something, the first thought that I'm having is this thing does not work right.
Yes.
I don't consider the people other than I always have a diffuse awareness, at a minimum, a diffuse awareness, if not a direct awareness of the people around me. I always have that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to be clear that that's also kind of one of that's also kind of one of the difficulties that I do have with people is that they're very highly motivated to. Their major motivation is with other people involved with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Kind of like when I'm sharing my idea at work, like, oh, hey, let me build all the templates. That way we have the templates. That way they're all the same. And I'm hyper, I pay attention to the smallest details. And I'm like, I consider myself the best read, best written out of all of you guys. No offense. Da 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 da. Not comparing me as a person against a person, but just skill to skill as objects, right? My skills in these things are higher. Therefore, the skills that are the highest should do it. When I bring up the idea of like we should have all the same templates, we should have all the same thing. That way, everything is all regimented. Da da da. And the very first thing that people usually say is like, "Oh, but what the other people aren't going to do it?" And it's like, what do you mean other people are not going to do it? It's going to be there and it's going to be correct. What do you mean other people are not going to do it? Why is that your very first thought?
Right.
Or kind of like, hey, we should all be nicer to women. And it's like, well, what about men? And it's like, now you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like the very first thought is, well, how does this affect other people? What about other people, Kyle? Did you think about us? And I'm like, I mean, I know you're there, but I'm thinking about the principle of the thing, if I'm being quite honest.
Right. Well, that's the better way to do it, in my opinion. I mean, I think that's like a skill that you can.
Oh yeah, in my
cultivate.
experience.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, it is. But well, so okay. So if they're like, well, what if other people do? What if people zig when you tell them to zag? And it's like, okay, well, why are they zigging? And then a lot of people are like, I don't know, because human nature. I'm like, well, no, but why though? like.
Right.
Human nature isn't infinite. Okay, if you're gonna say infinite, okay, well then why is that happening? How can you discourage that, make it less likely? What do you need to do? What does the design look like? If you're dealing with humans, okay, well now you've just proposed a theory of the human brain and behavior. So what is that? And then you have to like poke people and they don't want to say. And it's like, okay, all right. And I think that's people being super global configurational because they're just being like, I'll figure it out as I go. Like they're like, I don't know what human nature is. Guessing has worked real good. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah. I think what I'm thinking of is that I think that most people are obviously capable of using both local featural and global configurational, but then I do think that it does seem to me like a lot of people really don't enjoy the process of going local featural. They just go global configurational, and then my comment about being is a little bit off, but what my hypothesis actually is, if I could try to think of the best way to say it, would be that like I just know that I'm obviously way more local featural than the people that I'm generally around.
Yes.
Right. But then in addition to that, it also seems like possibly naturally, but specifically like at work, it's probably a lot of it has to do with experience as well. I know the global configurational in ways that they're not even paying attention to, even though they're more motivated to engage in global configurational thought and to actually disregard local featural because it's too much. I really do believe that I'm, paying attention to the global configuration even more than them, despite that not being my primary and major motivating factor.
But that's okay. Hold on. So you're paying attention to like counterfactuals though. So like, okay, so all right, okay. In order to pay attention to global configurational, that's happening in real time. That's my argument. Is that it's a very present moment sort of thing. Like basically, you're looking at the environment, you're keeping track of everything that's happening in the environment. You're getting rewards for staying on target for your goal potentially, and you're factoring in what's happening in the environment to stay on target for your goal, right? So that's what I think of as global configurational awareness. So you could do an imaginary version of it, like you could remember doing it, and you can write stories about doing it, right? Like you watch movies of like things that never happened. So you can do that, but in real time, the skill is actually like minute by minute, second by second. It's like a second by second ability. So if you're doing any sort of mental time travel, then you're doing local featural.
If I'm doing any kind of mental time travel, I'm doing local featural?
Yes. Because now you're using your episodic memory, and your episodic memory is going to be talking about a certain kind of semantic information, which is the features. Like now you're saying like, how does this thing behave if the conditions were different? So now you're thinking about the features of the thing in different environment. So now you're doing local featural right away. So that's what I'm saying, where it's like excessive global configurational actually like rips you away from doing that. Does that make sense? Did that make sense?
Doing excessive global configurational will rip you away from that.
Excessive global configurational would make it harder for you to imagine counterfactuals or future possibilities to do mental time travel. Because you have to be here now.
What's that based on though? I guess so. For example, it's let's say for example, so global configurational is going to be the relationship between basically everything within like a certain kind of area, right?
And you and everything in
and oneself.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's good to be clear on that. I was assuming myself in that, but yeah, I should say myself and the things around. So, for example, if I'm in a job site, right, and I can tell that painter's over there doing this part of the step, and I kind of know generally like what he's going to have to do next, right? And then the electrician just walked in, and then judging by how much stuff they have on their car and how pissed off the foreman seems to be with the guy, and kind of like how he's talking to him, kind of like how much work they have to do in there. And then I kind of know like what area they're probably going to have to go into because of what they brought, like light switches or whatever. And then I kind of know how we want to do our work. That's global configurational, correct?
It depends on how far. Okay, so it can so in a normal brain, I think depending on how far forward you're going, it's gonna start to shift. So if you're paying attention, do you see what I'm saying? So this is a memory issue. So the way, and this might change how we think about memory in the future. So if you study grid cells, place cells, time cells, head direction cells, speed cells, all of this is components of memory. So if any of this changes, it's going to change the dynamics of memory for the individual, and we don't know how. And all of these conditions we're describing may also be alterations in memory. So I just want to note that. So if you're keeping track of the global configurational and you start to shift into imagination, like you're imagining past, like what's actually happening in the room, now you're going into your stored concepts, right? Because it's not happening right now. So then you have to go into your memory of semantic information. Like, what are the concepts that you know? What could happen based on things that are not currently happening, that have happened, or that you're aware of for some reason, you have some learning of. So now you're going into your long-term memory. So now you're in episodic memory. So eventually, does this make sense? So like,
as one shifts away from the immediate environment, they're going to be going further and further into their local featural.
Yes, correct.
But okay, so then, so if I'm standing in the room, right,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say I'm always constantly thinking forward, right?
Right.
So underneath that statement, then therefore I'm always constantly at least using my local featural capabilities, pretty much all the time, right?
Uh-huh.
Or something approaching that.
Yeah.
But then, so if I'm in the room, if I'm in the room, but I'm able to maintain those thoughts while I'm paying attention to what's happening in the room at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So then I might, but I'm still using my global configurational abilities then too, though, right?
Yes. My assumption is that a normal person or a
Can do
person,
both,
yes, and is doing both almost all the time, which is why autism looks so fucking weird to us.
right? Because there's like a very clearly debilitated ability in the global configurational ability.
Yes, which is supposed to be there all the time. So when it's not there, it can be really disturbing. I think that's part of the whole thing. And so,
And annoying.
yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and annoying. Unfairly, but it is very annoying because it's like, oh, are you not paying attention? Do you not place importance on what I'm doing in my time because you're doing this and da da da? And are you an idiot? Why are you here? Get out of here, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly. You cannot share plans about this information because the person can't even see it.
Mm-hmm. And then socially it comes across as like, oh, this person's not paying attention.
Right.
They're actively ignoring me.
Right. Which, depending on other cultural assumptions about what kind of person it is, if it's a girl, she could be considered a ditz or an airhead or something. If it's a boy, he can be considered, callous or um,
Yeah.
self-centered, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends how they're seen. It just depends. But
It depends, yeah.
But it's the same, like the actual behavior is really coming from like a region of your brain that's supposed to be very active that most people work collaboratively with at all times. It's like, flatline, dial tone.
Yeah, because to kind of do you mind if I kind of not end that part of it, but to kind of just make sure we're all making sense, that we're still connecting back to the concepts of doing is
Mm-hmm.
arriving, doing is building, real quick. So this is what I was kind of wondering. Like, I wonder if it's kind of like a convergent thing where we're coming from. So here's arriving. We're starting from two different places, right? Which is probably not the best way to describe it. We each have a different set of features about us: autism, OCD, right?
Mm-hmm.
Two different systems that have different features within those systems that cause that change that gives those states their functions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in order to act in the world, or to accomplish things in the world, or to do in the world, whatever that may be, right? Whatever kind of phrasing we need to use, it seems that it is different, but it's similar when comparing to the outside world. But it does seem to be different in that we're still more comfortable, better off, and possibly much more effective by doing as building versus doing as arriving.
Mm-hmm.
So so that's why I was using the word convergent. So it does sound like that's the case, right?
Yeah, and also that the more complex things humans build, the better you will do by using a building as doing to solve
For sure.
problems, because now all your problems are building things breaking or having unintended
For sure.
consequences or whatever. So yeah, so it's
sure.
just like it's adaptive, but also I think that then this gets into questions about like how we've evolved and like the society that we have. But yes, basically like
I'm going back to.
yeah, actually you go. I'm done. I'll pause there.
No, I was gonna make a dumb little comment, but I do kind of believe it. I was gonna go back to my hermit magician hypothesis, where I'm like, all cultures have that concept of like a magician, male or female.
Yeah.
And when we really think about what do they all have in common, they always have in common that they dress differently, not necessarily, it might have become a cultural status thing, but I think that it's an honest thing that certain people are naturally geared towards that, right? And then in addition to that, they're typically not highly socially motivated for the sake of social motivation. They might be motivated to be around people in order to build, because with the right kind of people, you can actually build more things.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like they're necessarily motivated in going into town for no reason. You know, typically they're always like by themselves, and they're typically the person in either a tribe or a village or a city who builds things.
Yeah.
And who just sits around and thinks all day, basically, where everyone else is like, oh, we don't do that. They're like really smart. And I'm wondering, as you're talking about like the evolution of human and how we evolved, in order to accomplish anything, there has to be doing as building.
Yes. Correct.
You know, obviously has to be doing as arriving as well in some fashion. Otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be enough people just going around and doing stuff to discover the shit to put together. But without the doing as building, you can't form the concept of medicine.
Yes.
You can't form the concept of I don't know, a moral system, like a code to live by. Like, hey, it should be wrong for any of us to kill anyone at any time because that causes effects. Oh, did I leave, or are we still here?
Oh, we're still here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was support that ducked
out. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, to your question, like the development, that's a hypothesis that I've been nursing for a while. Kind of pseudo woo woo, but I like that kind of stuff.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Did I answer a lot of the questions? Were there other questions or no?
From me?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I could talk about this forever. Probably, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Are you done with it, or do you want to move on, or build a different thing, or?
Well, yeah, no, I think this is interesting. I probably will listen back to this because I'm trying to also like, I like read stuff and then I'm like, you're like, here's everything I read, and it's like I have to check how I've digested some of this stuff because like it is also like really theoretical in some aspects of it, but other aspects I'm like also I really am reporting on some like current neuroscience, so trying to be aware of that and doing a good job with it. So I wanted to check how I did. What else? Yeah, I think that's good. And what? I don't know. I don't know. What? I'm good. We could talk about something different or whatever.
I think that was I think that was an interesting kind of dive into that. Then I was thinking, still on topic, is like examples of doing as building versus doing as arriving. So, for example, you mentioned you have that on there and tying it to the New Year's, right? So, I was wondering if you have some examples, maybe 3 or more, however you feel about it, examples of the current, like some of the doing as building things you want to do. And then I was thinking it might be interesting to compare it to the language, like the same thing, but in the language of doing as arriving, and seeing why that's not such a hot way to accomplish the stuff for particular individuals.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that would be nice. Well, I think some of my building things, and I've always liked making resolutions. I thought I was doing them differently. I wish I could find the ones I wrote as a kid. A lot of times I turn them into confetti too and just threw them on my stairs. So unfortunately, I don't know. But I used to make them, and I always wonder, shoot, if I could find some of those, I wonder if there's like more signs of my autism and like maybe that also has it. But okay, so I definitely want to like intake a lot more information from specific books. I've been wanting to do that, and then using the stability of my new schedule to do that. And also I have a couple more like social groups, I guess those were what those are, that are like maybe going to be special interest supportive. Maybe we'll see. I also, the second thing is like I have to abandon social groups if I walk in. I'm like, I thought we were gonna do special interest, and then nothing happens. I'm like, but I thought that's why we're here.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but
Yep.
potentially I could have some social groups that will give me excuses to do my special interests. Woohoo! But we'll see. So there's more books that I want to read for that reason too, where it's like, oh, somebody will appreciate me doing this, therefore I can get away with doing it. Sometimes I try not to do things that will turn me into a hermit. So yeah, so then I don't do quite as much of the things that I would rather be doing. And now that I'm gonna have, I think, like stable income-ish, I hope. I mean, I don't know how
Oh
much
yeah.
my regular salary is going to be quite yet. Well, salary, it's a little different. It's weird. So I need to check what my income is going to be now that I have like a set schedule, so it should be more
Yeah.
consistent. I need to check what that is, and then if that feels stable enough, then I think I can relax more and keep working on reading that I want to be doing, which is, yeah, so reading, environment, more space management. I want to build a better stream than I had originally. I really like a lot of the aspects of the stream that I've done, and I want to like keep using
Yeah.
those, but then find a support stream that makes sense and also has like some fun elements to it that works with my work schedule and my music stuff and supports it. Ideally, like I want the peer support space to be a little bit more towards like um quality of life in the arts, quality of life in movement. I think these are very important. I think artistic expression and movement practices are very important for autistic people. So I'm trying to like make my peer support a reflection of that, and then do it in a way, now that I have a big enough support, that like I have like mods and stuff. I think I need to have more mods during my stream so I have freedom to do what I want, so they can just yeet people, because like everything that I want to do could include things that trolls would find interesting to attack or whatever, you know what I mean? Like just movement stuff is one thing that I'm really thinking about that with. So yeah, so I need to have like I want to put out more music. Like I want to put out a lot of music. Like I want to make and put out a lot of music. I want to work on my physical self, and my job supports that, which is great. And then work on special interest books, and download all that information into my brain so that I can build better models for people that might give a shit. And then my peer support being like I guess the peer support 4.0 or whatever I'm up to, like engineer and launch the new version of it, which I think is going to have a solid mod team, which I have to figure out how to do. I don't know how to do that, because I need people to be kicked the fuck out if they don't get what I'm doing. They just need to go.
Yeah. It sounds like yeah, just continuing to build your special interests, and then in the things around the environments around them, and then building in new functions into them and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Because I think like a comparable language would be like the doing as arriving would be like, well, maybe we don't have to do that necessarily. It's probably not necessary.
Doing as arriving is like,
But yeah, I think
hurts
those
my
are
head.
good. Yeah, don't worry about it then.
Yeah, if anything, like I think
I'll
people
share mine if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Did you want to finish what you were going to say just now?
Oh, I was just gonna say that, like, you know, if anything, like, all I have to do is like say my list to most people, and then they'll translate it into what they think I just said, and I'll like, there's the deriving.
Right. What I want to do is build a different work. I want to build a different. I want to build a. I want to build a different work situation, basically, where the tasks and duties and work that I do is different, because I don't want to keep building the same stuff that I'm building right now. And so I want to build around that. I want to build the the paperwork and certificates, basically, that course that I'm going to work on tomorrow. Today I just decided I'm just going to sit with the marathon instead of working on it.
Yay, thank you.
Yeah, and then you're welcome. Thank you,
New
by the way.
Year's. Isn't that weird? We're gonna spend New Year's. Maybe I'll just stream all the way through New
We're
Year's.
going to
Fuck
spend
it.
New Year's?
Let's just go. Yeah, isn't it New Year's today or some shit? Isn't that right? Yeah, right?
Yeah. Night.
The 31st today.
Yeah, let's just do New Year's. It's a New Year's stream now. I just decided. If I'm not gonna do it now.
Very good. Very good.
Like, when am I gonna do it? You know?
And just think of
like
how
I have
many
to do much
things
with
in
my
your
dog.
room.
He has like a, ridiculous peg leg right now.
Arg! I'm First Mate Merlin on ship Mommy's ship. Avast ye! It's Captain Mommy and her first mate, Mommy Junior.
We're here to
Wait, do any of y'all know? Do any of y'all know? Does anybody else know that joke?
Mommy Junior? My mom does.
Yeah.
I think a couple. I don't know if anyone
Okay.
does.
For everyone listening, Merlin really likes being around Jane, obviously, right? Like all pets do. But then it's like a joke that he thinks that he's like, Jane is mommy, and then he's so much like her and around her that he's Mommy Junior.
That's funny. You say like all pets do, but like there's definitely a real variability in how attached pets are to specific people.
Yeah.
100%.
One of my cats and my mom's dog to her are just so attached they can't go without us. Right? Like immediately if we leave the house, they start whining compared to other cats who don't seem to give a shit if I'm home or not. Right?
And
I'm more meant in like a general sense of like, your pets generally like you in general, but there is certainly a very, very wide distribution of what that can look like. That's certain. I'm sure somebody has a cat or a dog somewhere. Probably not. Maybe not a dog. Well, maybe a dog, but I'm sure somebody has a cat somewhere where it's like, no, I'm pretty sure that cat doesn't care whether I'm alive or dead. But I don't think so. I think at least at some level, a cat acknowledges the people that it spends a lot of time around and have some form of affection. Maybe not to the point where they consider themselves like the little offspring of the person, but like Mommy Junior. But yeah, so yeah, it's New Year's. Yeah, so okay. So yeah, I decided to stay here instead of do the course. But I'm gonna do the course tomorrow, and then finish that, and then look at a couple other certificates to get, and then build that into the resume. So I want to build a good resume so that I can present that to various places up there, and then I want to build a real good. I want to continue to build that calendar thing that we made, and then build the build the consistency of like, okay, every Sunday at whatever time or after whatever event, like after housekeepathon, check the calendar, set the calendar up, that thing. And then also build. I also need to sit down and build like a financial situation, like budget. Make sure that I know what's coming in, what's going out. That way, I know how much I need to be saving for the move, and then build a little game plan to get all my junk up there. I don't have too much stuff, so I think if I just did a truck, box truck, U-Haul, just slam it all in there, wrap it all up.
And then we can do
and
environment
I think in a
overhaul
little
for a
bit.
long time.
I really do want to do that too. What I really want to do is like, I kind of want to, the first thing I really want to tackle is actually the garage.
Kitty.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
Because I think with the garage built, so that's New Year's resolution. I want to build that garage up.
Because then also,
I want to build it.
Then we have Ginger gets a little like sanctuary space too.
Mm-hmm. Which, yeah, and I could see myself being in the garage a lot, anyways, because like putting a desk and stuff out there. The work table and everything like that. I'll probably only really be in the house to use the movement room to do movement, but then probably spend a lot of time in the garage if we continue to build that into like a more media / work area, right?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so there's that, and then just other like little. I also want to build a better kind of schedule or set of mechanisms or something like that. But here's some arriving language. I basically want to arrive at the destination where I'm also reading more, studying more.
Yeah.
A little bit behind pieces of work that I want to finish. So there's a little bit of a hybrid. There's a little bit of building and arriving. But for example, okay, I want to read more, right? That's a thing. But build is, making or setting up a nice library, nice bookshelf with books in there, and then a chair there that's comfortable to sit in, that I sit in, and that equals read more. So instead of being like, oh, I need to read more, I need to read more, I need to read more, it's like, let me build reading space. Then reading will happen naturally.
Oh my gosh, I just realized how loud you are.
I think that's what I'm thinking. Is like,
I had you
sorry, am I yelling?
No,
my volume's on.
I had you turned up because on my phone, it's better to have your volume all the way up because we talk on there a lot now. I just realized, like, I was looking at the OBS and I was like, oh, that's peaking real hard. Oh shit, he's like all the way to 200%. That's probably been difficult.
Oh, that's interesting too, because it transferred into this chat, so it must do it based on the user. Unless you've set me high on here before, how it works. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Like, if it's a question of like, there's stuff that we want to build, but then we're not building it. So instead of saying like, oh, I need to read more, or I need to do this more, or I need to do this more, it's like, I'm gonna build the library seating area. I'm gonna build the work table that has the sewing machine, the fabrics, the measures, the threads, the needles, the cutting stuff for metal and plastic and wood, and then the drawers to hold stuff. So I'm gonna build that, and then the crafts happen after that.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, instead of like, oh, I want to make more crafts, I want to make more stuff. Well, That's what I want to do. It's like, okay, I'm going to build the station for that. That's my
Correct.
goal.
Yes,
My goal is
exactly.
not my goal is not to just make more stuff and to just read more. My goal is to build that damn table and build the damn library.
Right.
And also build myself an attitude adjustment. I'm just kidding.
Aw.
Right. And this is why I don't like the idea of New Year's resolutions, because they are this idea of like, I'm setting out a goal to arrive at a place, and that doesn't, there's no motivating force before that. That doesn't go anywhere. And, most people, they trail off, they don't do it. What you have to, like, if you want to do something more, you're currently in a reality where you don't do that thing. You have to figure out what needs to be built to change reality to one where that thing is something you do, right? It needs to, you need to find out, like, there's a barrier that prevents you from doing this thing. If it's something you know that you theoretically want to do and yet don't do it, right? There's a disconnect.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I think this language is, more functional. Let's not even say, I won't even say better. That could be assumed or unassumed, but it's more functional, certainly. Or at least it sounds more functional to me. All right. Does anybody else want to share anything they want to build?
I can keep going, but I'll wait for now.
I could keep going too. I feel like I could literally just talk about forever about all the cool stuff I want to do. And then I want to build this, and then I want to build that, and then I want to build that, and then I'm going to build that, and then I'm going to build that so that I can build that, so that I can build that, and I'll be able to build that finally.
Yeah. I think I'm just like overall feeling, well, you know what? Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I'm also like kind of acknowledging this as like an important milestone of like, I just had my 4-year, is that right? Yeah, 4-year anniversary of my autism diagnosis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, right? Yeah. And then this is 3 years of having my friend group that came out of like streaming. So that's nice. I'm like, oh yeah, that's really good. And like even just the weirdness of the whole pandemic and stuff, just having to check in on all of that. Like I also try to, I don't know, sometimes it's helpful to remember high school seemed like a good period of time to like benchmark, oh yeah, 4 years is a decent amount of time. So like it's like, oh yeah, so if I compare this like from freshman year to junior year, how much had changed, or even from sophomore year to senior year, how much had changed. So just like getting a chance to appreciate the amount of things that have happened in this span of time, which is actually super dense. Like a dummy amount of things have happened, and that a lot more things can happen. And I had a birthday in October, so just like kind of processing all of that stuff. So it's also, I feel optimistic about the next things I'll be doing by looking back at all the things that have changed. I'm like, oh, that's a lot. Like a lot has changed, and I think I've had opportunities to grow as a person because of the social connections that I've made, which is very encouraging for just autism in general. It's like, it's not that like we don't have important social relationships in our lives, we're just not making them.
It's interesting. You're talking about like so many things have happened in this period of time. I was just thinking that, like, I think of the last 3 years where I met you and Rowan and my wife as like my real life.
Yeah.
Right? Like my real life started 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And so like all the things that mattered to me happened since then. Yeah. And everything before then is like, I don't know, it's like I separate it out internally when I think about it.
I think I'm doing that too, and the line starts a little earlier but is that partly just like, oh, autism? I mean, it's partly obviously, yeah, just like having a connection with people who are able to move your brain to a good spot and then grow there. That's good. But also I think I could not have made the decisions that I've made without understanding, oh yeah, I'm autistic. Like that. So my real
Well,
life
yeah.
is that
So like
too.
that's my yeah, because like that's when I met you guys, when I met my wife. This is when I found out I
Right.
was autistic.
Right.
And it like fundamentally changed my decision making.
Yep.
Right. And no wonder I think about it in my real life, because I was trying to like do decision making based on what I ought to do according
Yes.
to my models of
Yes.
other people. Right.
Right. If there was like a non-broken version of me living my life, I don't want to disappoint her.
Right. And then it sort of fits into like the New Year's resolution things. Like I was living my whole life like it was New Year's. I was like, this is what I should do. This
Yeah.
is how I should be. Right.
Mhm.
Um, and I don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, this is how I am, and let's work within that. And
Mhm.
yeah.
Yep. I'm still finding layers of like well, yeah, I was saying that to Kyle recently, like things where I believed that being an adult was me suddenly turning into a neurotypical person. And since
Mhm.
that didn't happen, I thought I perhaps failed to become an adult in some way. And like me looking, I guess, sort of neotenous didn't help that situation from like the perspective of what other people say to me. But generally, like I've started to realize the way that I am is valuable because it's so weird that I'm able to point out when things aren't working. Like I break a lot of things, basically, but I'm like I break things because they have design flaws in them, and that's kind of amazing. So if I'm like not resembling an adult, that's because adulthood is broken. Because I have a mature brain. So if I don't resemble an adult, then the concept of adulthood itself is unsustainable on some level. Like it doesn't apply to everybody, so why even do it like that? Like it's an action that's being done. And I know that when I'm interacting with people that are realistic, they may find it convenient to think of it that way and to do it that way, but the consequences are obvious. And it's like I'm able to sort of hold my ground about how I do things instead of being like, oh, I should transform into you guys. I'm like, I don't even like what you guys are doing, and I don't think you do either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's well, to use that word I've been using a lot lately, it's paramount.
Hmm.
You can't you can't quote unquote be yourself. You can't live if you're not, you know what I mean? Because like it's like on some level you know who you are, but on another level you don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Because like you do know who you are, but you don't know what you are. Maybe is a better way to say that on
You
some level.
you don't yeah, like and you get compared to all kinds of things that you're not, and you learn to compare yourself to all kinds of things that you're not, because there's no concept of like, oh, autism and what is that actually? And then once you start being like, oh, okay, I'm autistic. Okay, wait, what is that? Oh, yeah, no, that totally is what I am. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not all those other things. I'm just not. So then I can discard a lot of
Uh huh.
like things that a child came up with, like little tiny me
Mhm.
being like, I guess that's what I am. And I'm like, no, I don't have to keep thinking that I'm that. Like, that's absurd. And then a lot of things that people have tried to project onto me, and I think being autistic, it's like being a funhouse mirror for people, or they just see aspects of themselves in you that aren't even there. So I think it's very interesting that like I've had a chance to observe people's projections in the way that I have, because I ended up critiquing them. I ended up learning feminism. Anyways, so yeah, so it's like not knowing what I am and then hearing all this weird feedback. It also led to me, you know, uh finding tools to break down the feedback, like finding like, well, if I want to look at what this person just said to me deeper, how would I do that? Okay. And I sifted through a lot of tools pretty early and got to some, I think, very good ones that also, are developing rapidly right now. Like we have already started to enter into a golden age of neuroscience, in my opinion. And
Yep.
from here forward, I kind of see it being sort of way smoother sailing. The only thing I have to worry about on some level is like global configurational stuff just not being explained to people in time. And also, like, this gets into support your ideas with like the meme hygiene and just like meme health. If that doesn't get in soon enough, we're going to have a lot of people trying to cover their ass and to um not admit to just getting it wrong. Like, we have to be able to say like, yep, I followed the wrong meme. Whoops.
Right.
Mhm.
That's you were talking earlier about um I forget what word. Oh, like dignity, I think, human
Yes.
dignity.
Yeah.
And you talked a lot about like how women are treated, but I wanted to chime in on the fact, like the way our culture disregards everyone's dignity,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
Like one of the biggest forms of entertainment now is to mock your like political enemies, or just like any group of people that you think you're better than, right?
Yes.
Certainly.
And that's just not the right way to go about things if you care about like actual human flourishing, right? Like it's not what Mr. Rogers would do,
No.
right? Like if someone is extremely wrong, then that's a serious thing. It's not a joke, right?
Yes, exactly.
And you should take who they are. It's more important to look at them as a whole person and
Yes.
actually acknowledge the different aspects that they have, right? And some of them can be like, what people might think of as evil, but most of them aren't. And it's important to be able to look at that and say, like, this person who is doing horrible things in politics or whatever is only doing it because they were born at a certain place and exposed to certain ideas there.
Right.
And if they just, if they had been immunized to these ideas, they wouldn't have taken root in them, and then they wouldn't act this way. Yeah.
So, like, when we approach somebody as capable of change, I think that's important because we do change all the time. I think right now we're in a weird meme culture too, where we have to be very static. Like we're almost walking photographs, and we're not really conscious of the fact that people's behavior over time runs in very odd directions. Like, I mean, that's very global configurational, but like basically like the trajectory that somebody is on, it's not apparent where that will actually take them because they're going to end up interacting with a whole bunch of ideas that we can't even predict they will interact with. So allowing people to have that ability to change, because they do, and then acknowledging it when you're talking to them, I think is really important. There are some dangerous people, and this is the tricky thing about the internet, who are very resistant to change and very motivated to be antisocial. I don't know what we do about that. That's just something to kind of be conscious of, but you'll know it. Like, that's the other thing too, is like I'm most concerned about the people that don't change. I'm most concerned about the people who there is no evolution to their thinking. Um there is no like rethinking and rethinking. If you already think something is true, you should keep investigating it, analyzing it, revisit it. And that's sort of my idea of recursiveness, is like, if this is truly a useful, meaningful thing, its meaning will increase over time. Like, time is a measurement of meaning increasing. So if you've really got something that's real, you should expect the meaning to increase over time. So you should want to revisit it. You shouldn't just say, this is how it is, the end, forever and ever, amen, whatever. And then you know, treat it as a religion or a cult or something like that, where it's just like unquestionable, unthinkable things. When, yeah. So, and it's oh, that's a whole other conversation. But like, basically, I want to encourage people to know that they don't have to change in order to prove they can change, that most people will simply change, and that I am interacting with only one version of them that will move, that if they, don't die, basically, will transition into something else. Like they will become something else, something else, something else. But that the purpose of us interacting, in my opinion, should be over ideas, not over people or places, because those will keep changing and keep changing. It's like, what are the ideas that we're doing? And I'm interested in ideas that support human flourishing and ask serious questions about human flourishing and try to include as many people as possible in that, just because I want to. I mean, I'm just interested in that, and to reduce torture, which I think is the greatest problem we have as a species, is that we've invented really complex systems of torture that we don't see as torture. So how do you deal with our species? So to make people interested in that, I have to say to them that they are capable of doing something, relatively abstract, and that implies that there's a little bit more meaning to the human species, that it's not a nihilistic project, that there's some reason why we exist, that it implies a connection to the universe, and that the meaning of the human species is tied to the meaning of the universe. And why don't we explore that as far as we can? And why don't we do that in a way that is in alignment with our needs as a species, which is, to live and to not be in pain? Why are we making each other in so much pain? Like, dignity to me is saying that, like, pain and hurt and injury and damage and destroying, like why do that? It doesn't make any sense when it's a miracle that there are things instead of no things, that we, a miracle. It's just so statistically unlikely that we exist, and then to just like throw it into a fucking pit and set it on fire. I'm like, why, man? I enjoy meaning too much, and I want to enjoy that over my life, but I also want to get to ask, why do I enjoy meaning so much? Is that in and of itself meaningful? Is there a meaning from that is derivative of a meaning in the universe? Can we explore our connection to that as a species? That would be way more interesting than us torturing each other because we feel pain.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if on some level, well, yeah, and the question is too, is like what human dignity and then pains, and then who's causing it, and what is the potential, right, doing as arriving goal for it? Because it's probably not a whole lot of, obviously aspects of it are building, but it's probably not the main foundation of that. I think it's the arrival of, again, like, safety, the freedom to dictate as opposed to being dictated to. Because then there's also different types of ways that we take away someone's dignity, whether that's mocking a political opponent or committing war crimes against somebody, right? That's taking away their dignity too, and then some.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've invented an insanely broad number of ways to torture each other.
Yeah. Like, for example, I'm taking a little break and I'm spacing out playing Rocket League. And I'll never forget now, because my episodic memory is pretty strong too. One time we were playing this game and, our opponents were saying, mean things. Like, oh, if you can't, it's kind of like, man, kids these days wouldn't have survived the Xbox 360 lobbies. And it's like, you know what? I remember those lobbies, and yeah, it was crazy, the shit that people said. And it was crazy hearing full-grown adults talking to little kids in horrible ways.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's such a small thing. It's just a video game.
Right.
There's zero, like, not that there's an excuse to commit a war crime, right? But on some level, it's like there's no rational reason to be horrible in a there's no rational reason to commit a war crime. But there's no rational reason either to do that on a video game to a child.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny too, because like a lot of people say, man, kids these days wouldn't have survived those things. And I was like, dude, we're the same age or similar. We were kids too.
Right. Also, did you have
Why did we have to quote?
Yeah.
Yeah, did we have to survive? And like, is that a good thing that we survived Xbox 360, Call of Duty?
No.
So I'm playing Rocket League, and it's always just gonna have that little tinge of like, man, those guys are like just crazy, bro.
I think
I just basically kept.
Well, there's things that a human being could be exposed to, but why? I genuinely have to ask. It's like, and
Yeah.
the idea that a human mind has limited resources in terms of like even just how much time you have, right? You only have so much energy. So why would you waste it? It's that in and of itself is a form of torture. It is intentionally taking your finite amount of time, like space and time means that you can't be interacting with everything that you could be interacting with, duh. So you're taking that and you're filling it with shit that you know is hurtful to humans. So that's an abusive, probably man who was making that decision to do it because he wanted to torture little kids. He wanted to torture other women's children. Like they're
Yeah.
fucking crazy men. So it's like, oh, you were basically psychologically abused by a bunch of deranged men. Yeah, I don't think anybody needs that. So you didn't survive
No,
that and you
and
get a badge of honor. You were harmed by strangers who wanted to harm children.
here's another one, right? Dignity. Sometimes the conversation comes up at work, like, oh, you think it's okay to hit your kids, or are you going to hit your kids, right? And it's funny because all of the people I work with who got hit as kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've had altercations and interactions with the police. They've gotten in trouble and went and did bad stuff. The kids who didn't get hit by their parents didn't do anything wrong.
Yep.
So like at work, right? Because I'm tough and I'm bold and I'm brave and I'm all confident and shit like that. Everyone thinks like I'm a bad boy,
Mm-hmm.
right? They know I'm a nerd, but they think that I'm like kind of crazy and like dangerous or something like that. And I'm like, oh no, I've never stolen a car, never got in a fight, never stole anything, never broke anything, never went and got in trouble, never snuck out at night, da 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 da. Right? I'm not perfect, I got drunk when I was 16 with my friend. We went to a concert, like okay, but I didn't, I wasn't getting involved in all kinds of stuff. I wasn't hanging out with older people, da 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 da. And then I was like, do you guys not hear the disconnect? You guys are the ones who got hit. You're the ones that are saying like, if you wouldn't hit your daughter, but if you had a son, you'd certainly hit your son, no problem. And I'm like, you're a son who got hit,
Right.
and you kept doing bad stuff after.
Right.
I think I told you about one of my buddies. That conversation came up, and he's for a long time I was the oldest of three until I was 10. Then Kaylee was born, but I was the oldest of three boys. And one of my other coworkers, he's younger than me. He's Alex's age, but same first name as me, and he is the oldest of three boys, right? But his parents got divorced when he was pretty young, right? But I was like, well, what about you? What was your parents' discipline, right? And he's like, well, it's like, no, our dad never hit us, never even like really raised his voice, nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the mom would, she hit him with a spoon, right?
Right.
And just kind of telling me how that went, and I was like, well, which one was more effective? He's like, for sure the way my dad did it.
Right.
He's like, for sure the way my dad did it, because when you get hit, you just learn how to avoid getting hit. But
Mm-hmm.
what his dad would do is you'd be acting a fool. He says dad would just stop whatever he's doing, just kind of put his hands on his hips and just kind of look at you, and like not even like not mean mugging. He would just like look at you like, okay, I'm just gonna wait till you're done. And he said you just feel like, okay, and then you'd stop, and then he'd be like, hey, why don't you come sit down? And then you'd go sit at the table, and he'd be like, so why were you doing that? And he'd make you explain yourself, right? But not yelling at you, not threatening you, nothing, right? And he said he's like, you just felt like an idiot, and you just never wanted to do it again.
Yeah, I like that.
And I was like, I was like, that doesn't it sound more effective?
Yeah.
So he treated him with dignity. And he told him, he actually gave him dignity. He said, you should have more. You do have more dignity than that. You're more dignified than that thing you're doing.
Right.
So the kids who got hit, well, I know some kids, like, they're like, yeah, I got hit and I turned out fine. I'm like, dude, when you're teenagers, you're fucking stealing cars, you're getting drunk, you're smoking, you're getting in fights. You know what I'm saying? You're already abusing girls at that young age, if you will. Maybe not abuse, but already involved in adult content. And you're trying to sit here and tell me that getting your ass beat somehow like made you a better person. It's like, you're not even a good person.
Yeah.
You just don't have enough energy anymore to do bad shit like that.
Right.
You're just tired now. It's not, you didn't learn anything from it. You didn't learn that it's wrong to do wrong stuff. You just learned how to get away with it, and then you got real good at getting away with it. You got good at lying. You got good at not getting caught. Whereas the other way, you're just like, no, I don't do that. It's not the right thing to do, so I don't do it. So there's a level of taking away the dignity of somebody at a very young age. And in my opinion, I mean, that's all anecdotal evidence, but I bet you, if you were to take a meta-analysis, I bet you hitting kids, despite, regardless that experts agree.
No, it's very clear that it doesn't. It's
very clear, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no controversy there. It just has negative outcomes.
Exactly, and what I'm saying is, like, I was gonna say, like, even to the what's that, skeptical, right? Yeah, well, experts, what do they know? It's like, okay, let's take experts out of the conversation. Let's just take a freaking a poll of the people. I guarantee you that poll of the people, which is what the experts are probably doing.
That's what it is. They have like a bajillion studies on this. Like, it's extremely well supported by all of the evidence.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not that important. But yes. What I was gonna say, I'm gonna leave it alone. But yeah. So, anyways.
I was just saying. I was like, yeah, like, no, that's exactly why we can. It's like, it's not like the scientists. It's like they just literally just recorded what happened and it was bad.
Yeah.
They didn't like build a model and maybe if no, like, this just doesn't. This is bad.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, somebody should also be able to hear that and not be like, I'm skeptical. I don't know. I was just saying, because despite me telling people that, they're like, nah, what do they know? And what I was trying to show was an example of, like, even if, anyways, yes, but yeah.
Yeah, they don't know how studies work. It's okay.
So it's interesting. It's not to say that, yeah. So. And yeah, I'm trying to think. How old is political mockery actually? Because, like, I'm trying to think, like. So you have the concept and the invention, at least in Europe, because it's arguable that, like, the concept of a newspaper has been, like, kind of like around in some form. It kind of depends on how meta you want to get on it. But let's just say, like, the concept of, since we're an offshoot of Europe primarily. It's not really, in my opinion, it's not really debatable. We're not entirely European either. There's a lot of other cultures that have influenced the way that we formed our society, etc. But primarily, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you think we have as much cultural influence from China as we do from England? Like, let's not start that. but so we're primarily an officer of Europe, and so the concept of the newspaper. I'm wondering when the newspaper got made, how soon. What did we start seeing like the cartoons? You know, where they like make fun of like a politician, like make him ugly and fat, or a woman, like make her like have like a really long kind of like ostrich looking neck and like a weird nose or something. Like, oh, she's a horrible woman. His wife is a horrible woman. How soon did that take off? Because we have evidence of that. That's pretty old. You know what I mean? I'm talking about hundreds of years.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know how the popularity of that has happened over time. And ridicule as a concept, like how have we done it? Oh, that'd be an interesting. Man, I'd love if a historian wrote a book just on ridicule, as like, or like an anthropologist. And does that exist?
I think there's something on the tip of my nose that I'm thinking of, but I can't remember. That would be good though, no matter what. Yeah.
Right.
That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. See, that's my hope. That's what my hope for like what social media could be. It's like, okay, you want to be a content creator. What if we can make it to where like you just find an expert, that way they don't have to set up the camera, and then
Yeah.
Because that'd be cool.
It would be cool, right? I like that.
Be
better.
like, here's the earliest known usage of ridicule. It's actually found in this Mesopotamian papyrus scroll where.
Like, which cultures have had ridicule when? Did they fall in and out of fashion? What is it? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like how does that work? What causes more? What causes less? Why? Which group do it? Where do they do it?
And this is what AI could be, because you could have somebody make that, but you could also, if the AI just had the information, you could just ask that question and it'll tell you like, yeah, it's typically found during times of tumultuous times if the economy is at a certain level on average, and like it could get real mathematic.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think humans are just like glorified ants. We're following, you know. I mean, I don't know. We follow some really hive-like behaviors.
Oh, for sure.
Merlin, you okay? Sure. Don't do that.
For example,
just relax.
I mean, so when I drove to Utah, I have to drive through Las Vegas, right? So I passed Las Vegas, and then you know, I hit a little bit of traffic when I was leaving Vegas, but there was one part of the road where it's like, okay, New Year's, Las Vegas. So obviously, a lot of people are going to go to Las Vegas. Going towards Las Vegas on a certain part of the drive, there were so many cars, just deadlock traffic at night. And I was like, dude, all of you signed up for this? All of you are okay that you all want to go to the same place at the same time just because it's New Year's and it's Las Vegas, and this is how you're all deciding to get there in cars? Bro, there are hundreds of you for miles and miles and miles of just stuck cars.
Yeah.
Now I'm not trying to be too judgmental. I'm just like, yeah, I hope it's worth it, but damn.
Well, it was harder for me to get to work because I have to go across the Golden Gate Bridge to get to work, which is nice. But it was harder to go because there's all the people in town to visit relatives or whatever, or for the holiday.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they're all going to go stand on the bridge or something. I was like, okay.
Yeah, and technically I was part of the holiday drive because I drove out to Utah, but I don't normally do that. And
but no, they weren't the reason why it was blocked. It's not because that's a good commuter bridge. It's not. They just drove to the bridge because it's the bridge, and they wanted to be like, and now we park over here and we stand on the bridge. And I'm like, wow, you have stood where many people have stood. It's a bridge. It is orange.
Can I share a little hypothetical difference of the doing as arriving and the doing as building?
Mm-hmm.
When we usually don't travel that often to destination cities, but one time we went to Chicago, right? And everyone is just like, "Oh, did you go around Chicago? Did you go see this? Did you go see that? Go see this?" And I was like, I'm not trying to sound rude to you guys, but like, I just don't like. I've never liked going to just look at the town and just to try the food and just to see this random thing. a museum is different, but that's, you know what I mean? To me, and I'm not trying to disparage anyone. 1 second. Shit. Hold on, I'll come back. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I can understand people being like, here's this amazing architecture. It's a bridge, man. Like, it's there. It's not that interesting. It's alright. And it's like, it's not like you're gonna remember, the San Francisco Bridge. If you went when there wasn't other people there, yeah, you might get to think about the bridge. But if you're going when there's like 400 people just smushed next to you, be like, a bridge! You know, like, all you remember is the people.
Which flavor?
Merlin, what are you doing? Can you just take a chill pill? Oh, well, you could take a chill pill, but I'm trying not to overdose him. Aha! The doctor gave me chill pills. Merlin, come here. No chill pills? That's fine, but just relax. I gotta keep doing marathon HCAT stuff. Want some of this? There you go.
Hey, Adam, can you swap dogs around, please? $100.
I've been on a break to keep Merlin happy. That's all?
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm back.
It's okay.
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm dumb.
No, you're not.
What'd you leave off on?
Oh, bridge dumb. That's all.
Yeah, anyways, I wasn't trying to get too like, I'm not dumb like the rest of them. It's more so just the shock that people have when they find out that I don't like going around to just go look at stuff and hang out in the city.
I definitely, I mean, even if you were going to do it, don't do it on a day that everyone else is going to be there at a time that everyone else is going to be there. Like, what is the I just don't get it. Like, that's why I don't like concerts or anything like that. It's like, oh, I'm going to see this person. I'm like, not really. You're going to see, like, 500,000 other people.
I'm not a big concert goer, but every so often I will go, like every few years.
You know, like, you're not really seeing them. You're going to see them, like, a tiny, tiny, super far distance away from you. And then you're going to see
that's
Sam and Bob and Jill and Fred and Susan and whoever the fuck you're going to see.
You know what's different though? There's a lot. The venues where I live are really small.
Oh, okay.
Like when Kaylee and I went to go see Lana Del Rey in 2019. So got lucky right before the pandemic. And it's a small venue, I guess you'd call it. But and then it's on it's like a what's that called? Not an auditorium. It's like some Greek
Amphitheater?
word. Amphitheater. It's an amphitheater.
Totally don't.
I think amphitheater concerts are cool.
I'm gonna see that.
Because you're up. You can see the stage wherever you're at. You know what I mean?
Merlin,
But
no.
I don't like to have to stand around with a bunch of people in a theater or in a what's it called?
Barking. No.
I've been fold in one of those, and that was kind of enough for me. I was like, too much sweat, too many people. Everybody's touching me.
To have a little bit of a chill pill. I hate to do this. But he's getting so active.
Yeah.
Merlin, you're doing so much.
But anyways, I was just thinking about the hive mind thing when you mentioned that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not bad. It just is what it is, you know.
Yeah, I think it's good to be able to say stuff as like neutral, but still be able to say it.
Merlin. Oh, okay, this is it. I'm done. I can't do it, Merlin. You're gonna have to take one little sedative. Oh, buddy.
Oh no, Merlin, you gotta take a sedative, buddy.
It's just like if he's hopping around too much too, it's not gonna be good for his healing. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine.
Even if he's just restless.
Yeah, which it's bound to happen. He can't do all this doggy stuff. Okay, I'm gonna give him this one. My dog. Here, Merlin. Hang on. Yep, take that. Yep. Whole thing. All of it. Take the whole thing. He can smell it, I swear to God. Okay, Merlin, you're gonna take it. You're gonna take this medicine.
Does he like it?
No, he hates it. He's trying to
Okay.
avoid it. He's trying to spit it out. No, Merlin, I'm gonna have to put this. Nope, you have to. Merlin, you have to take it. Take it. Nope, there you go. Did not spit it out. Good. No, you did. No, stop spitting it out. No, Merlin, come on, Merlin. This is why I'm not doing it too. Merlin, come here. You know you have to do this. Merlin, stop it. No. Oh my God. And I got cottage cheese on my hands now too because I was trying to get it in there. Merlin, come on. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Take it. Don't spit it out. Did you take it? Good boy! No, you spit it out! No! Stop it! No! Merlin, eat it! Don't spit it out! No! No, Merlin! Drink! Eat it! Oh my God! I can't get this into my dog. Merlin, take it! Take it now! Swallow! No! Oh. God damn it, you guys. What am I gonna do? Take the stupid medicine!
I don't know if he'll let you if you've established this, but if it's necessary, have you tried the like put it at the back of the tongue and close their mouth trick?
Yeah, I have. I'm gonna have to do it. Take it! No!
Yeah.
No! He's
It's
still
kinda-
spitting out.
kinda-
Ah! Merlin. I think I'm getting some of it in him. At least some of it's like dissolving as I try to do this.
Yeah,
Merlin,
and he's not a
eat
giant dog, so
Eat
doesn't
it!
need much.
No, he doesn't. Eat it! Ah, Merlin! He's like, I hate you, Mom. Oh no! No, don't hate me. Love me.
Oh no.
Eat it! No, you must eat it. You must. I'm getting cottage cheese on your head. Come on. No. Did you eat it? Wait, did you? No, you didn't. Okay. He's like, I hate this. I hate you too. No, Merlin. You gotta eat it. Take it. No, don't spit it out. God damn it, Merlin. Okay, well, I give up. You okay? God.
Can I make an unrelated comment?
Yeah,
I'm not good at Rocket League.
you're not?
No, and like back in the day, I used to play it with Jay so much. There was a period of time where we play it every night. I never got good. Which is weird. I'm usually like decent at video games in general, but I've always just kind of like, I'm like average to sucky at Rocket League. I still like it. I don't play it that often, but I'm playing it right now because it's the holidays. Just not good. Just a poor performer.
Well, so far, here's what I did. I got cottage cheese in my dog's fur. I did not get the medication in. And
to steal a phrase from...
All right, that's enough, Merlin.
To steal a phrase from Jordan B. Peterson.
And well...
I love you, Merlin. Sorry. Maybe he's fed up with me now. Maybe he'll avoid me and just sleep.
Rocket League is not an easy game. Like, on one hand, it's like a physics simulation. You're supposed to like predict what physics you should do to get the ball to go where you want it. But it is...
Yeah.
Like, because it's not just a driving game, because you have to drive up the walls to...
Yep.
Like, it's weird. It is not... Yeah, I never got a hang of Rocket League when I tried it out in the past. It's a very strange game.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to think, like, why do I play it despite like not really contributing to my team that much? I think part of it's just kind of like, it's also like the novelty. I like trying new stuff, even if I'm not necessarily gonna like invest myself in it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and train Rocket League and play it every day for 8 hours until I crack it open. You know, I'm gonna play it for a couple hours every few months. That's all I need. So, that moral of the story: casual gaming is valid.
I'm trying to remember when I got my COVID booster. When did I do that? Maybe I got an email about it.
You know, can I share something that's not that thought consuming?
Sure.
Remember last night we were talking about, even just tangentially, the whole Disney teenage star thing and like the issues and stuff?
Yeah.
My brain has been working out the timeline all day. I'm just like, dude, shut up. It was just part of a conversation. We don't have to make it make perfect sense.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. That's just an insight into how my brain works. It's just like, oh yeah, there's that one show. Oh yeah, there's that one episode. Hey, that was weird. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. You bastard. Oh, sorry. Cussed. Oh, I just did the dopest play, though, even though I'm not good at this game. I just did the dopest play! Yeah! Hey, Jane.
Huh?
Are we still doing an all the way to 12 o'clock marathon?
I don't know, maybe? Should I? I don't have to.
And then, yeah, if you want to. I was just going to say, if if you wanted to discuss stuff, or if you were in a transitionary state, or if you were working on something, or I guess basically what I'm saying is I'm checking in.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think we could. I'll just see how long. I should just keep trying a little bit longer. We should work on our calendar thing though.
We also have tomorrow for that. Like
Yeah.
Because now we said last night, maybe we'll just do it tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
Because I wanted to see if you still wanted to talk about concepts and stuff.
I do.
You do? Okay.
Concept? What concept?
I really like I really still like the doing as building and stuff, but it doesn't necessarily need to be that. It could be any concept really. I want to build something basically.
Let's do it.
We could continue the conversation that we were having around like dignity and the whole health thing and meme health and all that kind of stuff too. That was going really well, and I think we'd only just started to get into it.
Oh yeah, I got sidetracked trying to Google like a history of mockery or stuff, and
Oh, nice.
Right. And ridicule and stuff.
Yeah, and like when newspapers started, and yeah, I went on a Google spree and got very distracted. Apparently, like a printing press for newspapers has been like 200 years. That's been around, kind of thing. So apparently, there was a satire boom in 1960.
Oh, really?
1960.
Interesting.
Yeah. Was that globally, or was it?
I think England specifically. Someone wrote a book about satire boom that happened in 1960.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I would make an argument that in the past, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so with, social media and Twitch and YouTube, there's been a new boom in the sort of like performative mockery of people.
Yeah, it's getting
interesting.
So it's like, it's so excessive that it's like parodying itself. Like it's the whole beyond parody thing is happening. It's also like.
Can I?
Go ahead.
No, you finish. I won't forget. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not funny. Like that's sort of the part that kind of blows my mind. Is like I don't think I've heard anybody where I'm like, ah ha ha, I'm now literally actually laughing. Like.
Right. I have two examples I wanted to share to discuss as objects.
Yeah.
So this is specifically Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, typically bro type thing.
Well, let's go. That's retro. That's vintage Jane complaining about shit. That's like how we got started as friends.
I really don't appreciate. I don't appreciate Steven Crowder personally. Right.
Who does?
I guess Steven Crowder's fans. But here's the deal.
So Mom does. Go ahead.
What I don't appreciate the mockery that the lefties do in joking around that he's closeted, right?
Oh, that's gross. What?
That's weird because the implication is that you're emasculating him is the implication. Like, no, you're not a big tough guy like you think you are. You're actually just a gay man in the closet. And okay, if a gay person makes that joke, maybe that's not for me to say anything about. But if it's a straight person, or I guess even a bisexual person, it starts to get a little bit different too. When it's like, yeah, but are you in gay culture? Like, or you didn't grow up at a time when you'd be abused for that? Like, you probably haven't bled for that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, so what's the implication? Why is that supposed to be funny? Like, haha, he's really a gay boy, and it's like, why is that funny still? And then on the other hand,
it's not like, wouldn't that have to be using homophobia to have any courtesy.
It's by necessity homophobia.
Right. Exactly.
It's dependent entirely on homophobia. It is homophobic.
Right.
And then in addition, the other example is not a counterexample. It's a example and similar, but also different. I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan, and neither am I a fan of his sister Abby Shapiro. But when they all discovered her, and the immediate thing they started calling her was a milk truck because of the size of her breast. And then joking around about her breasts. Right. And so what is that? That's misogyny.
Mm-hmm.
There's no, well, she's a political opponent, therefore it's okay. It's like, so it's okay to objectify her body.
Yeah.
In a very specific way. And, because I have Twitter, and so Twitter is, especially back then, I started hitting unfollow as the guys came up, because I didn't want to have to sit down and purge my Twitter feed, because I followed all the same people we all follow, just because you're like, yeah, I'm going to be politically motivated. These are the only people who are quote unquote on the left that are on the internet, so I'm going to follow them so I can stay up to date with what my generation is doing discussing politics. Right? We all did that. So now I don't see it so much no more, but it still sometimes pops up if somebody reposts something that somebody else said. But then they're just like playing a bunch of like just memes of like, oh, she has a modesty channel, but look at this turtleneck she wore 10 years ago. Look how big her boobs are. Oh, mommy milker, she's a milk truck. Sorry, Ben, your sister's hot. And it's like, just stop and listen to yourself, bro.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Well, it's also saying like a woman said no, and we will explicitly make sure that she knows that that doesn't matter to us. That's weird. That's like, oh, you had a boundary with your body and how it would be portrayed and perceived. Oh, well, we'll make sure that we portray it exactly the way that you didn't want to, because number one, it's humiliating, but number two, doesn't that say that that's what men are entitled to do? Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, very leftist of you. Wow.
Yeah, very socially conscious.
Yeah.
Very much make good world.
She said no, but she said no for the wrong reason, so we're going to make sure that we violate her consent. Cool.
Exactly.
Very
exactly.
Good.
But here's the thing I didn't notice. I didn't notice any of the women doing either of those actions.
Yeah, because it's fucking disturbing, and we've been sexually harassed by men.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
So, discuss. I'm just kidding. If you guys want to.
Yeah, I'm
that's
down.
popped into my.
Let's go.
It popped into my head. It popped into my head in regards to ridicule, and specifically because of the two groups, you would certainly expect somebody who's saying, "Oh, I'm a socialist and I'm all for, I'm very socially liberal and everything." And but if you are Steven Crowder, I'm gonna make jokes that you're a closeted homosexual man, and I'm gonna also tweet them. Then they were also tweeting at. They were also last thing was they're also tweeting at Ben Shapiro pictures of his own sister.
Yeah.
Which she, by the way, again, like wearing a turtleneck is like the worst thing in the world because her boobs are so big that you can see them regardless of what she's wearing, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, do you think your sister's hot, Ben? And it's like, what?
Yeah.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, it's very pornified, very weird, very incestual, very gross. Yeah. That doesn't make sense to do. Like, I mean, getting back to the whole dignity thing and what I'm trying to talk about with that and why it even fucking matters. Well, we're adopting like this bro culture that they don't want to let go of. They're like, no, we redeemed it totally, and now it's part of the left. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, you're disgusting, and like somebody hurt you when you were a kid, and it was probably an adult man on the internet who will always remain nameless and faceless, and they ruined your brain when you were like 7. That sucks. Man. Didn't happen to me. I shouldn't have to live in your world, in your twisted funhouse mirror world. I don't need that. I have other things I need to be doing. including like all of the leftist projects. I'm like, I don't need to hear about your weirdo shit that is only there because you went on the internet when you were 7 or 8 years old and a bunch of really gross old men wanted to ruin your life. And look, they fucking did. You're useless. You're useless. You're wasting all of our time. You're doing gross bullshit that you know is gross and you know is bullshit. And you're trying to redeem it so that now you're a good person because you can't stop being broken. Go to therapy. And all of them, almost without exception, are actually straight. So they're just straight dudes. They're straight dudes whose minds are broken because some gross old men put terrible things on the internet that they wanted them to find. They found it and they haven't gone to fucking therapy.
And just like every model of masculinity is like self-abusive. It's all about like the lack of dignity in human nature, human beings.
Right.
It's all about like care less about things and yourself and others, right?
Right. It's almost like, oh well, if I can't be a god, then nothing else can be good. Only if I can be considered to be truly godlike does anything matter. And if I'm not a god because religion is false, then I'm a nihilist and everything is a meme and la la la. It's like, this is not mature. This is not sophisticated. This is not anything. It's just a tantrum. It's an existential tantrum. Yep, you're not a god. Sorry you were set up to believe that. Whoops, your species got caught up in a series of cults that we still haven't escaped from. So, trying to destroy yourself instead of the cult is pretty dumb. And, like, destroy women, destroy whoever your opponent is, destroy. It's like, what does that ever give you? Does that give you a sense of, like, meaning in life, or does it make you feel like you're so important that you can just destroy all meaning? That's a god complex.
Well, I guess what I was trying to hit at is like the models of masculinity, of growing into an adult man that you get are all about removing your sense of caring from yourself, right? To excise this. So it doesn't matter where they end up politically, because this is a lower foundational layer for what they become and who they are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have this idea that to care about something genuinely makes them less of a grown-up, less of an adult.
Right.
And at the same time, their behavior, of course, is absolutely juvenile.
Yeah.
But it's because they're not given like a cohesive understanding of human nature, because
Also,
it comes from this like female division that doesn't actually work for people.
They care deeply about how they're perceived in a hierarchy, and that is why they're doing it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Which is,
and that all precedes that.
But within each other, the hierarchy that they care about is one with other people like this, and part of the hierarchy is to pretend that you don't care about the hierarchy, is part of how to be high on it.
Yeah, the top position of the hierarchy is like just so cool that like he just like doesn't even care that he's at the top of the hierarchy.
Right.
That's how you really know you're. So they're all playing a game of that, and it's rather oblique. Like, and it's like, or opaque rather, not opaque. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. It's transparent. Okay. It's, if they want people to believe that they don't care, right? And they're putting in all this effort to look like they don't care. And then they have a really difficult time getting away from a spotlight. It's like, if you don't care about anything, why should I care about you? I think they're looking for a mommy to care that they just don't care about anything. I think they're looking for some figure to swoop in and be like, oh, it's so awful that you are so important and just can't care. If only you cared. If only you, the savior of everyone, finally cared. Here she comes, the magic pixie dream mom, telling you that you are a special big boy after all. And it does matter if your life amounts to nothing because you have so much potential.
Well, right, and that ties into what people think is like wrong with men right now, like something's broken about society, they say. And what it is that it used to be that you can get a wife simply by having a steady income. That was all you had to do as a man to get a wife, because women were forced to only survive by attaching themselves to the income of a man.
Correct.
And now women have standards, and there's a huge amount of young men who were brought up with the belief that as long as they didn't hit women and had money and were nice sometimes, they deserved to get married to a woman. Right? They don't have to be anything special.
Right.
They just need to sort of be there and not be actively horrible.
Well, and what they want out of the woman is the regulation that they can't do for themselves.
Right.
And other things too.
Well,
but that
part of
a big part that I think.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, I wanted to say that what you just said is a bigger part of it than I think they fully realize.
Well, right, because they're so cool that they don't care about somebody doing that, right? Sure you do.
Right. Well, it's also about I've been in this position, right? I was a virgin until 30. I, didn't date until 30. And I came up male. I'm trans. There's this narrative of focus on sex that it aggrandizes it beyond what it's actually about. Right? And there's all this holes in the life of these men that they think they can fill with sex, especially, people who haven't had any before. This idea that it's more than it is.
Yeah.
And it's not, right? It is, if anything, it's working like like any addiction, like alcoholism or drug addiction, as this sort of numbing agent for this larger hole in their lives.
Well, and also, that's why I like the addictive model, but especially I think it behaves a lot of these behaviors, it explains a lot of these behaviors where somebody wants to feel like shit so they can use ejaculation, orgasm, whatever your situation is, but mostly these are straight dudes. They're using that orgasm to get a really big high really fast, which is going to be a more addictive, more satisfying release of pain, fear. You're going to get a bigger hit if you come from a lower low, and if it's with what you got working with your body, that's a really fast hit. It's going to hit faster than alcohol. It's going to hit faster than a lot of drugs. So that's useful.
That one's interesting to me. I think it also can miss out. I could be wrong, but I think it can also miss out on the people who actually, I guess specifically the men, who actually don't have so much of a problem in being with someone, if you will. I'm sure they have their own personal nighttime activities as well, so maybe they're doing that then too. But there's this other aspect of it increases one's social standing with other men to discuss the people that they've been with and what they've done and what she looked like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like collecting, right? That's kind of why I've always wanted to just tell people well, just so you know, unless you trust him, all of his friends are going to hear about it. Because I'm in those rooms. You know what I'm saying? Again, not all men, but always a man.
But that's also that's misogynistic too, because it's for some reason.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean? You think you're using this as an opportunity to get back at this particular woman or all women in some way. You're putting them in their place. You're participating in something that well, hang on. Well, hear me out. You're participating in something that says I am in a certain hierarchy and the world adjusts to my standards, and you think of these as your standards. And really, it's a behavior that we don't really know the beginning or end of, because we won't imagine society differently. So you end up being trapped with an Ouroboros sort of thing, where it's this is how you recreate this culture, and the guy is recreating it, and the things that he's been exposed to basically teach him this attitude as establishing his place in the hierarchy. Because he's in this hierarchical position of authority, it's fine for him to do this, even though if he really sat down and think about it, it's disgusting and wrong. Every man doing that knows that it's actually wrong on some level, but that could also
No, for
feed
sure.
back.
Yeah.
That could feed back into the addiction. You see what I'm saying? So it's like at some level, if you feel more like shit about yourself, you don't have to admit that to your boys, but you can use that to get a bigger high.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think that concept's interesting. I'm not necessarily trying to
No, yeah.
contradict it.
Yeah, totally.
I just wanted to, yeah, and the reason why I mentioned why I piped up a little bit was because now I kind of forgot the word, but I kind of wanted to resituate something, but I think it's okay. Just in general, I just wanted to say that. So, for example, you know, we all know the word incel, et cetera, and like what support was discussing. You know, I definitely I can definitely like see that kind of stuff, right? But then I just wanted to comment too on the people who are just able to find people who are willing to do that with them. And I personally think it's misogynistic because it's certainly objectification of the entire class, right? Because it's this concept that, oh, I'm just so skilled and or desirable and so much of a better man that you know, women can't say no to me, and look at what I'm capable of doing. And then also there's the aspect of you know, being able to lie about one's intentions, etc. And the swapping and the teaching that men do around that is astounding to me. But it's like, well, this is the type of lie you have to say, and it's like, what are you saying? That's crazy.
Teaching each other to manipulate somebody.
For sure.
Yep.
And it's one of those things too, where it's like, no, it's not. It's not like, oh, that's because women are dumb, which is what they think, right? Because on the foundational level, they consider themselves and their friends more intelligent because they're men, because they're in the position of power in their mind. But oftentimes it is a position of power for many other reasons as well, and because they do actually have that position of power in society.
They need to understand the power. I see. This is why I like to poke at power when it gets brought up. So in that specific thing, how do they check if they have power? Abusing. Power is the
for sure
access to abusing another person as easily as you can, right? So they're going to be more powerful by abusing more people, you know, that they select, like basically having more ability to select who and when they will abuse somebody. That's what they're aiming at. Is that power, or is that some sort of like deeply antisocial you know, drive to
I mean, I don't need to use the word power. It's just that my understanding of power is also kind of rooted in the physical conception of it, where it's like it's the ability to apply work or force, the ability to generate an amount of energy to make something else move. So at least in some instance underlying it, they are able to say certain things, look a certain way, end with a certain outcome, and then from there re-establish and reiterate upon their ability to do so, and I'm sure too the actual enjoyment of the act itself. Well, because
it's a heuristic, right? Like it's, if I can threaten other people or if I can abuse other people, then I am not the one being abused. I am and I think that could even be a defense against being abused by a man yourself. Like now you will be the person who
possibly
abuses. Yeah.
No, possibly. I just what I'm basically trying to say is that in my opinion that it's one of those things where it can be kind of hard also to maybe not hard, but without making an exhaustive list, I think it can be helpful to explain the different symptoms of this underlying issue of misogyny and male power dynamic, or whatever we want to call it, right? Hierarchy, I guess. I don't need to use the word power. It's not that important to me. So that's fine. But I mean, but that being said, that doesn't mean we can't discuss what that word means either, because I think that's a very good question.
if there's do this because it's a good idea, because it's generally a good idea for its own sake, like that gets back to intrinsic extrinsic. So you say like do this thing because this thing for its own sake has value, that's one thing. But if you say do this thing or else I will take away from you things that have value, that is threats, that's coercion, that's abuse, that's a kind of power. But isn't that primarily what we're talking about with men?
I'm not sure. I think a lot of times, yeah. But yeah, do this or else.
Do this or it's do this for its own
I wonder if
value
that's
because it's valuable, or
yeah.
do this or else I will take away something that you already value that is yours.
So my honest answer to that is I think that that's a very common thing. Like, for example, Steven Crowder and Abigail Shapiro. I think that's her name, right? Abigail Shapiro? Abby Shapiro? That's certainly going on there, right?
Uh-huh.
But then, the guy who goes to a bar, takes a girl home, and then, sends her off on the walk of shame. That's why they joke around about the walk of shame, which I hate that phrase. It's just so mean. And then goes and immediately tells his friends and coworkers about it. Did he threaten her at all during that? Maybe on some level, like meta socially, maybe? I'm not sure.
No. So
But
yeah, let me back off. So there is okay. There is a way. I understand what you're saying here too, and I guess there's a way that I can break this down and go a little bit deeper, because that's a good critique, and I understand what you're saying. So if this person thought she was going to have some sort of like more meaningful connection with this person, right? So she thought that's what she would get to have out of this interaction, right? And unless if they're on the same page, right, which we're assuming in this situation they're not, and more often
yeah,
than not they won't be, because I think that the way that males are having their sexuality at least developed through the internet especially is getting really weird. And we should acknowledge that it hasn't always been like that. But anywho, so you have males that are like thinking that abusing women is like super cool, and that they know that women don't want to be abused, and they think that women are stupid. So basically what they're saying is like, I don't even have to threaten her. What I will do is lie to her and then take away the valuable thing.
right. So,
So
but then it's not even a threat. It is an actual act at that point.
But
So
the
it's not
woman didn't
necessarily.
agree to do the thing for its own sake. Does that make sense? So like if you have a kind of power where you say, "Hey, here's the thing that we could do," and then you can argue for it in all honesty, and the other person agrees, "Yes, this is a good thing to do intrinsically for its own sake." Right? That's the power of knowledge, that's the power of wisdom, that's the power of understanding, right? They don't have any of those sorts of power. So all they can do is force somebody to move by saying, you're going to lose something valuable if you don't. And what the woman thought she was going to lose if she didn't was some meaningful connection to this guy, but it never was there in the first place. So basically, he threatened her to lose a potential romantic love interest, like something special,
Mhm.
right? But he was not a special thing, right? So it's still that, but the whole purpose of it is to then go over to these guys and say, look what I did. I was able to
Right.
intimidate this person in a different way. She thought there was a valuable thing here that she could lose.
Right. So, for example, it's not to say that there aren't also women out there who, sex is casual, etc. for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they might even actively seek somebody. It is just for nothing. It is just for that one experience, that one time,
Yeah.
or an ongoing, non-serious thing, right?
Right.
The problem with it is that I'm pretty sure she's unaware of the fact that he's telling his friends about it. I have a friend who I haven't talked to him about it yet because I don't know if I even want to spend the time on it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you can't have a normal conversation with him anymore because it's gonna come up.
Wow.
It's gonna come up. Is he the most explicit person? No, but there's a little bit of explicit detail where it's, I don't need that. And it's like, okay, well, anyways, she's really cool otherwise. And like, she's got a cool personality and everything, like trying to make it kind of smooth it over with me. Cause he knows on a huge level that I'm not like that. I've never been like that.
Yeah.
Despite everyone around me trying to get me to be like that. And despite people egging me on and trying to set me up to do that. And I never did. And I'm very proud of myself. And I will keep that to the day I die. Just
they're
like, yeah, fuck you guys.
They're trying to break you like they're broken. Like that's what I'm saying is like they
no, for sure.
Yeah, like they weren't abused because see what happened to them wasn't abuse because they're gonna do it to other
no,
guys.
and,
See, it's
and
not abuse. It's fine. It's fine.
No, and
it's
well,
not.
and especially if I do it, then it's certainly good because I'm a little goody two shoes. But to your point, that whether or not they meant to or not, they've certainly not threatened me. They're going to threaten me, but they've threatened me with missing out on things, right? Because the implication is like, oh, the implication is like, well, you got to get in there, man, because you're going to end up with somebody and you're not going to know what to do, and then she's going to leave you for someone else who does know what to do.
Wow.
But the implication is like, and then this is what nice guys like me here who are perceived as handsome and attractive enough to.
Somebody said that to you?
Look,
they said that like
somebody, somebody.
People? Disgusting. Yeah.
Over years. I've been fighting it my whole life.
That makes no
Not my
sense.
whole life. I've been fighting it.
Wow.
I've been fighting it as a young adult, not my whole life.
Right.
But a little bit, even in high school, it's like, no, you got to get in there because you got to get in there. And then there's other implications too about what my future relationship would be with somebody. Would be because of the real world that I live in and how humans really are and how meaningless it actually is, right? I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a meaningful thing to me. Pretty sure it's very meaningful to me to expose my naked body to another person. What are you talking about?
Right.
Of course, that's meaningful.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Right.
Of course, I would treat somebody with dignity and make sure that we were on the exact same page. And if it's not the exact same page, I wouldn't even be in the room. What are you talking about? Yeah. So here's an example. So in terms of the threatening, so to your point, I've certainly been threatened my whole life by that. Not my whole life. Again, not my whole life. My adulthood, which has only been about 10 years, obviously. But when you're 21 and you're a little bit awkward in school, and then all of a sudden you're getting all kinds of attention that you kind of look back on it, it's like, oh, I was also getting attention in high school. I just didn't realize that that's what that was, right? It's just that now everyone's so hyper sexualized. Now the implication is that I've been told by women that they felt offended that I didn't try anything. And I'm like, you felt offended? And it's like, yeah, because it's like you're saying I'm not attractive or something. I'm like,
wow,
what is this coming down to? And it's like, yeah, you need to try harder. And it's like, try harder? I'm not even sure I'm talking to you and you're cute, but like, what do you mean try harder?
Yeah.
Try harder as in what? What do you mean try harder? So then there's the threat of that. Now obviously women aren't as threatening as men have been to me.
That's people that, in my opinion, have already been told that coercion is a sign of affection. So then if the women pick up on the fact that this guy is being coercive, they're supposed to be like, oh, well, he's doing it because he likes me so much. Like that's crazy, but that's basically the way that this is getting reinforced. And then men who are very abusive trade notes, and they do try to get into positions where they're able to like dictate how people think about this. This is something that you can see reproduced in lots of abusive dynamics, including people that we think of as domestic abusers. So exactly that. And also, to your point, I just wanted to add on and like echo this. Like when somebody's able to make sure they have the same idea as another person, right? That is an incredibly intensive communication skill and process that we have that's uniquely human. To be like, here's my idea, what's your idea? Here's my idea, what's your idea? And then even to make a new idea together, that's friendship, that's partnership, that would be a romantic relationship that then can be a long-term relationship because you have something to work on together that you both want to work on. So somebody lying about what you're working on, and that's where you get like people who look at narcissists talking about future faking. So a lot of these guys are future faking. Yeah.
What's future faking?
It's when you pretend you're
I've
gonna
heard it,
have.
but I don't know it.
Yeah, you pretend that you're gonna have the future that this person wants with them. And
Well,
that's
so
the
here's another
threat
thing
that the
about it.
future
Yeah.
won't occur if you don't go along with this guy's bullshit.
Yeah, I can totally see that. I guess I wanted to go back to the other example because I've been met with such people, and I can't read their intentions, and I'm much more socialized around men. You know what I mean? So I don't. I'm not going to be like I really understand women. My name is Kyle Rochford. Here's my book. Right? No. Let's not start that. That's one of my new favorite phrases, by the way. No. Let's not start that. So I mean, I've certainly had conversations, been told uh, by women, it's like, some women like hooking up and stuff like that. Da 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 da. So to me, the implication with that is that what would be the threat from the man in that instance if she's like, no, I know what it is, and I want to go do it, and I don't really care.
Yeah, well, in that, I mean, again,
Or is
like,
there
well, so the issue is that we don't live in a vacuum. So, like, in theory, you can
Yep,
have
we
that
don't.
dynamic. I would assume that a lot of women that are trying to hook up, and as far as I've understood it, are trying to screen for dipshits. Like, they don't particularly want to hook up with a dipshit. Like, they're trying to look for somebody who's, like, reasonably, like, introverted, not and unless if they're like stupid attractive. Like there's some people that just like, I want to have the experience of being with someone that's like a ridiculous level of attractive. That's maybe a thing that I could see for novelty or whatever. But also like there's just a higher risk factor for women too. Like what if he's crazy? Like what if, you know what I mean? Like if you're
Yeah,
like,
that's interesting. Introverted. I feel like it's in the opposite direction.
no, like you want someone
Whereas
that's
it's
like socially competent. I think people, they want someone socially competent, like, so
yeah,
not like, not like introverted by choice slightly, like somebody that's like not the type that just hangs out with all these dudes and stuff and is constantly talking to dudes. That's why I think there's like the vampire trope.
I see what
Like,
you're saying.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
see what you're saying.
And there's exceptions to this, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying, like, in general, that would make sense.
right.
It's not because like women think that strategically that would be what makes sense in the situation we find
Yeah,
ourselves just as human beings. Like, how are you supposed to
that's
navigate this?
that's not been my experience in the world, but I could be very wrong. And maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't have all the information. So that's interesting to me to think about. Because at least in my head it makes sense. That hasn't been my observation, I should say. But I certainly could be wrong.
Well, I think also, like, if okay, so if you're getting information from women, right? And they also have this idea, and it's getting more and more and more where like people are saying this is what sex is, and they look at like porn that's very abusive and has this sort of like dominance. What is it? The other one. The other one. The like abuser abused.
Masochism.
Yeah, all that shit. Like, so yeah, sadomasochistic, yeah, that sort of thing. So the girl or woman may also, and this isn't to like devalue their experiences or their autonomy, but they may be thinking that they're engaged in this role play around what sex is, and that they have to then occupy this role, and then you have to occupy that role, because that's now their definition of quote unquote sexy. So there may be like a deeply entrenched sort of groomed behavior that they're starting to like basically step in and do the dance,
Right.
and you're not doing the dance with them, and then they're
Stockholm.
confused.
A societal level Stockholm syndrome, possibly.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. um and
I could see that
yeah, so I mean it's like, I don't know, I'm sort of
because
go ahead.
I'm not trying to brag about myself here. I'm really not. But I do think this is relevant information because I didn't want to try to get too far away because we began talking about dignity, and then we started talking about those two examples of political stuff, and then we went from political stuff, and then there was the mention of kind of like maybe not the word repressed male, but the sexually repressed, sexually frustrated male who's virgin or close to virgin, if you will.
Right.
And then I did want to mention, like, those guys are a problem as well, but there's also this other problem of men who don't have a problem at all sleeping with women. They do not have a problem at all. Very easy for them to go do that. These people exist, right? And they also do commit real world actions that are possibly on some levels more worse, right? Because of the sheer number of people that they can actually affect in that chain. we're talking about tens of 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s and hundreds of people over time. Go out one weekend, go out next weekend, go out the next weekend, go out the next weekend. In one, you're gonna, that person could be at anywhere from 20 to 50 a year. 50 is a little high, obviously.
I guess that's possible.
But
yeah.
Certainly 10, and then certainly 10 over 10 years is 100. Certainly.
Right.
That's 100 women who now have a lower, either it's either, well, not either, but it could include, but not limited to, lower self-esteem about themselves, or the potential that her intimate details are being shared with her friends, even though she's like, oh, we just hooked up. Yeah, it's not a big deal. What do you mean? It's like, yeah, he just spent 20 minutes describing what your chest looks like to me.
It's gross. Yeah,
He just spent 20 minutes telling me how flexible you are, is what men do. Right? Especially that kind of guy.
Why? Okay, question out of this. Like, why don't, I've always wondered this, and I would like to know in your perspective on this. Doesn't it sound very bisexual to think about your homies naked? Because, like, even if, like,
Men, straight, I always say this, straight men are the most homoerotic class of the species.
All right, so then why not cut out the middleman? Just like middle woman, like why not just
because
like
the
talk
fixation
about your
point,
dicks?
because the fixation point is still the attractiveness of the female body, and it's basically living vicariously. So he's putting on a little show for you, so you can put yourself there, so his friend can put himself there, so that he can also engage in the sex with the woman in his head, and that also so you are reminded how cool he is, and how important and how good he of a not good morally, but good as in like a ubermensch
So
good.
this is like
how,
this is like a pretend thing. This is like imaginative complete, because like the thing is like the actual thing, like everybody must know that this is all bullshit, because like if you're actually thinking about the thing, you'd have to be thinking about your naked homie.
I think, I mean, so that's the big question. It's like, why do like so many men like to watch sex with another man in it? It's like, wouldn't you rather just watch a woman? Wouldn't he just?
Go ahead.
I was going to say this. I just want to say this, please. There's the question. It's like, why do so many men like watching a man abuse a woman? It's like, wouldn't you rather just watch a woman masturbating or something? If you're attracted to women, right? Wouldn't you rather just cut out the middleman and just watch her touch herself or something? But no, they have to have that there. They imagine themselves there. But this actually might be one of those things where maybe that's maybe you do kind of have to have allism to be able to do that, because to kind of not, have to be able to not self-reference when you're to basically to virtualize it. It's play pretend, you know what I mean? But it's based upon real events. So there's a certain kind of a taboo breaking it, and also it's like you're there, right?
So
because you're hearing.
Yeah, no, I totally, it's like you're there, but the weird thing is like I kind of would like to disavow people of doing that behavior. I think it's a fucked up behavior to do, right? So I'm like, how could you get?
For sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest a couple
You
of
tell
frameworks.
you tell them as, yeah.
I've
gotten into heated arguments about it, by the way, if you want to know.
Yeah, no. I mean, if I were to try to lodge something in a person's brain of like, hey, that's really weird, why not just write erotic fan fiction that you're gonna read to your homies? Like that's what.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna laugh at you. That doesn't even mean
But
anything.
that's what they're already doing. I'm saying.
I know.
They're already doing something absurd according to their own standards.
I'm telling you. Yeah. I'm just telling you that people would laugh at that. I'm just telling you right now.
No, but that's what they're doing. I don't care if they'll laugh at it. Then they should be laughing at themselves. They like to share erotic fictions with their homies. They like to share erotic self-inserted fictions with their homies.
Well, they like to report real life events. Or I mean, I'm sure parts of it they lie about, but they like to report real life events. And it's not just the it's not just the thing in and of itself, it's also the communication of what it is. And the communication is that I'm cool.
If they're describing
Mhm.
it and then you're imagining it and they were there and they're reporting it, then they're reporting about their naked body.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So again,
They
you're
use
back
they
to
use language. They describe, because they will describe they will describe their own parts in that process as well, if you will.
So yeah. So
I don't disagree that they're writing. I don't disagree that they're writing erotica. I'm just saying that if you wanted to lodge something in someone's mind, I'm just saying, like, in my opinion, no, that's not going to where it makes sense to.
That's not going to
if you do anything
bother them.
pornographic.
There's not going to bother
No,
them.
they're just
that,
going to
like,
laugh at that. They're because they don't respect women. They don't care about that. It's
no.
because
I
they
wouldn't
don't
say
they're
it.
gonna.
I wouldn't say it. But like, if a robot said it to them, like, hey, that's cool that that's what you're doing, but do you know it's exactly the same?
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to lose too much time on it. I just,
Okay.
I don't know. I just figured I just try to help and just say, like, no, just trust me on that one. Like, just trust me.
Yeah.
That's not gonna do anything. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I will
it's
say that.
important
I'm
for
just
them to
saying
know
that,
that
like,
because they think they're like ruining women's lives by
so
going and talking to the homies.
no,
I mean, but it's
so
pretty
some of the
pathetic
best, so
that
some
they
of the
like their favorite
some of
activity
the
is to hang around with their homies that they swear they're not gay for and talk about very gay stuff. Like, I don't know, like, I like
some of the
putting my
so
penis places. Like, it's
so
very weird.
yeah. So can I say something, please?
Yeah.
So some of the best, not best because it never finished right, but some of the best interactions I've had around that was basically describing how dehumanizing that is to a person and how gross that is and how weird it is that you're placing that much importance on something that this person doesn't know you're discussing, and that's really like, it's like evil.
Mm-hmm.
And that they don't care the first, second, or third time, but right around the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th time, you know, kind of sing a different tune, kind of like, well, I mean, I guess you're right, but like she liked it, so it's like, yeah, but I don't want to hear it, is the thing. And if you're telling me, that means you've told someone else, and if they want to hear it too, you really need to ask yourself, why do you guys, you know what I mean? Like, what? That's really weird. You're using the images of and experiences of another human being for your own use. That hits them more. Still not good enough, but that's what I've gotten to, because it's the truth. Basically, you can tell people the truth, and even if they don't agree, you tell them the exact truth. No metaphor, no analogy. That's, in my experience, the best way to get somebody to really reconsider what they're doing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to.
Well, no, I was just saying, no, this conversation is interesting, but like, this is why I brought that up, is like, if you're looking at behaviors, right, and you want to make sure that like misogyny is not blinding somebody to something really stupid. Like, there's so many stupid elements to that, and I think even it's a misogynistic notion that if you talk to your boys about this woman, like, first of all, that's a betrayal of trust, right? If she wouldn't have like done the deed with you, if you're gonna do the deed and you say like, hey, I'm gonna talk about this with my homies after, is that cool? And she's like, fine, whatever, and that's then your consent and you're good, then fine, whatever, I guess, right? It's a little weird, but you could do that, right? So they're intentionally trying to like make sure that this doesn't seem like that's how they behave, and then they're gonna go behave. That's a lot. But even still, like, even if they go and do that, that doesn't actually ruin a woman's life, like, and nor in so much as it does like other women who like are, or even other people, I won't even just say women, any people who have developed some sort of a feminist consciousness are going to be like, well, that's stupid. Like that's, you know, people are young and confused. You're not that powerful, dude, anymore.
No, I know, and I think it's very important to not place undue power onto something. But I just want to say is that the problem, why I'm kind of like a little bit like, oh, I think we should treat it pretty seriously, is that because, like we discussed earlier, that, you know, people are, it wasn't this wording, but we kind of touched upon the concept that people are typically going to be a outcome of their environment is going to influence them heavily, right? So we're not working with the assumption that people have free will per se, right? Mm-hmm. We're working with the assumption that a human being's brain is a series of chemical and electrical impulses that then cause behavior, right? So the problem is that men do that, men do that, men do that, men do that, boys do that, boys do that, boys do that, boys do that. They're reiterating upon the central concept that women don't have autonomy. Then, so the woman whose body details were shared, she might not personally feel that effect, right? If she's gone, she's not, it was, oh, they met at a club and then they left and they never saw each other again. So her direct life might not be affected from that single event, but the society overall is affecting her,
No,
and
I
it's
agree.
affecting the women who are then
I don't
following later on.
I don't disagree with that.
So a woman's life is affected negatively by that behavior.
Yes, no,
many women's lives
it is, but not in the way these men think it is. They don't have, what they're trying to do is something very different than the actual effect. Like, they're hurting men and women and the entire species. They're making more pathological relationships more likely to continue. They're making it easier for abusive people to hide in a society that also is abusive and grooms people to accept abuse. They're contributing to that problem. What they think they're doing is something very cool, that they're just being, they're also stupid for that. And
I agree.
I
agree.
think, no. So it's important to really make someone question that aspect of it, where it's like, you think you're doing something that you're not. It does end up affecting people, but in a really disgusting way that most people with a conscience wouldn't want, which is like 6-year-old kids are getting groomed into this behavior. 7 and 8-year-old kids
100%.
are losing, like, years, decades of their lives that could have been productive to basically like a weird sex death cult that we can't escape as a species.
Right. But so here's the thing, though, is that they are getting what they want out of it, though, in some way, because what they are getting is they are getting the affection and attention from their friends, which feels good to be part of a social group, right? They are getting a higher kind of like relationship with their friends, right? Because it's a bonding experience, believe it or not. And they're also because they egg each other on. They're also getting more experience at being better able to do that. So then they're having even more partners as an effect, as they learn from one another and as they discuss. You know how, like, when you teach something, you get better at it?
No, I understand.
Why should that not apply here?
No, they are swapping abusive tactics, but they're making themselves into better abusers. So, like, what? Like, if they're getting what they want, do they want to be abusers?
I think on some level they do, because they're already that broken. I'm sure that in some place too, they're like, yeah, this is wrong and I shouldn't. But until that shows up, the assumption that I have with it is like, no, you enjoy doing that. You enjoy prostitutes. You enjoy telling little fibs, telling little lies to women. You enjoy this, you enjoy that. You enjoy telling your friends. You're doing it, you enjoy it. You get a high out of it. You're laughing and smiling the whole time you do it. Even if at home you go home and you feel bad about it and you wish you'd make a change, you make no change. So the assumption is that you're going to continue to do this behavior until you're no longer.
I'm saying they're addicted to it, though. So that goes back to what I was saying, is that yes, they do feel bad. And when they do feel bad, they want to feel even worse. Like, this is how you get people having really strange fetishes, in my opinion, or I think it contributes to it, that they try to find ways to feel lower than low. Like, it's like yeah. Fine, I'm a scumbag, I'm a piece of shit, I'm an asshole, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know. I personally think all fetishes are strange. That's just me.
Well, on the internet right now, they're everywhere. They're like, it's just,
well, it doesn't. I think regardless of the internet, because even before the internet, like in the 70s and stuff like that, I still think that all of it's inappropriate. Not because I'm a Puritan, but I think it's because it's all
codified by Freud, though. Freud and all his psychoanalysts sat around and made codifications for these things too. So who knows how prevalent they would be without the ideas catching on that way too. So that's another thing to note.
I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah.
Hi, Hamlet. Happy New Year. We're doing a marathon.
So, and I hope I'm clear that I don't necessarily disagree that there's no aspect of like the shame factor of it. I guess just when that conversation comes up a lot, I just kind of want to keep like adding details. Like, are you sure? Because I'm not sold on it. I'm really not.
I'll tell you what I think about it, though, because then you'll get guys, and they go through, like, people change over time, right? You'll get guys who then have pity parties for themselves about how alone they are and like how they want to reform, and then they have an idea that there'll be some woman that comes in and sees them and helps them and yada yada yada. But all of it, it's not that deep, bro. They just can't regulate. They're having problems with self-regulation. They can't figure out how to co-regulate with another person. So they're just kind of like spiraling through their lives, unable to regulate themselves and pretending that they can. Like, then they end up as, why are there so many male alcoholics, dude? Like, they're not able to get this shit under control.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm confused. I feel like I don't want to misread things because you know,
Yeah.
allistic here. Do you think that I'm like disagreeing or something? I feel weird
No.
in the conversation.
No.
Am I making that up?
No, I don't think you're making it up. I'm not doing that. But you may be perceiving something
Okay.
that seems like that based on my behavior as an autistic person, but that is not what I'm doing.
Okay. I wanted to check. Thank you.
No, I'm trying to argue for a different point. And then like when I do that, sometimes it
Mhm.
seems like I'm arguing against your point, but that's not why. I don't do that. Like I'm bringing up a separate I'm mapping out a theory that I'm presenting, and my theory may
Mhm.
not perfectly align with yours, but that doesn't mean I'm bringing it up because I'm trying to disagree with I just have a theory, and I'm telling you about
Right.
how yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just explaining my theory to you.
Okay. And also, I mean, side note, not that you couldn't disagree with me. I'm just not sure. It's not like a.
I
Oh,
might
hey,
I know
Jane, can you
yeah,
change?
I might disagree with aspects of your theory, but I think that's
Right.
just going to happen with all theories. Very rarely will two
I want to.
very rarely do two people like, you know, come up with the exact same theory independently. That's unless if somebody else told them it.
I want to be. I'm not sure that I necessarily have a theory per se, but maybe I do, and I don't recognize it as a theory. I don't necessarily have a theory so much as like I don't want to claim that I have a theory per se. It's more along the lines of like, you know, here's some anecdotes, but then here's how I think that I think that I can substantiate it on a broader level than anecdote, and I offer them as a point of investigation if I think that maybe it's a little bit different from what's being proposed. If that makes any sense, that's at least what I'm trying to come from. At least.
I think we have like a slight gap in our communication style. It comes up sometimes, but not that often. I'll have to figure out what it is too. But it's probably like an autistic split a little bit where it's like, oh, the way that I'm trying to like go from subject to subject is different. So it sounds like I'm trying to like say something that I'm not. Like I'm being very like I'm not saying something because I don't know. Like I think like you're like, are you trying to say this? I'm like, no, I'm trying to say exactly what I said. And then if I keep trying to say it, it's because I'm trying to describe a theory, and I'm not thinking about. I'm not attacking you or what you're saying. I'm saying, well, that's what you said. Here's my idea. Here's your idea. Here's my idea. Here's your idea. Here's my idea. And I think we're comparing ideas.
Okay. I wonder too if meta. Here's a little bit of meta. The idea that social skills are well, lack of a better term. I'm not sold on the phrase social skills, but lack of maybe like social coordination.
Sure.
I think in general, yeah. I think maybe that. Shoot. So social coordination. I had something that I thought was very helpful, but I actually kind of forgot it. So that's unfortunate. That happens sometimes to people.
Knowing what times are appropriate to interrupt conversation and what times aren't, knowing how to identify them and make use of them is definitely a skill. As one example of something that is clearly a social skill.
Yeah, that's certainly a skill. I guess why I was thinking about the word coordination too was like recognizing how things fit together, which is also a skill. And maybe there is no problem with the word skill either, to be
I
honest.
don't mind it because it's like I have a disability that made it not possible to develop that kind of skill set because I don't perceive the things required to have a skill in that. So I have other skills that are social in nature and related to socializing, but I don't have standard edition social skills because I had something that was knocked out in my brain that you need to do that.
Right. By necessity.
Yeah.
By necessity, you don't have zero quote unquote social skills. You know what I mean? Because you're able to speak to other people.
Yeah, I have a slightly alternative set of social skills, and some of them are really good. And I think that's why some autistic people, maybe a lot, will get the feedback that you're very mature for your age. It's like we end up using and developing some social skills that people don't rely on until they're older when we're really young. And those are also still social skills, but they don't work super hot with other kids.
I was trying to think. Oh, I thought it was coming. Yeah, I thought it was coming back to me. It was about the gap in communication that comes up sometimes. I think what part of it might be is, I mean, I try to, like, I'm just like, hey, I don't necessarily disagree with that, or I do disagree with that. You sound like I'm hedging where I'm coming from and I'm giving context. Maybe that's a little bit of a thing that is it seems like a little bit more prone for.
That's moralistic, and I'll tell you why.
Well,
so when you say like I disagree with that, and I'm like, well, but there's a whole other model. Hold on. Like it'd be like I disagree with that weird. Like if you're describing an elephant's tail, right? And you're like, oh, I disagree with that weird hairy bit there. I was like, no, wait till you see the rest of the elephant. Like, so then I come in and I'm like, let me explain the rest of the elephant before you blah blah blah. So like, whereas if you think more linearly, then it make sense to do that. Hambliss. We use logic and deduction to make sense of things which can premature. Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, so that's an interesting analogy. Not that it's a literal analogy, right? But it's like, but what if we're not discussing something that is, well, I think I can see the analogy.
You see, like most of the time, that's what I'm doing. Like there's occasionally times when I'm like, gee, I don't know what this is yet. But a lot of times that's not what I want to discuss. What I want to discuss is like, this is my model. This is what it looks like. What does your model look like? Oh, really? This is my model. And I don't expect either of us to necessarily change our models in real time. We might. But I assume that we've done the legwork in advance. I treat it like show and tell. It's like, here's the thing I built all by myself. Here we go. Wow, what did you build? This is what I built. And then we go away and we come back. Yeah.
So okay, I see. So even if I were to say, for example, like maybe we can use that as an experience. So for example, correct me if I'm wrong at any point. Feel free to interrupt. There's the theory. I'm sorry.
I said okay.
Okay. So you have the theory that that there's that element of shame involved with that behavior, right? So then maybe it would be incumbent on me. Well, okay, so then you describe it, right?
Well, let me back up.
But then I say, okay.
I need to refine that. It's the element of shame. I can be more specific because it's in a model, right? So I'm going to tell you exactly what type of widget fits in my widget machine. So it is the capacity to use shame in the future about it. So if it is useful to try to use shame to either regulate, find regulation, get pity, pity yourself, find some sort of way to regulate. If you can use the shame for regulation in the future, or to use it to bring yourself lower, if you're doing that addictive thing I was saying, to get a bigger high, the shame can be kind of like stored in your back pocket as another shitty coping mechanism. That's what I mean.
Okay, so then when you say that, and then for example, then I bring up some of the people that I know. Well, not really anymore, but still kind of. Which I have to kind of investigate why I'm even tolerating it myself. When I mention, so to be fair to your point, for example, right? Certainly had conversations with people who engage in that sort of behavior or something tangential to it, right? Something similar. And then, like, saying how I feel about him. So yeah, I think, blah blah blah. and then them seeing to have a genuine remorse response, right? And then to have a genuine, I have been told by people that they do wish that they were more like me in that way, right? Or I have been told by people like, oh, you're a good person, right? But then I think to myself, and I'm like, again, I'm not exactly sure. I haven't come across the idea that I haven't come across that they're sinking themselves to a low, and that then increases the high. But again, like I said, maybe.
Some people can use it that way. It's just, I'm saying that shame becomes available as another way to regulate yourself, if not now, then in the future. So maybe they aren't using it right now, but they can use it when they're older. They can use it with their wife. They can use it with their daughter. They can use this as a motivating factor. And it doesn't necessarily have to be part of that addictive thing, which it certainly could be. And there's a lot of things that will make you spiral lower. So I'm saying that if you don't have good self-regulatory skills, you then have shame. That shame, if you ever want to access it, it's there for you to do. And you can use it for all kinds of reasons. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for sharing it.
Thanks for listening.
I think you're welcome. I think I'm satisfied with it right now. But not to say that you can't talk about it, or if there's anything else you want to share about it that I won't listen. But I think that I'm
getting to share about that part of my theory.
Okay.
Yeah, and you finish what you're saying. Sorry, I interrupted you because I watched them.
That's okay. I just wanted to be clear that I'm probably not going to ask too many more questions about it.
Yeah, cool. No, I'm good. I got to explain my thing. I'm happy.
Okay. And then my next question would be, so then did you want to, so you said you didn't necessarily want to say anything else after it?
Yeah, I can transition away from that. I mean, the reason it came up too is like, Hambliss, we're just talking about everything and everything and everything. I don't know why, because it's a shame I missed most of it. Aha! But Tish, I gotta get that in the chat.
Because my next question would be that I'm not the only other person in this chat. So then, if anybody else had any other questions about your theory, Jane, that I wonder if anybody else has any other comments or questions or anything like that. Because it was very you and me, and I don't want to not allow other people to comment on something that we definitely just spent like 45 minutes on. That's not fair. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna update my Twitch thing too, because I think it's, if anyone even comes by, I'm gonna do.
What did he just say?
Yeah. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna do cleaning room. I don't know. Okay. Autism peer support space management stream. New Year's marathon of special interests. Okay, Autism peer support space management stream, New Year's marathon of special interests, discussions on autism by autistics and friends. Perfect.
Since I'm here, do you think you could add frenemy? I'm just kidding.
What? No, I will not. That is invalid.
My buddy was telling me that his daughter was talking to him about school, and she's like, "Yeah, so and so, so and so. She's kind of like a friend of me." And he was like, "What?" And he said he kind of had to tell her like, "You can't have a friend of me like that. Like, you gotta make sure that you spend time with people who are nice to you, and you shouldn't be around somebody who's you know." And I was kind of like, "That's sad because you're like literally whatever 13 years old, and you have a friend of me. That's sad."
Trying to fit the title. The YouTube titles are way shorter. Well, I'll just do this. Oh, damn, that's all I can fit? Alright. Okay. Autistic kids learn shame early, so we mask. Shame is fascinating. I think it's, I have so many opinions on this. Like, alright, shame is a way to say, I'm sorry I'm like this. I've also heard that guilt is, I'm sorry I did that. You know, there's like some difference. It's like shame is who you are, guilt is what you did. But I think a lot of the shame with autism is like, oh, people don't like me and I can't seem to change it. I don't know that I'm disabled, or vaguely do, depending on how your diagnostic situation worked out, if at all. And then you're like, oh, well, if I apologize all the time, if I'm a walking apology, then no one can be mad at me that I can't do things because I'm disabled. And then there's the other way to look at that, which is like, why the fuck should anyone be mad at you for being disabled? Like, that's dumb. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to unlearn it. It's hard to stop doing it because you were a kid when it started. But, you know, I try to be like, I was like, I wish I wasn't like this sometimes because it sucks being disabled. Like, that's a way easier thing to say than like, man, I hope my disability doesn't piss off other people. It's like, I mean, I don't like pissing off other people, but it certainly feels unfair that like people blame a disability for their response to their disability. It's like, that's not the same thing.
Yep.
So I think like autistic kids end up responsible for other people's like response to us, which that doesn't make sense. Like I shouldn't have been responsible for that, especially not from adults. No. And definitely not from like being completely outnumbered by kids. Like I shouldn't have been responsible for like 10 kids. That's crazy. And yet that's sort of what happens.
You know, that also touches upon even the beginnings of the conversation around the thing about political mockery, if you will, or mockery that's dependent on some kind of a political disagreement, right? Because I would think that if maybe not Steven Crowder, because the reasons why he's accused of being a homosexual are because he does that thing where he dresses up with a wig and typically in clothing that's typically sold to females, or females typically buy, or women typically buy. Anyways, because he whatever, right? And he goes into a gym and then makes a fool of himself, right? So that's the implication, like, oh, he's secretly gay, right?
That doesn't make
or isn't
sense.
he a little bit effeminate?
Wouldn't that
it doesn't
be
make
more
any
that
sense
like
at all.
he wants to do drag and is finding any excuse to be able to do drag?
That's the implication, right?
I've heard that comment that he really seems to want to do drag because he like jumps at it at very flimsy excuses.
Yeah.
Right. Flimsy excuses. Very good word choice. Because it's no matter what, that's a hard sell, but also what he's doing is just over the top. So I'm going to put him to the side. But for example, so political opposition, Abigail Shapiro. If Abigail Shapiro was not Ben Shapiro's sister, right? There's potential that even if she continued to make modesty videos, I've seen a couple of them, right? Mm-hmm. Don't expose your body. It's like, you could disagree with that up and down. That's fine. But if she wasn't Ben Shapiro's sister, I highly doubt she would have been on their radar.
No, of course not.
Right.
So
she became a casualty in their war against Shapiro. But then if Abigail Shapiro Abigail Shapiro is Ben Shapiro's sister, but didn't make modesty videos and actually didn't say anything publicly, there's a potential that she wouldn't have been,
there's a missed opportunity just to be like, she's invented nepotistic grifting. That's amazing. She's a grifter. She's a like what? Like that's
new. There's a lot to comment on. there for sure, but not sexualized, obviously. But if she didn't make any kind of content, what are the chances that they would have sent Ben Shapiro pictures of her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, are just non-sexual pictures to begin with, right? It's not like, oh, we found your sister's OnlyFans, right? It's not even anything like that. So if she didn't say anything, there's potential that they wouldn't have been under her. If Abigail Shapiro, being Ben Shapiro's sister, actually made pro-lefty, nothing to do with modesty or anything to the contrary, etc., but was just like, oh yeah, we should totally make sure that homeless people have free housing, and that was all she said, they wouldn't have done that to her.
Yeah,
sure.
So the idea you're bringing up gets into the idea of acceptable targets and just like othering people.
Okay.
Right. So, like, especially when you're talking about left-leaning people, they have some idea that you're not supposed to be this way, at least to your friends or the people that are in your in-group, right? But they still have learned that this is a good way to feel good, entertain people, to rise on the social hierarchy, is to mock others. And so they have built this list of acceptable targets to mock, so they don't have to grow as people, become more dignified human beings, right?
Yep.
Without breaching their understanding of their like moral position.
Yeah, that makes sense. Come here, buddy. This is so funny. My dog's little his splint can't get wet, so it's been raining out here, so whenever he's going outside, since this ground is so damp, I have to put some cling wrap over the end of it. It's pretty ridiculous. Really want to go potty?
Yeah, and the reason why I brought that back up was the concept of to not only to tie it back to the dignity thing, but then that concept of shame is that they were effectively trying to shame her, and for what?
Yeah.
Because she has a female anatomy.
Yeah, exactly. When like you could make a funny joke if you want to make a funny joke. Like I can understand. It's tricky because like I think Mr. Rogers wouldn't ever make any jokes like that at all. Like that's just not the person that he was. And
probably
I'm like,
not.
No, I can't imagine. And like I have some amount of like difference in my personality and what I think is humorous, but I do think that I really hit quite high. Like I don't even know if I really hit. I was like, oh, that's a funny way you could describe this situation. That's accurate. As opposed to like this is degrading the person, so that's what I will say about them. Like that's disturbing to me. And broadly speaking, just totally unnecessary. It's like, well, this idea that this person is using, or this idea that this person has, is something that I want to offer an alternative to, or explain why this doesn't work. I'd rather be doing that. And then I don't care so much about the person, it's the idea that I want to go for. And that's why post-structuralism is cool, because then it's like, well, the idea is situated within this person's life, and then you're looking at the person in a really different way. You're still acknowledging who the person is, but you're saying like, oh, well, how did this idea come out of this individual human? Well, let's look at their history and their situation, and then you can ask like questions about environment, right? And then you also don't get hung up on one person, because like if the environment is going to build a whole bunch of these people like it's a factory, then now you have a critique of the environment, not individual people. Because there'll be another one in line, you know what I mean? Like if it wasn't Shapiro, there would have been some other dude like that. That was already happening, like it's already a thing. Can someone explain the appeal of shows like The Dougars or Honey Boo Boo to the right? They seem like shows people watch to laugh at tragic people. Watch it.
What was that?
Hamlet was saying, can someone explain the appeal of shows like The Dougars or Honey Boo Boo to the right? They seem like shows people watch to laugh at tragic people. I've never watched.
Yeah, I don't know what either of those shows are. So
I know of them. I think the Duggars is Duggars? Is that the one where they're like in some weird religious cult and they have too many babies or something? They have too many kids. And then
I think so.
Honey Boo Boo was a pageant kid who also had a very overweight mom, and she's also like not a very svelte person. I mean, I don't know what she looks like now. Actually, I think she's still a teenager. Anywho, so it's like she had like a really big personality or something, and her mom had like lots of issues. And I think they're from like Texas or some crap like that. That is my entire summary of what I know based on ads existing over my life.
Can someone please explain? Can someone please explain it to the right? Is that what it was?
I think so. Hamlis, can you go into greater detail?
To the right.
Because this sounds like an interesting topic, but I'm not sure if I know what direction we're going yet. I think we need a little bit more context.
Request.
Yeah.
Request for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Beep.
Everyone loves clarification. It's fun. It's fun to clarify.
Have you ever clarified to the news?
That's fun.
What a weird quote-unquote Disney princess movie to make. It's like, that's not the story of Pocahontas.
No.
Neither is the story of Mulan the story of Mulan.
No.
But I guess technically all those, like, Little Mermaid's not the story of Little Mermaid either.
No, they made them, they're a lot darker, a lot of those ones, so it's like, eh.
I guess on some level it's like, oh, we gave her a new life, that poor girl, right? That could be sweet, I guess. Like, I don't know, on some level.
It's weird that they went with, like, a historical figure. Like, why couldn't they have just, like, well, I guess it was the time that it was made, but, like, wouldn't it have made a lot more sense to, like, find a tribe that would be interested in, like, collaborating on, like, an actual, like, folklore story or something, like just something that like is actually from a different culture that is like what happened there?
Well, you know, not to get too derailed because I do want to know what Hambles was talking about, but I mean, there's a question that's like, okay, Mulan, historical figure, Pocahontas, historical figure. Before that, I don't believe any of the other Disney princesses were necessarily historical figures,
I don't think there's any.
unless those stories were based on a historical figure. But the movies principally were based on stories, not a direct historical figure.
Fables and stuff. So then why not just? Why didn't they just get a fable that would have been
from
like
that
collaborative?
Culture.
Yeah, like there would have been lots of people to talk to. And ask.
Now,
there's lots
as a
of, like,
white
elders that would have maybe nobody would have said yes, but you know, go ahead.
As a white person of color, I don't want to get too much on my high horse, but I'm just kidding. No, I don't hold this conviction, but I always have to question it. It's like I do wonder if some element of non-whiteness was a part of it at that time. I do have to wonder that because that is a real phenomena that does occur, not all the time, but sometimes in small, subtle ways. Not like it's a directly hateful thing. I'm just kind of wondering, though. It's like, that is still interesting, though, that when you did first make a Disney princess who was not white, you used a real little girl, and you made her an adult when she was a girl who went through that, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's millions and millions and, not millions, there's tons of Chinese folk tales.
I know. I know.
There's tons, and they're older than
there's so many
the countries in Europe are. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what were you guys even remote? I have some on my bookshelf right now. Like, come on. This isn't hard to find, guys. All right, but yeah.
So as a white person of color, I've never seen the movie Red, and I heard that a lot of people like the commentary about it. I will say that I do always get a little bit weirded out as an Asian person, when magical Asian people don't have black hair and dark eyes, they have like color, right? So when they have the when they have the curse, which is also magic, which also sets them apart, which also makes them the protagonists, which also makes them special, their hair is red, which is not a commonly seen thing in the Asian population by any number, any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
And then when they lose that special thing about them, their hair is all of a sudden black and their eyes are black again when their eyes were red and special before. So I always wonder about that. I really do. I really do.
Yeah.
Obviously, Japanese artists do that all the time. I'm a big Dragon Ball Z fan, but I do think it is a little funny that when Goku gets really strong, he becomes an Aryan prince. But we'll put that one to the side because that's my guy. But I do now. I don't know the people who wrote Turning Red. That's why I'm not convicted in this stance. I do have to say that there's a little bit of paranoia in me where I'm just like, but did we have to do that with a person of color? Like, why couldn't they just like stand on their own shit? You know what I mean? Like, white people basically.
Wasn't it supposed to be something about periods or something also?
That's what I heard, and it's kind of weird. I didn't see the movie, but it's like, yeah, it's supposed to be like a coming of age story. But I'm like, it's turning red. The periods are red, and then also, it's a curse that your family had, and it makes you like lose control.
Right.
So we just taught a whole nother generation of girls like, well, on your period, you're gonna be crazy.
Oh no. Well, that's no good.
If that's the case, never saw it. I don't believe that I will. Maybe I will if I feel like I need to analyze it. But I will say that I'm a little bit sensitive to that kind of stuff because I'm a white person of color.
Right. That's fair.
So it is, anyways, yeah. It is a little bit weird that Pocahontas certainly was an abused pubescent girl.
Yep.
And it is true that when the Chinese officials found Mulan, they immediately tortured her and executed her.
Right.
They didn't execute her, they tortured her and executed her to send a message and to punish her. No. So it's nice that they gave her a lease on life. It's nice that they gave Mulan a very strong character, very honest, very brave, very admirable person. So that is nice. Mm-hmm. But the child Mulan did not have that life. So it's a little. You could have made a different character and not called her Mulan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
the real little girl did not have Eddie Murphy as a dragon protecting her, or not even protecting her, but helping her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was alone.
Well, it's like, there could have been. Isn't there like a whole bunch of different stories with the Monkey King? Like, wouldn't that have made sense to go that direction?
Well, yeah, Disney probably could have. Technically, Dragon Ball had already kind of put that back into the ethos, but it wasn't a direct, so you could have got it. Disney is big enough to have gotten away with it for sure.
Yeah, they could have done. I don't know. Anyways, well, all right. I haven't looked at chat in like a hot second. I don't even know what's going on.
Oh, did Hambliss reply?
Probably. I'm stuck in the loft with my dog, trying to get him to like be okay with the fact that I'm not hanging out with him.
I can check chat maybe in about a couple seconds here.
Okay, that would be great. Oh man.
I'm finally not completely trashing at Rocket League, so I want to make sure that I show up for my team that these are people I do not know, but still.
Yeah.
They didn't consent to me just dropping my controller mid-game, so I would like to make do on the promise of team spirit because we're 1 minute into overtime and it's a tied game and the first goal wins. So I do want to defeat my enemies, both foreign and domestic. I'm just kidding. Do you get that?
Kind of.
That's like a military thing. They have to like, I swear to defend the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic.
I see.
And I was like, technically, does that include anyone who says like we should rewrite the Constitution? Are they an enemy of the Constitution because they want to rewrite it? So are they an enemy that you need to defend yourself with? Is it a legal stance for those? Are you able to shoot them?
Oh no, you're supposed to be able to
amend
the thing. I don't know. Well, anyway.
No, I know. I'm also kind of joking, but
okay. I can't tell.
But the United States has been able to do what it needs to do to get it done. I won the goal. Wow. I'm a genius.
Congratulations.
Wow, they didn't even see it coming yet. Embarrassing. I'm just kidding. Oh, here we go. So, thank you, Hamlet. Sorry about that. Can someone, so 1940, at 7:40 p.m. PST. Can someone explain the appeal of shows like The Dougars or Honey Boo Boo to the right? So, okay. They seem like shows people watch to laugh at tragic people. A lot of right-leaning folks seem to enjoy these shows that humiliate people,
Really?
sort of mean humor. I don't have a study to quote, just personal experience, punching down. Like
Interesting.
Cops.
Like
Yeah,
Cops. Right.
like Cops, when I was younger, watching sad, tragic, or racially profiled, sometimes drunk people getting arrested and such. Disney's Diary of Anne Frank, Anne Lives Happily Ever After. Yeah, that's an interesting comment to think about as well. Yeah, would that actually be a positive thing? So again, is Pocahontas actually a positive thing? Is Mulan actually a positive thing? The movies, right?
Yeah.
It's like a new
giving
new lease on life.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you can do that without making the people that like wrecked their lease on life look like they were not pieces of shit, you know what I mean? Like give them a way
That's the
where
problem,
the
yeah.
bad guy's still the bad guy. And then
if they wanted to do, and I do want to answer Hamlet's question, but to your point, like if they wanted to do it where Mulan was not killed at the age of whatever she was like a girl, and Pocahontas was not effectively sold into marriage to some guy in England, they have John Smith be like this Aryan prince man, voiced by Mel Gibson, doing his like most I'm a good guy kind of strong man type of voice. They shouldn't have had the Emperor of China like this humble, sweet, wise old man, and then all the people involved in the China thing all nice. It was Chinese people who killed her, not Mongolians. Although I'm sure the Mongolians would have done the same and worse at the time. I say Mongolians, I should say, whichever Khan was at the time, because it's they're racist. Accidentally. John Smith should be creepy. She should have got away from him, etc. Right? That would be a way to not make those people look good because they were not good. John Smith was not a good guy.
Right. Exactly.
John Smith was not a good guy. So did she intervene on his behalf? Yeah. But was he this charming Aryan man? Well, first of all, he wasn't a charming Aryan man. He was just brown hair, regular old English guy. There's nothing wrong with being that. It's just the media communication is like, oh, it's the '90s. Blonde men are at the top of the list right now. We just had Dolph Lundgren fighting Sylvester Stallone. You know what I mean?
Well, Brad Pitt.
Not lost. You have Brad Pitt's coming up. Yep. Leonardo DiCaprio's coming up. Right. So there's a context there, post-structuralism. Okay. So people on the right liking Honey Boo Boo and the Duggars. So do people on the right like watching that show? That's an interesting question. I've never thought of it. I guess I don't have any evidence for that. I wouldn't want to go off of a stereotype that I do have in my head of a stereotype of people who are right leaning being a little bit, a little bit of knuckle dragging going on over there. Right? I want to have that stereotype, so I don't want to use that stereotype. So I don't have any direct evidence of it. I guess I would have to see like some chart of like viewership base and then break it down based on the political districts. Unless we had a direct thing where it's like, yeah, this percentage of right-leaning people watching this percentage of whatever. So I personally can't answer that question. What do you think, Jane? Oh, am I still here?
I forgot.
You're still here.
I'm from San Francisco, so like,
okay.
I don't know if I can speak on that because like I didn't really, nobody that I knew watched that show or either of those shows, but I think that probably plays a role. I'm like from here, so it was like, why would we watch that?
I think I never want to run apologia for right wing stuff. I think Jane, you remember last night my little tirade.
Yeah.
I think it was last night. Yeah, I am clearly not even remotely interested in even entertaining the idea of having a single Republican representative in any form of government at this point in time. I despise the Democrat Party, but don't get me started on the Republican Party. Please do not get me started, because I will not stop, because I'm very deeply upset that that institution is even allowed to exist at this point in time, given our history and given what we've lost from it. So I will never run apologia for them. I will say, though, I will also never run apologia for anybody, because I don't believe in apologia, unless it's like my mother or something like that, right? But I think a lot of left-leaning people like to punch down as well. I mean, we just talked about
Hamlet
one
just spent a week
instance
in
of
Texas
people who are certainly
and saw ads for it even today. Crazy.
okay.
That's
Let's
wild.
work on that. If we is that an inappropriate exercise to assume that's true and then think of possible reasons why that is, or is that inappropriate?
We could do that. It'd be speculative, but that's like you can definitely do that.
As long as we frame it as speculative, we're okay, I think, right?
Yeah.
Or is that breaking some kind of like discussion rule? I don't know.
No.
Do you want to try it?
Sure. Hang on a second. I have to switch to my other headset temporarily, probably. This other one needs to charge. I wonder.
Oh man.
Wait. There's a faster way for me to do this, and it's stupid, but I love it. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on from my phone, and then I'm gonna go in as Merlin. Yeah, this is gonna work. Okay, Discord. I need to temporarily log out of my Discord and log in my other Discord.
Well, you know what? No, right-wing people do like punching down, because they're the ones who make fun of people with disabilities left and right. They do enjoy some making fun of our words. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then they do enjoy making fun of poor people, homeless people. Almost as a given. Those types of people deserve less dignity.
Hang on, everything went down. My headset died. I have to fix this. Hang on. Oh god. Okay, hold on 1 second. Wait a second. Wait. No. Sorry, wait, hold on. My headset died. I'm not gonna be able to hear anybody for a second, but I think now you're back. Oh, the ads that run during the show. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. What's going on here? Oh, I shouldn't have that on two things. That's stupid of me. Okay, I'm not here, but
Okay, here's a question then. If we watch those shows in a different area, because different states have different ads on their TVs. I think is a well established thing, right? So if we were to watch those shows in, say, New York or California, what would those ads be? Would be my next question.
I don't know.
If they were non-political in nature, that'd be very interesting to me.
Okay, hang on. I'm figuring out my shit right now. What? What do you mean that's not correct? Ah, fuck. I don't remember my password. Ah, shit. Check my email. God damn it. Sorry, I gotta do the whole thing now.
Bail bonds. That's a huge one. Bail bonds on what I kind of call trash TV. I've noticed that as well. That's where you see bail bond commercials, which is interesting.
Here's Trucks football.
There's only 4 things I need in this world. Wait, I got another one for you. There's only 5 things I need in this world: beer, trucks, football, bails, and bonds. Oh man, that feeling when you didn't make the score, but you still got the points for making the score. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. That guy made it in for me. His own team. He messed up.
Okay. I'm almost good on this. Hold on, I'm gonna keep going in a second. IP address authorized. Okie dokie. Go back to thingy. If you followed thingy, whatever. What? Huh? Okay. Log in. Okay, I should be able to do this. Okay, here it is. And then I go here, and then I go here, and then I go. What? Then I go. Huh? Okay, wait. No. Ah!
Hello?
Boo.
Hello?
Okay, is this working? You can just hear me and not
Yeah,
duplicate me?
I
Okay.
can hear you in I can hear single you.
Great.
Well, never mind now.
Okay, good. And I've solved my problems for now. I gotta go plug in my other headset. Oh, is this one dying too? I'm gonna. Ah! You gotta be kidding me. Is there still background me or no?
I only hear one of you.
Okay. When I was transitioning, I think there was, but I think I fixed it.
I don't know about YouTube, but in here at least.
Okay, probably fine. I need to keep doing my room stuff because I'm nowhere near done. Okay.
Never mind. I'm gonna learn how to sing some Adele songs because they are incredibly hard for me to sing.
Yeah. You'd have to. Wouldn't you have to like change the whole key?
I mean, maybe if I wanted to do it officially, yeah, but I find a certain level of fun and experience in trying to sing in the same key as the other person. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to go down an octave. I hear you, but who is you really? I don't know, right? Who am I? Who is I? All right, what else do I need to do to get ready for next year? We got like On my side of the world, we've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours? Yeah, right? Yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours till midnight, whatever.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm still listening, but I'm gonna be muted.
Are you the voice? Because then is it you when I listen later? I'm not the voice. Well, no, it is me though. No, that's still me. That's how that works. That's just the wonder of recording. However, now you can perceive me in different environments and different contexts because of how time and space works. I have been immortalized in a stupid way because my species invented weird internet things and I have free access to it. Isn't that weird? Like, I could go out of my way to record and then preserve this basically, and it wouldn't be that far out of my way to preserve it for like the foreseeable future, right? Like, try to bury this in a time capsule or something, make sure the aliens know that I did this stream. Crazy. And I'd have a better shot than anybody ever did until this era at like pulling that off. How dumb. What a dumb time we live in. This conversation is still technically recorded, just fast playback. It's true. Yeah, it's a dictograph. Not quite. You're typing in your own thoughts. So I don't know. Anyways, I've always liked chat. I like interacting with something that's like people typing at me and that I'm talking. I'm like, oh, this is golden, and I don't really know why, but it's very my speed somehow, and I don't know what speed it is. Like multiple speeds at the same time. But not at the same time. Anyways, I'm going to keep working on this stuff. We're working on my room, puttering around. Slow process. It's sort of getting there. And then I don't have work tomorrow, yay. But I think they probably have it off tomorrow anyway, but I also just wasn't working. That's because I have a regular schedule, like I've always wished for. Like I always dreamed. My life is because of less like weird random bullshit right now than it's ever been before. It's way less random. It's been maybe still pretty random, but I'm imagining that I can get more things done with this level of things being consistent rather than what I was doing before, which was like whatever I can do that seems like it might fit in with my ballet and whatever else. So yeah. Please, Elon, put a chip in my brain so I don't have to type anymore. That's an interesting thing, the way he wants to go. Sort of silly. But hey, if you have millions of dollars, you can be silly. Billions of dollars, whatever it is. Too many dollars. More dollars than there should be dollars. The wrong number of dollars. The number of dollars that shouldn't have been allowed. Are you odd age? No. I think I have some aspects of, what is it called? It used to be called sluggish cognitive tempo, but they gave it a better name that is less insulting and wrong. Cognitive disengagement syndrome. I think I have aspects of cognitive disengagement syndrome, which is in a higher occurrence in autism than ADHD. And even then, I don't know what ADHD is with autism because my current reading on neuroscientific literature suggests that that's not exactly possible. Oh, look, thank you. That it may be a separate condition entirely from ADHD because, yeah. Anyways, yeah, but whatever. It has behavioral similarities enough that people will call it that. But yeah, I don't have that. I don't have so there's inattentive features that I have, but I'm not actually hyperactive, and not even in my head. I'm kind of like always the same, except for yeah, there's lots of people who thinks it's a thing. I don't know if it's a thing. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like I think the jury should be out on that one. It's not to say that there isn't a subtype of autism that resembles ADHD, but I don't know if it's right to call it the same phenomenon. I don't know about that. So I just leave a little buffer for skepticism. But cognitive disengagement syndrome, on the other hand, which looks different, you might look into that. Let me know, because like the odds are higher that it's that one if you have autism. Also, who knows really what the other one is, but yeah, so I seem to have that. And I've had my fair share of like interactions with people with ADHD, and I don't fit. They thought that I had ADHD, or somebody did, by doing a like one less than one full eight. It wasn't even an 8.5 by 11 sheet. It was like a smaller sheet than that. Just being like, here, check these boxes. And she's like, I think you have ADHD. I was like, okay. I've been having issues with binge eating. Can I have Vyvanse? And yes, I could. So I went with it. And yeah, I have some good response to Vyvanse in terms of my memory. So my short-term and working memory-ish area seems to be a little bit better with it. So I just do better living through chemistry and maintain a semi sort of kind of diagnosis with it, and just don't worry about it, so that I can use something that helps my memory work better. Which, how did I know it works better? Because I can memorize ballet combinations without having to do a bunch of mental tricks, and that's sort of it. And I used to use a lot of caffeine to sort of deal with my brain being kind of wanting to be asleep all the time, which also looks a little more like cognitive disengagement syndrome. So yeah, I don't think I'm organized chaos. I think I am overwhelmed, and my environment, trying to figure out how it's supposed to be for my brain to be able to engage with it, has been the process that I've been doing with the stream for like 3 years, and I've made a lot of progress, actually, like more than I ever have in my entire life. And was trying to work on that my whole life. So it's like, for me, I don't think that's quite right, but I do have, if you look up sluggish cognitive tempo, I fit that pretty well with a couple of things that would be on the lower end. So I think I'm on the lower end of a sluggish cognitive tempo profile, where like that's not my biggest problem. My biggest problem is like I have autism, and then the second biggest problem is like I have features of that seem to line up, which seems to be a separate attention disorder entirely from ADHD. But also, if you've never looked into it, highly recommend looking into it, because I found the stats on autism and comorbidity with it very, 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 very intriguing. Yeah, check it out. Russell Barkley has some good videos on it, and just Russell Barkley in general is like very cool and useful as an like pioneer in research and also advocacy. He's a cool guy for ADHD, and like dispelling myths and misconceptions, and even just like sort of some of our TikTok era issues that are coming up too. He's pretty good about that, and has like pretty good sense of humor. Funny guy. Sort of like a dry sort of researcher type that has a little bit of a sense of humor to him. So he's enjoyable to watch, but also will like he's good. He's basically giving like little lecture presentations on research and opinions and special topics, and it's great. And occasionally he's like throws on a like costume with it, like not like a really like a like kind of lazy costume, but like it'll be like thematic. Like one time he did like a Pirates of the Caribbean, and it's just like this is hilarious. Why are you dressed like? Anyways, he's a funny researcher guy. He's cool. All right, I've decided that my clothes, instead of being put away, will temporarily be put in a pile on my ballet bar. Because it's better than it being in the pile on my chair.
Jane.
Yeah.
Water reminder, drink your water. Everybody listening, get some water, water.
Oh, that's a good idea. Great, let's do that.
If you want to, you don't have to, but it might be a good idea.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hello?
Sometimes my mom just talks to me, and then I'm like, ah.
Yeah,
Hi.
that happens.
Oh, ketamine. Oh, interesting. Huh, that's cool. Yeah, there's some really interesting things with that too. I'm glad that the research got opened back up.
Ketamine. Ah, nobody here's a Lana Del Rey fan like me, huh?
I will be if you hang out with me more, I'm sure. I haven't heard that many of her
Let's
songs.
We're gonna listen to all of her music because I've been waiting for a long time to listen to the last three or two,
Uh-huh.
three the last three albums, which I'm kind of shocked in myself too because usually I follow very quickly. But yeah, I have three albums I have to catch up to. But yeah, we'll listen to all of them and then you'll memorize the lyrics just like me because I've memorized so many lyrics. But there's a song called Cinnamon, which, like all of her other songs, are fan favorites. But it goes, but you could say, so she doesn't say ketamine in the song, but you could totally go, ketamine in my tea from your kiss. Oh, I missed this goal. Isn't it weird, Jane, that you're dating the only straight man in America who likes Lana Del Rey?
I guess so.
I'm sensitive.
I didn't know that though, if that helps. Like I didn't know that that was like a thing. Like that
But that's a
well that like
phenomena.
yeah, or no that like that it's not supposed to be or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a
Like I
meme.
don't
It's
know
like a
that's
joke.
weird. Yeah, I had no idea that that was like considered a meme or a joke or anything. I had no idea.
It's kind of funny to me. I don't really believe it, but I just like saying it because I think it's funny.
Yeah.
No, my friend sent me a. I'll send it to you. It's kind of funny. My friend sent me a video, and it's like this kid, and he's like at a coffee shop, and I can't tell by their accent what country they're all from. They might be like Italy or something. But he's like, I want you to make me a drink that's like Lana Del Rey. And the girls behind the counter are like looking at him like, what did you just say? He's like, I want it to be like cinnamon in my teeth. It's like an excuse for him to sing in public. I was like, okay. But then he like sang a couple lyrics, and then I realized I sent my friend a message. I was like, not me knowing every lyric he's talking about. I was like, I was rooting for him for a second until I remembered I'm a 32-year-old man, and that I was fangirling for a minute.
Was he a good
Nah,
singer?
because when he's alright, he's alright.
That's cool.
I mean, obviously he's got nothing on the queen, but it's just funny. Like when Kaylee and I went to the Lana Del Rey concert, I was looking at the crowd, right, and the only other men that I could see were typically, believe it or not, like in their 40s or 50s with a woman of the same age, and then me. So like they clearly probably got taken there, right?
Yeah.
Everyone else was like, you know, women in their 20s and 30s. I just thought that was funny. I was like, ah, that's funny. I understand this music though.
Yeah. And it's for you.
Well, I think it's just, I think it's an expression of you have to be able to have I don't know, like you need to be able to see people as artists when they're artists. You know what I mean? You need to be able to see people as for who they are, for what they are, for what they do, and not like, oh, that's music for, you know. Oh, you do because like it's like a lot of people are like, oh, do you listen to her because she's hot? And it's like, no, I listen to it because it makes me cry and think about life. I listen to her music because it's good music. If it wasn't good music, I wouldn't listen to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not the primary concern here, guys. The primary concern here is maintaining a sense of fragility, understanding one's own fragility, and understanding one's own difficult emotions and difficult, you know, past behaviors, past difficult past, um,
Yeah.
and to have some idea of what is beauty, what is aesthetic, what is what are the things that do um, that what is expression, you know what I mean? And then if you really are able to follow along with the you know, the evolution of the music as an artist, that's one of my favorite things when you can follow an artist's trajectory and see how their music has changed and evolved over time. And honestly, I think she has one of the more palpable progressions I think any artist I can think of off the top of my head, because the music gets it's very much her music the entire time, but it changes, but it's still the same, but it changes so much. And to not now, obviously, nobody would know that aspect if they didn't listen to all of the discography. But at the same time, the fact that that concept can't even be allowed because she is a woman and because she is considered attractive, and all of a sudden she's precluded from that.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
there's no way she has a sensitivity. There's no way that she has depth. There's no way she's intelligent. There's no way that if you listen to her music, you'll hear so many references of books and poetry and other literature that's like, oh, this is a person who engages in reading a lot, obviously. So this person reads a lot, right? Of course, she can't have that.
Right.
Of course, she's incapable of that. Of course, she is. That you can't even consider that being a possibility. And yet, despite that, that's opposite of the case. The case is actually the way I describe it. You know what I mean? If I think about that sometimes, that's why like Anthony Fantano. I haven't watched him in a long time, but he always rates her music really low. And I always just thought that was interesting. So it's like that's fair. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not saying he needs to give her a 10, but then his reasons for giving her a low score, I'm kind of like, you just don't get it, really. You know what I mean? And I mean, honestly, for all intents and purposes, as far as, you know, talking about dignity and stuff like that, she is an artist who, for the most part, I mean, I would say maybe completely, however you want to say it, right? For example, remember that one picture that you saw with Ice Spice and Doja Cat? There's no dignity in that picture, right? For all intents and purposes, this is also a woman who's been in an industry, which we know what the industry is like, who has maintained a dignity in her performances and stuff, at least in her own capacity, right? And then to trump it all up, where it's just like, no, she's just famous because she's hot. It's kind of like, dude, we could just like, do you think I watch the music videos when I listen to it? I listen to the music basically only. And what do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, oh, am I? What's the implication here that you can't you're physically incapable of listening to a woman perform without wondering whether or not she's hot or not, basically.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I had a coworker, I wore my pink Lana Del Rey jumper, and he's like, he's like, you wearing a Lana Del Rey jumper? I was like, yeah, it's like one of my favorite artists. He's like, oh, I saw her live one time, and I thought he was gonna say something about her music. I was like, oh, you did? He's like, yeah, she's so hot. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, no, you idiot. You lack sensitivity. You have no artistic aesthetic. You have no ability to understand. You're a monkey of a man. But anyways, my friend sent me a video clip, so I was thinking about that when he said ketamine. Oh, that's why I listen to Spice Girls. I never listened to the Spice Girls.
Hey Merlin, what's up? You listen? What's up, buddy? Oh, Merlin. Hi, buddy. You want water or something? You bored? You want attention?
You know who's music? You know who else
Huh?
we should listen to?
Huh?
We should listen to Aurora.
Oh.
Do you know who she is?
I know who she is. Yeah, I know of her. I don't really know her music.
Her music is so good. You've never listened to her music?
No.
It's so good. It's so good. She's got a real talent. It's like it's like the kind of, I mean, it can speak for itself, but it's got that kind of, well, not even kind of, it's haunting. It's also very, very uplifting. It's very fun, but it's also very solemn. And it's very light-hearted, but it's very heavy-hearted too. So she has very, very strong talent to her and her ability to sing, write lyrics, and to convey emotion through her performance. Because lyrics are one thing, but without the performance, it's not music; it's poetry, which is fine. But with the performance, I mean, that being said, you can perform poetry as well. But you know what I mean by that. If it's just written down, it's just written down. But if it's actually performed, that's when it really becomes music. And yeah, her musicality is just through the roof.
Oh wow, that's cool. Where's she from?
She's from one of the Nordic countries. I don't remember which one.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. My dog is making it a little bit difficult to keep going, but I'm going to keep going anyway. Just going to have to take a break so my dog isn't lonely.
It's 8:30.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Like, do you want to keep going for the whole stream? Should I just give up? I could. I mean, it's not like I have like much of an audience or anything. I haven't streamed for like months. If anyone stops by on, on New Year's, I'd be shocked. But well, let me take that back. Hi, Hamlet. But you know what I mean? Like I've had a couple people stop by, but anybody new, you know, it's not like that's gonna be a big thing. So I don't know. What do you think we should do? Yeah, I'm cool with whatever. I can keep going because it does make me keep cleaning, but I don't know.
Well, maybe we stick to this, I guess, for a little bit longer, unless it gets to a point where you're like, no, you know what, to hell with it. Because me personally, I decided earlier this week that today I'm not doing any chores besides dogs, and I just paid Adam $100. That way I didn't have to take care of the dogs today. So I'm all set. I ate earlier and I ate just now. I have everything I need in the room. So I'm just talking about ideas and playing little video games that don't take a lot of focus, like Rocket League or little weird like Fall Guys and stuff, because it doesn't require any language thought.
Yeah.
I couldn't play God of War right now, for example, because there's so much dialogue. I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with you because it's like, oh wait, but I need to go punch Thor in his head, so I need to go be a violent god.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting to practice like, streaming again with this. This style is like the easiest. Well, not well, isn't the easiest. I mean, it's different than being on camera, and then like you're a little bit more conscious of performing. Well, no, you're totally way more conscious of what I'm talking about. It's different. But like I'm still like, okay, I'm talking in a way that is aiming for clarity that I typically wouldn't be as concerned about if I were just talking off the cuff without being on a stream. So I don't know, without broadcasting, like something like psychologically broadcasting does something for me, but I'm also like thinking of it as having a lot of different meanings, like, oh, exploring autism, oh, exploring what this medium can be. I'm still really interested in that. So whenever I'm doing this, I'm thinking about, yeah, like that aspect of myself and developing that skill set. So this is an opportunity for me to practice speaking clearly about, things related to autism and whatever else we're talking about, so that people can get something out of it.
I think yeah, I'm down to sit here till kingdom come. And there's also a side. But yeah, there's also a side. I mean, this VOD is incredibly long, but it could be broken into chunks. But there's also, because it's recording, you can also go back and listen to stuff as you do.
Yeah. No, I think I might even just keep this as like a little memento for myself. Like this would be a good little snapshot, because again, it's like 4 years since my diagnosis, 3 years since meeting you and everybody else that's been with my channel thing that I did here. And then all the changes that came out of that in my life, which are really, really big changes. And I think it's just the beginning of that. And I wonder what's next. I don't know. So it's nice to this is nice. This is nice. What an interesting 3 years.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
I
kind of
can tell you
cool.
one.
Go ahead. Actually, sorry.
No, no, no. You go ahead. You're still in the middle of something. I thought you paused. I'm sorry.
No, I'm gonna start doing the counting between statements so I can, yeah. Um, I was just gonna say that this is the most eventful 3 years of my life. And that's weird because a lot of things have happened in my life, but if I take it all in sum, I'm like, yeah, well, 4 years really, because of, yeah, but still. Anyways, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a small joke about touching upon like what it's gonna look like in the future, and I was just gonna say like, well, I can tell you right now, one thing that's gonna happen is I'm getting the hell out of here and going the hell there. 'Cause this sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, next year we'll have like a real New Year's party. It'll be great. We could do music. Have like a whole thing.
Yeah, I also want to
Isn't that nice
build
to think about?
New Year's resolution. I
Why don't
also
we?
want to build the music.
Yeah.
Uh,
See, we can talk about resolutions like that for the rest of the time. We can write them down. Okay. Oh, Merlin looks so distraught. I'm like, I'll be back. I'm just putzing around. You're right there, Merlin. Okay. Oh, cool. I got followed by.
himbo. Uh-huh.
Oh, I just got followed by a autistic group on Threads. All right, Melissa signed off. They stopped by. Okay, great. All right, yeah, we can just like hang and stuff, and then decide what to do next.
And I was running hard. I really want to build the music area in the garage.
Me too.
That'd be so cool, huh?
It'd be super cool. I mean, like the old downstairs would be so rad. Like, there's a lot of room in that garage.
Oh yeah. You know what we can do?
Huh?
We you know what else we can do?
But
We can go to like we can save up a little bit of money. We can go to like a surplus carpet store, and just get like just cheap, just cheap, inexpensive, maybe a little cushiony, so it's nice, but carpet. And we won't install it, but we'll just lay it down in there, and then it's like an extension of the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And then like you don't have to put on shoes. You don't have to worry about like, oh, it's cold. We can even put like some kind of like a material. I think they have like kind of like black paper and stuff like that. You put underneath the. We could put black paper and cushioning underneath the rug. I don't care. Spend $500 on it. I think that'd be worth it. And just have a big space that's just like, hey, you just walk right out with your socks on like normal, like the rest of the house, and you go there.
Oh yeah,
That'd be fun, huh?
I like it. The other thing too is if we like set up like stream stuff in there, like we can even stream some of like redoing it and stuff. That could be fun.
You certainly could.
As an option.
Because
If it's
when you're
interesting,
saying,
don't have to. Yeah.
might as well try it, right? Because you were mentioning, you said playing music next year, and I was kind of like, yeah, we definitely could. Because my New Year's resolution is not to play more music. My New Year's resolution is to build a little music environment, a little music station.
Yeah. That would be great.
Ginger is so funny. Remember, I was telling you that she has to sleep between me and the door, and now in my room she sleeps against my door. That's what she's doing right now. She's funny.
Okay. I've made progress, but still have to do a lot.
You've been streaming for like 8.5 hours down there.
Really? Shit. Cool.
Yeah, 12, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's wrong?
Well, I'm trying to think what I should do. Well, we can just keep going.
I'm down to just keep streaming like you were saying, but so you keep getting the practice, and I'm also down to just hang out. Whatever. I just basically am neutral on everything.
Okay.
Because I have no desires in my own. I have no desires in my own because I'm robot. I'm robot husband.
Oh, cool. It's easy. Sounds very simple.
I'm a simple guy. Yeah. I want to learn how to sing that song. It's such a brilliant song.
Which song? Simple what, huh?
Simple Man by Leonard Skinner.
Oh,
Mama told me. He said, his mama told him to be a simple, kind man. Someone who, kind of like, somebody that, you can love and, you can understand, basically telling him, he basically made a song about how his mom told him to be a good man, but a good person, essentially. It's not steeped in like, yeah, it's not steeped in like men are this way, women are that way. It's definitely like be a good man, don't be a bad man. You know what I mean?
Got it. Don't be a douche canoe.
The lyrics, yeah, the lyrics are very, very sweet and everything like that, and then the performance is very, very. I find it to be very emotional. It's very beautiful, and it's also very helpful, I guess, as a man. You know what I mean? To kind of be like, oh, you struggle with having this kind of body too, and I can tell.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And I think that should never that line of thinking obviously should never be a therefore I can do X, Y, Z. Um,
Mhm.
but I think that it's worth acknowledging for some, all of us, but I think for enough of us, it does really seem to be an actual like chemical issue where it's like not always sunshines and daisies when you're 16 and all of a sudden like you're stronger than more than 70% of the planet, and you have
Right.
all these expectations and all these different mixed messages, and you do
Mhm.
start to develop aggression, you do start to develop violence and all that kind of stuff, and then what the examples are abused and abusive men in your society and even in your immediate surroundings, and that navigating the concept of being a good, safe, kind, caring person can often be messed up because oftentimes some of the people who are they're otherwise good, kind, safe, caring people make huge, grievous errors and very poor decisions. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, oh, no matter how good I am, I'm prone to making poor decisions. Um, so I think a song like that, I think, can be very healing because it's kind of like, oh, thank you. You know what I mean? That's a very nice gift. It's a song. Some songs feel like a gift, like someone like wrote it for you.
Mhm. Hmm.
So yeah, it's very beautiful. Oh, you know what else I have to do before it's too late tonight? I mean, I don't have to, but I want to. I have two tarot card readings I want to do. Oh no, one's tarot and one's EG for some folks
Good.
in my astrology Discord.
Yeah.
I think I might I'm gonna try to keep it under wraps. That way, a potential employer is not like, "Dude, you're a weird crystal head." I think I'm gonna try to monetize a little bit of readings and just be like, "Look, here's all the amount of work I'm gonna do for you. Give me this $100, and it'll be worth to you." And if I could just do 10 of those a month, that's an extra $1,000 a month, and I enjoy doing it. And that is kind of like one of the that is like a going rate, if not more.
How much is it?
And
What?
I,
Wait, how
I,
much?
I would feel com- I would feel comfortable. I would feel comfortable charging $100 for one of my readings or to charge
Yeah,
for it.
yeah.
Um,
Oh, sure, yeah.
because of the
Yeah.
because of the amount of time I put into it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
absolutely.
about 10, I'm talking about 10 years of practice. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Um, some years longer than others, but I'm always doing it. I'm always reading it and always getting better at interpreting um, what it is. And I've done quite a few readings for folks now. I think I'm at about 20 to 30 for sure. And I do
Oh,
get
really?
positive feedback, and I even had one person tell me like, dude, you gotta charge for this because that like you read my mind and you helped me with a lot of stuff I didn't even tell you about, and you saw it, and I'm gonna think about this. 1 second. Sorry, James, I'm on the phone right now. Um, so some people charge way more than that, but I feel comfortable charging for that much because, again, not to rip anybody off, it's because it does take quite a bit of time. Not like I'm just
Yeah.
doing it in 5 minutes.
No,
You know what
right.
I'm saying? We're
And
talking
there's
about,
like,
yeah. And also, again, it's like I didn't just pick up a pack of tarot cards at a freaking thrift store yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I've spent a lot of time developing my reading method, and it's always proven to be accurate to me in some way. Eerily so in many cases, and especially when I'm having moments of crisis of faith about it, and it's like, okay, well, that answer right there, nope, I'm not making that up. That's too specific. Okay. Um, Yi Jing, basically. I'm new to the tarot stuff, but so I wouldn't sell that service just yet. But Anyway, it's just a thought. It's just a thought, basically. You can be like, yeah, you gonna give me this $100, and I'm gonna give you a good reading. It's a win-win situation. We'll probably never be able to watch. We might be able to, but might not. Hateful Eight. Have I talked with you about Hateful Eight enough?
I've heard. I mean, if there's any way I can get through it where it's like close your eyes now, and it's fine, I can do it.
We'll probably never watch it, but you know it's a movie I really love, right?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, there was a period of time where, yeah, there was a period of time where Jay and I watched that movie every night for like weeks on end. We'd come home from work. I'd get home from work. He'd get home from work. We'd go down to the little bodega down the street. We'd get a 6-pack or 2 little 6-packs, and we'd sit there and watch the movie and analyze it and pause it and talk about it. And we'd memorize the lines and we break down the lines word for word. We went in, right? There was a couple nights where we watched it back to back. We watched it and watched it again.
Oh wow.
And we watched that movie so many times. And then we just start quoting. You memorize the movie so well, you just quote entire scenes at each other.
Oh wow. That's a lot.
And we'd work on like the particular accent of the whatever character it is, right? We'd act it out. We'd talk about like how did that character get to that point. So it was a really fun movie, but yeah. So there's a scene when Samuel Jackson's like, from the time I was a whipper till I was a full-grown man. He like smiles and laughs, and he's like in this very. He's principally a hero in that movie, but he's an anti-hero, that trope, and he just caught somebody in a lie, and he's like relishing that he's catching him right. The whole time he's laughing at him, and he's like, well, the thing about that is, right? So anyways, from the time I was a whipper, what'd he say? Nah, I ain't been here about 5 months, so I ain't no expert, but when I tasted that stew, and he just goes on this whole thing about, well, my mama made stew. No matter the meat, it always tastes the same. There was a fella on the plantation, Uncle Charlie, and just I'm starting to lose a little bit of it, but he's like, there's a fella on the plantation, Uncle Charlie, and I ate his stew from the time I was a whipper till I was a full-grown man. And just like my mama stew, no matter the meat, it always tastes like Uncle Charlie's stew. So I got to thinking, how many make that stew this morning? She on the north side of the mother. And he catches the guy on a lie, and then he effectively assassinates him, murders him. But it's just such good acting.
Wait, what's the
just,
lie?
like, crazy to me. So he catches Senor Bob, and his real name is Marco the Mexican. But Senor Bob, fake name, he catches him in the lie that he's watching over the haberdashery. It's kind of like a bed and breakfast type of deal, kind of. That guy's watching over the haberdashery for Minnie. And Minnie left to the north side, right? And Samuel Jackson's kind of like, well, that show don't sound like Minnie. And then in typical Tarantino form, adds a little bit of like, racial conflict, racial humor. And he says something along the lines of like, if you was here about 6 months ago, you would have seen above the bar, they had a sign. You know what that sign said? No dogs and no Mexicans. Now, Minnie just got along with just about anybody. She sure don't like Mexicans. You want to know why she took that sign down? She started letting dogs in. So when you tell me, Minnie Mink, left the haberdashery the most important thing to her in the whole world in the hands of a goddamn Mexican? Well, that's what I meant in the barn when I said that sure don't sound like me. But then we were talking about it, and we were like, but Samuel Jackson's character lies in the movie, or it's possible that he lies in the movie. Well, he certainly lies in certain parts of the movie. So I think he came up with the idea. He's like, you know what? I think he lied about the sign because he said, oh, Minnie is a black lady, right? And Samuel Jackson's black, obviously, and then Senor Bob, played by a German actor, but he looks Mexican. So he looks he looks like in the show. It's believable, it's passable. So Jay's like, he's like, I think he lied about the sign, and I was like, oh, okay, tell me. He's like, well, he's like, I think he just doesn't like Senor Bob and just wanted another excuse to kill him because in the scene when you see the gang, which Senor Bob, Marco the Mexican, is a part of, he enters the haberdashery and Minnie doesn't even bat an eye at him. Like she's not bothered by him being in there, and he's Mexican, right? So we're like, that's crazy because he's implying, oh, Minnie wouldn't have left the haberdashery in your care. I think you killed her because she doesn't like Mexicans. She had a sign that said no dogs and no Mexicans, and then she took the sign down because she started letting dogs in. But in the flashback, they go in there, and he even introduces. She's like, "What's your names?" Right? And he's like, "Bob." Right? Super stereotypical. She doesn't say, "Oh, you can't be in here." The only thing she says is, "Take your hats off." Right? Which that's a true thing that Samuel Jackson character knows. He goes, "Oh, Minnie don't let nobody wear a hat in here, right?" And then Senor Bob's like, "Yeah, well, it's too cold. We'll do tomorrow is a no hat day, right?" In the flashback, she specifically says like, "No hat, take your hats off," and then she introduces. Then she wants to know their names, right? So he tells the truth, but he also lies. So he's a hero, he's an anti-hero. Then there's this really interesting scene where
is the main character murdered? Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Basically, everybody who makes an appearance in that movie dies or is implied to have died.
Wow.
Yep.
Everyone?
There's more than there's more than 8 characters. It's called Hateful Eight. Maybe a little bit like there's like there's more than 8 characters. It might be called Hateful Eight because it's his 8th movie, I think. Even in the kind of the main cast, there's more than 8 characters. It's 9. But maybe he doesn't count OB because OB is not hateful. So maybe he's only counting the hateful characters. But then that also doesn't work because there's more than 8 hateful characters. But in the principal cast, there's 8 hateful characters. But I think it's just Hateful Eight because it sounds nice in today's movie. So Samuel Jackson, every character dies. And then it's easily assumable that the last 2 characters standing certainly die because of their wounds are certainly mortal.
Okay.
They're trapped in a blizzard in the middle of Wyoming nowhere, on a road that no one's going to be down now for the next few months because it's snowed in. You know what I mean? So yeah, just a really good movie. There's a scene where you don't care about spoilers.
Nope.
Or I'm trying to think. Well, the reason why we can't watch it is because it's too difficult to navigate the movie. I could just tell you the whole script if you want to hear it without the bloodshed.
It's okay. Why don't we should if it's one of your favorite movies, like we'll see if it's possible for me to watch it, and then if not, like don't do it now because like maybe it's possible I can.
It's not.
It's not possible. Okay.
I'm really trying to think. No. I mean, technically it's possible. It's got a lot. It has a lot going on though. It's more than just violence. It's mainly violence.
As long as I can.
Yeah, there is.
Like compared to, what about compared to Inglourious Bastards? How much more violent is it?
Seen Inglourious Bastards, I think twice. I don't really actually remember that movie that well. I actually bought it to rewatch it. Have you seen that movie?
Oh yeah, I've seen that one, and I did have to get a little bit of hey,
heads up on some scenes, but I could get through it.
There's long stretches without violence. Yeah, we could get through it, I think. I know when the
I
violence
can't watch Kill Bill, but I can watch. Yeah.
Yeah, there is long stretches of no violence. And the acting in it is, oh my God, the actors are so good.
Okay, then yeah.
Oh my
Don't tell me
the
it, just in case.
Okay. Yeah, there's violence, and then there's also, well, she's a murderer and a criminal, but there's definitely a man who slaps around a lady because she's a prisoner. I don't know how I feel about that. But I mean, she is racist. Not that that makes it okay. And
Okay.
it certainly seems like his character would probably hit a man much harder than he even hits her.
Mhm.
He hits her not because she's a woman. He hits her because she's a criminal. He's a bounty hunter. That's just how he is.
Mhm.
And that happens quite frequently in the beginning, especially. So,
Wait, what
so for
happened?
example,
What?
him smacking her, Kurt Russell smacking the lady.
Okay.
Would that be something that you'd want to be blocked out?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of gross, I guess. I don't know. That's not really a synesthesia thing per se. Well, is it? I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
I think it might be.
Yeah, is it like realistic? It's not just like slapstick almost.
It's realistic slapstick.
Hmm.
It's not funny, but it's also done in a way where it's like approaching humor, but I don't think it's supposed to be capital F funny at all either.
Okay.
Like there's a certain dark humor to it, but at the same time it's also not funny.
Mhm.
The main implication being is that, oh, she calls Samuel L. Jackson the N word, then he smacks her and he says, you keep talking
Mhm.
like that and I'm gonna bust your teeth. Or that kind of thing. We'll see. I'll watch it again, and I'll watch it, and I'll just sit down with a piece of paper and a little timer, and I'll just jot down skip points, and
Yeah,
I'll just fill in the details.
that'd be great.
Yeah, it's
Can you
really
check
good.
chat real quick, just in case? I don't think anything's going down, but
Nope.
I've had to take a pause to entertain Merlin and make him happy.
Yep, nothing's going on. 9 o'clock.
Okay. Do you want to help with the stream in the new year? I mean, I guess it depends on your job stuff too, but like that could be cool.
If you're on and I'm home, I'll certainly see if it's like lining up.
Mhm.
If I'm not doing something, I certainly want to help you with it because
Yeah, that would be
it's also
nice.
spending more time with you and helping you with something, and it's enjoyable to a degree.
Yeah. I want to really work on the peer support thing too. It's like I had to take a little bit of a pause just to figure out work and stuff, which is
Yeah,
good. I'm glad I really, 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 really glad that all worked out. Like, um, yeah, I'm really happy with that whole situation. But yeah, like it's like such a good job. Like it's kind of crazy. I didn't even know.
sounds
Yeah, right? And like I'm excited because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna get better at this. That's crazy.
yeah.
Already not
You're
bad.
doing it.
And yeah, yeah.
Like I said, I'm trying to go in and get some stretches. The hell?
Yeah, exactly. You can totally do that.
And then I also want to see if other people are like, oh yeah, this kid's really Gumby.
They will.
I
Yeah.
want I want third party verification.
Yeah. No, I'll do like I'll tell the other one that's like the most bendy person besides me is this yoga and person that's like oh, what's her name? Why is my mind blanking on this? I totally know her name. I just can't think of it. It starts with an A. Anyways, I'm still learning people's names, but we're not all in at the same time, so I don't see everybody like, you know. But yeah, but I'll ask her. She'll definitely know because like she also has experience like, you know, understanding yoga stuff. So, but look at this.
I need to start doing more yoga. This New Year's resolution, continue to build my progress on Ring Fit. See, isn't that such an interesting way to say that?
Mhm.
So just
Exactly.
saying, oh, I'm gonna build the progress on that character because it is interesting. Like, it's not heavy RPG mechanics, but your character gets experience. You get stronger attack and defense, and then you start doing more damage to the enemies, and then they get stronger, and that's kind of like goads you on, and then you can acquire different outfits that change your stats. So there's an element of game in that, and it's really nice. And there's a sense of progression as well as you're going to different parts of the world and stopping the big evil.
You done for now, Rowan? That works. I'm helping Rowan to chew a little, you know,
Helping them to chew,
autistic.
yeah, he's chewing on a thing. His name is Merlin, and he broke his little, I think the right side angel wing.
Well, dislocated, but yes. Thank you.
Dislocated his elbow 'cause he loved his mommy so much. Well, who could blame a dog who came to make sure that she was safe and okay? Who could ever blame a dog for being its own little self? His name is Little Merlin. Sometimes he gets poop on his butt.
Yeah, it was worse than that. He was like he pooped and he was like walking in it, so I had to clean. Anyways, doesn't matter. Okay, so he had a rough time. I talked to one of the vet techs or vet nurses, or I don't even know what we would call that. I guess yeah, any veterinary nurses or whatever. And she's like, so what
Uh-huh.
did he do anyway, right? And I was like, oh well. So I was like, well, my fiance thinks that like he shouldn't sleep in the bed so much. So I was like working on having him sleep on the floor. Then I heard him whining in the middle of the night. And then I was like, well, I don't know what's going on, but let me check on him. And then he just wanted to play around. I was like, oh, okay. And then I walked over and then he ran after me, being like, Mommy. And then he slept. I'm just like, that is the stupidest thing. I was like, yep.
So I think he'll be more cautious on the floor now too. And we can certainly put in like some like little rugs in that area too.
Yeah, we should.
Especially in like that
That
little like uh
one of the vets said that was a good idea when I asked her about it. I was like, would you? She's like, if it was my dog, I would. I was like, yeah.
yeah, because like for example, Dutch and Ginger, they they are very excited to be in the house. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So they both walk so careful now because we have hardwood floors here. Because
Yeah.
they've both certainly slipped out from underneath themselves. And I mean,
Mhm.
he's 80 and he's probably about 80, if not 90. He's pretty heavy. So
Mhm.
that can't feel good when you slam down on the ground. Dutch is old too, you know. So now they both like take like little tiny baby steps, but they're like excited, so they're like moving really fast.
That's really cute.
It's so funny to see them like coordinated sneak running in the house because they know the foot.
That's funny. You should videotape that.
Yeah. If they're not that excited, they just walk normal. But when they're excited, they're like, "We doing something." Then that's when they really do the little. Yeah, Dutchie's old, getting old. Ginger's just a big old girl. She's good at my grandma's.
That's
But
good.
I'd put her, yeah, I'd put her in the backyard so she could go to the bathroom, and I had the little water bowl out there for her and stuff too. But she would
Mm.
just sit. She would just sit right in front of the glass sliding door and just sit there and stare into the house until I brought her back in. I was like,
Oh wow.
just go play, go to the bathroom or something. She'd just sit and stare at me. And for about the first 3 days, if I left her sight, she'd do like a little bark, like, hey, hey, I can't see you, Kyle. Where are you? Hey, hey. It's not like she doesn't do like announcement barks. That's not a punishable thing. Um, so it's just about thinking about their psychology because I think I'm trying to not to do too much into it, but I think that stairwell might also be like a pain point in his head because that's where you disappear, and that's also
Yeah.
a place where he's had slippage. So I think he's a little reluctant to use that area to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, I'm wondering if psychologically, once you start going to the stairs, that basically means you're gone, and then so he needs to go upstairs and
Right.
look out the window. You know.
Right. He thought I was leaving him or something. He's like, no, mommy. And then, okay, buddy. Then we hurt ourselves. Oh, we did. What are we doing now, Merlin? What are we doing?
And he might have even been a little bit tired and uncoordinated too. Dogs get tired too.
I think he was. Yeah. No, it was like in the middle of the night. Like I don't know, man. Like, it was just sad. Like, just dang it. It just was the wrong set of things at the wrong sort of combo. And yeah, I was like, okay, bro, fun, super fun emergency. I mean, sudden car ride, woo, surprise car trip. Let's go.
Yeah.
I was like, we're gonna have fun. It's fun. Why are we doing this? Who knows? It's a surprise. Oh, Merlin. Oh, there you go. He's a sweet boy, though. Oh, he's trying to figure out hug time with this whole situation, and it's not very easy. We'll get more huggies soon, okay, buddy? You're a good boy. I know you want hugs. I know you want hugs. You're a good boy, though. I love my dog. He's so silly. He's so silly. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a silly boy. He's a silly boy. He's a silly boy. Silly boy. Yeah. I like you, Merlin. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. This is kind of a weird bonding experience we're having, I guess. It is nice having a very cute dog, though, because I just get to look at my dog and be like, oh my god, he's so cute, though.
Mm-hmm.
And he likes to be around me. That's weird. That's crazy. Something this cute likes to be around me.
What the hell is going on, brother?
All
Brother.
right, I gotta check some stuff and see if I can move. I'm just taking a little bit more of a break to see if he'll mellow out a bit. He's bored.
Tiny
Okay, good. I think he's taking a little nap.
Taking a little nap. Tiny little boy. He's taking a tiny nap. And now it cuts to Merlin. Oh, where is mommy? She's been gone for a year. I sit right here by the window and dry my little tears. Oh, where is mommy? She left me once again. I'll just sit by the window and wait for my best friend.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
I'm.
Am I your best friend?
Hey Jane, am I wicked?
Yeah. Are you what?
Hey Jane, am I wicked? Am I wicked?
Wicked? No.
You don't think I'm wicked?
No.
I want to be wicked.
Well, you're not, though.
Oh man,
I'm sorry.
that just ain't right.
It's just not your destiny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There could be other stuff.
And well, what else can I be?
I mean, there's a very long list that is like everything that isn't that, I guess.
I can be sensitive.
Yeah, or considerate or something like that.
I can be debilitating.
Debilitating. Not sure what that means, but sure.
No. I was trying to catch you in the trick.
You were?
Yeah, I don't want to be debilitating.
Okay.
That's like
Huh.
damn near being wicked.
Oh.
Well, not really quite damn near being wicked.
I might
It's
give up
in
on the
that
stream thing.
genre of things. Yeah.
I think I've done enough practice. Yeah, I feel like I practice enough of it, you know? You know what I mean?
9 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I got enough because like now I'm like still dealing with my dog, so like trying to transition back is gonna be hard. And then I won't feel bad if I can't get anything else done today. Because I could still work on stuff tomorrow too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream. But I practice streaming extra, so that's good. And then I want to do. Oh, you know what? I should because I should stream tomorrow morning, and then I won't feel burnt out on it immediately. It's like I'm gonna start streaming regularly, and I already don't want to.
Do you want to hang out after this or?
Yeah, I figure that's what we would just do.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That makes sense, right? Okay, all right. I'm gonna end
I mean,
stream.
I
All right.
want to.
Yeah, let's just go do that. Okay, we'll just like pop over to other chatters or who fucking can. All right, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Let's see, what should I date? Stayed up as usual to watch the New York City. Oh, that's cool. Happy New Year from NYC. Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right. I'm gonna head out of here. Bye.